Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Good morning. Here we are, day 2 of Woodland Patterns' 31st Annual Poetry Marathon and Benefit here at St. Kate. Woo! Day 1 was just absolutely stunning, astounding, wonderful poets all around. Yeah, my head's still spinning a little bit from all of it, and I'm excited for another day of wonderful reading. So thanks to everybody who took part yesterday, who will be with us today. Some other thanks to our sponsors. Our presenting sponsors, Wisconsin's own library, a unique collection of Wisconsin authors and illustrators owned by the General Federation of Women's Clubs of Wisconsin, with funding provided by the Gwendolyn M. Schultz Charitable Trust. And then our other presenting sponsor, DeWitt LLP, with Matthew Hills and Angela Voris Hills. Today's sonnet level sponsor, Eastern Bohemia Brewing. So we'll all meet there after this for a drink. And then our ode level sponsors, Milwaukee Magazine, Juneau Park Friends, and Dana Alexander Coletta. Thanks, of course, to St. Kate. Everyone here has been tremendous and super kind. In particular, of course, thank you so much to Linda Marcus, by whose generosity we have this space and are able to be here together doing this. Okay. Oh, one other thing I want to let everybody know about / remind you of is that out there, of course, there's the check-in table. And right by that is a book table with books by many, many of the people who you've heard read or will hear read throughout this weekend. So check that out too, some fantastic books. If there's anybody in particular you've heard and you're like, I wonder if they have something in print, we can let you know. Yeah. Yes, yeah. That'll be out near the check-in table at the appointed times. But yeah, right. And we'll point you in the right direction when the time comes. Okay, with that, I'm glad to kick off this hour with the Wednesday Writers and turn things over to Vince Bushell, your host for the hour. So thanks, everybody.
Wow, this is really something special to be in this building, in this room, to have the opportunity to present it to those of here present today for 10 hours today, and for those who are watching online. I did watch a bunch of it from yesterday online, and it was really nice to hear and see all this. Is this the first live presentation since COVID? So that's, be healthy. My name is Vince Bushell. This hour is sponsored by the Riverwest Currents, who I happen to publish. I just put out will just be putting out the February issue on Wednesday. So I've been kind of busy. I will be introducing the writers. Woodland Pattern has been sponsoring or holding the Wednesday Writers Group for at least 15 years, which is a very long time. There's a bunch of artists that have poets that have come through, and I'm happy to be part of that group. Our first presenter today is a inspiration in her own life, and an actor, a creator of public theater, and a friend. Barbara Leigh will be our first presenter.
Well, hello, everyone. Hello. I thought I'd start with cheers to 2025. Here's to friends, here's to holly, may it grow well and we be jolly. The winds do howl and snow doth fall, may we stay warm, long underwear and all. Let's share our laughter and our stories, celebrate this season's glories, hold each other live on phone, on Facebook, Instagram, or Zoom. We'll push away our fears and gloom. We're strong together, a mighty wave to help each other and our planet. We can meet and we can plan it. Okay. Let's just celebrate. We're still alive. Say farewell to 2024 and cheers to 2025. Well, 2024 and 25 this season has brought on many moods, and this is one of them prior to the election. Oh, where has our sanity gone? Oh, where can it be? While hurricanes blow and fires burn down, is climate change reality? Science says climate change is for real and oil and gas have to go. But one side says we can't make that deal. We should let oil and gas just flow. Oh dear, what can we do? We can learn about wind and sun. We can vote in someone who can work with the facts. And we won't have to be on the run. And have some fun. Well, then came the election. Dis versus Ray. Dismayed and disheartened, I looked down a bleak road, paved with deceit, distrust, and dissembling, one-way dead end to democracy descending towards tyranny, disintegration, dissension, dissolution. Is there still any room for peaceful discussion? Surely, somehow, sometime, somewhere, bright minds still shine light into dark dis and despair. Staring down these demons with truth, creativity, we can disinfect the disillusion and rally community. Yes, let's dis the dis that takes us back into darkness and restore rays, movement towards light. Revision old paths, resuit them with insight. A restored garden of dahlias, tulips, truth shines out in rainbow hues, gold, green, and fuchsia. Down with dis. Reimagine our future. And a more pensive, reflections in the rushing river. Shimmering colors, shapes shift into friends, family. Our lives flicker through waves as we fly by, grasping tree branches to rest a while, remembering glimpses of a former life, now present. He turns sharply, pivoting like the drum major he once was, then grasps his cane lest he fall again. He lives to make photographs, capturing light in beauty as it flitters so elusive, while she sings every day doing yoga, pulling reluctant legs into the child's pose, then gracefully slips into her wheelchair, still dancing. Both remembering, she asks, "What did you say?" He speaks so softly her hearing aid isn't enough, so they joke and laugh, undercurrents carrying them together on the river. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Wow, thank you.
Thanks again, Barbara. You're an inspiration to all of us. Thanks again, Barbara. Thanks and thanks again. Our next reader will be Charles Trimberger, who is somewhat the latest edition that I know of for the Wednesday Writers. There might have been one or two people that came, but I think you're new this year, and has added a lot. When I first started with the group of several years ago, I think they were all women. I was the only guy. So we have several guys now, which makes me feel better. Let's welcome Charles.
Good morning. Barbara has all helped us to realize that humor has a place in poetry. And now that the election is over, I've been digging through my files and finding all kinds of things that were somewhat finished or maybe finished and maybe awaiting publication. We'll see. But the first one is entitled Undergraduate Studies. I entered the periodicals room to study love odes poetic, finding freedom in the written aesthetic. Inspiration abounded when a muse appeared, kneeling on her chair so inviting, elbows across the table so exciting. Jeans curved round her half-naked butt, tanned by logic in a silent little strut. She radiated heat by hypnosis, enabling her boyfriend's hormonal hypnosis. He was trapped, this boy, his face bathed in red, hormones coursing. He was readied for her bed. My balance sustained by poetry's six senses, my mind caressed by love's fleeting fences, I managed to escape to quieter clime, spring's powerful feelings memorialized in rhyme. Thank you. When that poem was being written, I made a lot of trips to the copying machine, but it was getting a little too obvious. So I had to cut that part out. Okay, Ode to the Avocado. This is a tasteful salute to a most mysterious fruit. You survived prehistoric trauma from volcanoes and floods. You were the snack of mammoths and giant sloths who would eat you and poop you, allowing your seeds to spread widely, a strategy requiring patience and dedication. 13,000 years later, rodents bury your seeds, allowing you to grow anew, awaiting humans to taste and feel your green texture. We have a love affair with you. You gave us faith in everlasting life, and we get guacamole. A host of thousands love your mashed fruit combined with onions and tomatoes. Now we love you so much that we plant you to grow large groves of avocado trees. No more pooping. You are a ghost of evolution. All hail the mysterious avocado. Thank you. And my last poem, for today anyway, is entitled The Constitution is in the Cards. We're playing rummy with the Constitution. Mrs. Jefferson has signed it, but we weren't paying attention. So she invented this game where we each take a card. Roman got to form a more perfect union, but he's already class president and his father is a doctor. Abigail drew established justice, which I really wanted, because she orders me around. I really wanted justice, but instead I got ensured domestic tranquility, which I hate because why should there be tranquility when there is no justice? So I poke at Abigail with my new pencils, but Mrs. Jefferson says I have it wrong, that domestic tranquility includes respect for others. I don't get it because Martha's card said, secure the blessings of liberty. Why does she get liberty at the biggest house in town, and I only get domestic tranquility and no justice? It's so unfair. I don't want to study the Constitution anymore. Thank you. And as I was waking up this morning, I was finding a new poem that has yet to appear in my journal, but will be developed in the near future, and it's going to be entitled, "There's a Rat in My House." Thank you very much.
Well, if you have a rat, you might need a cat. And our next reader has a cat, and we both share a love and excitement about cats. I don't know if she's going to read anything about cats, but please welcome Jean Sobon, who is also a fine artist.
Thank you all for coming. I have 3 short poems that I wrote in the last few years. But before I read, I want to do a shout out to my grandson, Christian Zenz, who's going to be reading at noon, between noon and 12:30 with Lyrical Sanctuary. And I do not have anything humorous, unfortunately. So I've dated all of these poems because to me, when this happened or when I wrote this was very important at the time. So the first one is March 9, 2022, A Time of Shadows. It was the time of leaning shadows. The drama between light and dark pulled me in. Standing there, I saw time moving with the light, moving dark shapes closer, ever closer. Looking east out my window toward the street, I saw a tree's dark diagonal shadow cross the road, bisecting the opposite hill. A deep violet cutting across yellowed grass, a pattern of light, then dark, then light, still moving as I watched. Then from my right crept the softer, shadowy shape of my house, leading in on that same diagonal path up the hill, drawing closer until these 2 darks drew together like drapes covering the light. My neighborhood was now shadowed in night. Is this how life transitions into death, quietly sliding down a bright hill into the shadow of home? Could it be as quiet and lovely as this, moving from the light, moving with time into shadow's peace? Thank you. April 2022, a yard full of souls. After nearly 50 years in this place, after children, grandchildren, and now great-grandchildren, we too still remain old souls in creaking bodies and weathered minds. And under broken flagstones circling house, outbuilding, woodpile, and gardens, what remains of once much-loved companions, all once named, once softly held and stroked, we still remember. A backyard full of little souls, little joys in our own brief existence in this small place, this our small shared bit of earth. August 2024, after I wake. Before I dream, from behind my shuttered eyes, awareness wakens with the ticking of the relentless timekeeper, the measurer of breath and days, and to the rhythms within my boundaries of bone and skin. My dreams reel off tangled scenes and images, hinting at meanings, connections from that place outside consciousness, from within another place of knowing, held within bone in the impulses between neurons and synapses. Where am I then? Am I in or outside of time? Am I observed or the observer? Why do these questions even matter? Why do I feel I need to know? When I wake, it is to more questions. What is real? Is all illusion? When I touched you and you held me, was that an illusion or a dream, or is this a memory I can't let go? Thank you.
Thanks, Jean. I have a number of furry beasts in my backyard as well. The next gentleman coming up here is a very fine man, a nice guy. I've learned a lot about him, and he comes with great admiration and good skill. Pepe Oulahan, come.
Hi. First of all, yeah, that would be good. Yeah, first of all, is that good? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? I first of all want to say a huge, tremendous thanks to Woodland Pattern for organizing this and just amazing event. And you know, I mean, under any circumstances, it would mean a lot, and I would be very appreciative. But in today's atmosphere and what's going on, these kind of gatherings and these kinds of sharing of words, we need to pay a lot of attention to them, make sure they continue. My first poem is called Better Ways. I'm sorry. My first poem is called Better Wings. Today, hate travels as quick as light on airwaves charged with viral lies to darker spaces where people die. Faces blurred on breaking news take our breath, and still we choose, or perhaps pretend to not be part. Yet as in death, we know we are, each and all, as we fall, called to task once again, to try to move the frozen gear, leave a mark, a stain of sweat, so children know of our intent, to chart a course, a giving path, a chance to shed what holds us down and learn to fly on better wings. Floating ideas. Lovers align above highest branches, where sky insists on stirring up hope. Artists and dreamers forage clouds, hunting morsels that speak without talking. Peering upward, spaces don't end. Truth has no need to falter or bend. Not seeking God or an almighty anything. I am just looking away from the madness. If you were a painting, it would not be one from the big glossy book that found me drifting in a side street gallery, where I stopped for a moment and never moved on, that pulled me away from my own private corner to show me a woman in watercolor shadows with a smile that promised to never stop giving, whose welcoming warmth broke away from canvas, surrounded my pattern, and leveled my shield. And of course it would be painted by a flailing artist in a turpentine basement with dusty gray walls, draped in dozens of unfinished works. Catching leaves. Late October afternoon, stir of early winter winds calling for scarves and woolen hats. My 7-year-old granddaughter asks, "Do you want to play catching leaves?" At Grandpa Trot, I follow, to a small copse of tall gray oaks, keeping vigil aside cream brick school. Open hands, back and forth, running, reaching at falling gifts. Yellow, brown, green, gold. Look, Grandpa, a red one too. Gleeful squeals and laughter chase each elusive airborne prize until they land on hardening ground, still untouched by human hands. Then off she springs, a new leaf sighted. Hope-filled hunt begins again. Standing next to these noble trees, I ponder just how pleased I am to meet my granddaughter's newfound friends and learn to play such a perfect game. I am scared and always will be. I am scared and always will be, yet thrilled by the sound of a moving train. These are the ways of the turning sea. Day breaks for many with war-torn pleas, discarded lives on uneven plain. I am scared and always will be. Child and mother play in glee, stalwart reminder for those that remain. These are the ways of the turning sea. This side or that, can you trust what you see? Hate spawns hatred and gives it a name. I am scared and always will be. Friendship found beside fallen tree, no one diminished, no one to blame. These are the ways of the turning sea. Greed and violence break heart and knee. Infants in sunrise nourish the vein. Though I am scared and always will be, I know not all are the ways of the turning sea. And then I'll leave you with this one. Time untethered. If this is to be our time untethered, when storm and songbird are left to collide, then leave me also with a will untethered to stand with the songbird side by side. Thank you.
Because of my association with this group, the Wednesday Writers and Woodland Pattern, I got to know Darlene Westenberg Rzezotarski. Hopefully I said her last name correctly. Often more approached or approachable as Lolly. Lolly has become a good friend of mine, and we've worked together on a number of projects. I would like to welcome her up today to give us some wisdom. She works in words and she works in clay.
Thank you to my Wednesday Writers colleagues. Thanks to Woodland Pattern for putting up with us and making it possible to either Zoom or be in person. And I'm so happy to be in person again after damn COVID. I've, for the past probably 8 months now, I've been working on a series of poems that are a spin-off of a sculpture I made of Hansel and Gretel and the Witch. And it's going to be a chapbook one day called Gretel Wanderer. And my deadline for finishing this is going to be September, when I'm going to be the featured reader over at Tabi Po. I wrote a poem. It was hard to decide which one to read. I wrote a poem 2 nights ago, and some of my colleagues haven't heard it yet, except a couple of them. I sent it to them. And I want to share it today. It's called Gretel Visits the Cave of Bones. Gretel takes her lucky pfennig from her dirndl and clutches her meager offering in her palm for comfort. It is the anniversary of the breakdown of the bastion. She will visit the Cave of Bones to honor the dead. The Orange Emperor was wrapped in rags and sent downstream on a raft. The Green Emperor is not much better, but archery meets and axe throws are restored. So the villagers are grateful. Gretel thinks wistfully of the yellow bench, and she wishes she were back at the village under the walnut tree. After long struggle, starvation, and sickness, the village is returning to life. The Orange Emperor battled for their bodies in ruthless combat, but the Green Emperor enthralled their minds. Youth succumbed to the thrum of the war drum in the hills. Now only a few have returned, and most are battle-scarred. Gretel lost her brother to a witch long ago. Now she has lost her lover. She has never lived without grief. She remembers them as she walks along the glowing river. At the old oak tree, she pauses to take the uphill path. Soon she will be at the taunting mouth of the cave. She stops to watch some scurrying ants. She sees a rabbit frozen, believing itself to be invisible. "Hey, rabbit," she calls, and watches it scamper. She walks on, although she would rather not. She arrives. She's too late for the ceremony. People will wonder and murmur. There are tallow candles still glowing among bones, thigh bones, shards, finger bones, in the back, skulls. A candle has been stuck in an empty eye socket. Did somebody think this was a joke? She asks herself. She breaks into plaintive requiem. The sparrows join in. Here, life and death mingle, flame and fortune, vainglory and virtue, timeless white bones resting together, which once separately claimed their territories. To what purpose war? What souls banished, vanquished, vanished? Orange and green make white bones. What has become of your laughing, lusty lives? Rise up, bones, dance again, laugh again. Bones do not hear, and they have nothing more to say. Dead is dead. Gretel sits in silence. The sun is going to set soon, and she wants to get back before the dog star decides to chase her. She hesitates, then decides to keep her lucky pfennig after all. The dead heroes do not need it. After all, after all, after all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Lolly. She just shared a sculpture of Georgia Stebbins in the lighthouse with me, which will be in the February issue of the Riverwest Currents, and a story about that. It's always myth and mystery and research and literature. Virginia Small is a writer that's fairly well known. She writes for the Shepherd Express. I've heard her talk about things that are dear to my heart, which is the environment, green spaces, parks. Let's see what she has to share today. Welcome, Virginia.
Thank you. Thanks. Thanks to everyone. Oh, thanks to Michael Wendt, first of all, and everyone at Woodland Pattern, to my fellow writers in the Wednesday Writers Groups, past and present, and to Vince for hosting and sponsoring this hour, and to all of the sponsors of this event, including the sponsors of individual poets. I appreciate those who have supported all of us. And thanks to everyone here and in person and online for showing up this morning. So I will read a prose poem originally inspired last spring by an invitation to participate in something called Soapbox Moments, hosted by James Gotzel. And I tweaked it for this moment. It's called Showing Up, Work in Progress. Defeatism lurks on the sidelines, goads passersby, numbs like a narcotic, tries to hijack impulses to make things better, threatens common ground by claiming we have no resources to create and preserve spaces for everyone, to serve all equally. We have no money, no obligation, just not feasible. Familiar refrains, cynical chants masquerading as reason. I hear those chants and they do not ring true. Defeatism will not serve 7 generations. It will not shield us from climate crisis ravages or repair patterns of exclusionary tactics, of 2-tier systems, of separate and certainly not equal. It will not foster community. Just beneath the din, I hear the quiet call of stewardship. We can each help to ensure that our common grounds remain intact for all human and more than human beings, not privatized to cater only to some, not merely neglected. We must nurture spaces like this where everyone belongs. Stewardship calls us to care about something beyond our closest circles and to take care of whatever we care about. Stewards sustain places, a lake, a river, a woodland, a block, a beach, a park, a safe place, a civic center, a city, this planet. Stewards care for animals and habitats, for history, for culture, for cherished ideas and ideals. Stewards plant and tend trees, sow seeds, fix sandwiches, write letters, tell stories, create works of art, build beloved community. Stewards thrive through tag team efforts. Many stewards don't even know others on their team. Stewards know that they are only one person, but that whatever one person does indeed matters. One person cannot do it all, but we can each do something, and something is always better than nothing. Even when brokenhearted, even on gray days, I can show up and bear witness. Showing up is a defiant act of hope. Hope is a rugged verb that transforms through sometimes random acts. Hope gets us to leave our beds. Joy, its rambunctious buddy, creates ballast, generates energy to respond to urgency, to harm. Joy hears its own music and makes us want to dance to whatever rhythm we feel in our bones in ever-changing moments, even when there's no music, even when movement feels constrained, even when joy feels tentative. Hope defies defeatism, stands its ground, plants its flag, even in depleted soil. Hope watches the sun peek from behind clouds, worships the sun, even on dreary days. Joy strolls the beach in all weather, picks up trash as a dance, greets neighbors and strangers, finds common cause. Hope shows up however it can, in finery or sweatpants. Joy rises up, takes us by surprise. Movement begets movements, even in small, struggling steps. I came to this morning's gathering fueled by hope, driven by joy. The music we're making in this room makes me want to dance. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Virginia. She talks of community, inclusion, green space, coming together and talking about this stuff. That's what we're here for. That's what Woodland Pattern is, and it inspires young writers too to come forward and learn this skill, this trade, if you will. Our next reader has 200 acres of, I think it's oak savanna, is that correct? That he takes care of, and he just told me he was planting a bunch of understory plants, spreading seed. It's wonderful to have caretakers of the world. Tom Ziolkowski, did I say it right? Is our next reader, and he has some unusual way that he writes his words, which is fun to see and hear. Tom.
Thank you, Vince. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to first start out by really saying thank you to Woodland Pattern and the Wednesday Writers Group for welcoming me. This is my third time back to Milwaukee. And I first started my career, for some of you will remember, the First Wisconsin building downtown, which is now the U.S. Bank building. And I started my life as an accountant. So numbers, spreadsheets were my life. Reading, creativity, writing paragraphs and verse were not. So after retiring, I decided I would try something creative and I would try writing. I've got 3 poems for you here this morning. The first one is about my relationship with poetry from the time I was in 9th grade English class up until today, standing here in front of an audience like this for the first time. First poem is called, Is Poetry Dead? Poetry is dead. Poetry is dead. Poetry is dead. Is it time to bring out our dead? To show everyone what once lived, to remember what once was good? Is poetry's death like religion's death, our currency's death, or our faith in anything death? I would say no, that's a lie. Poetry is not dead. Poetry is something we can use to explore ourselves. Poetry expresses our lives, feelings, experiences, and pain, whether real or imagined. Poetry need not be cryptic, strange, or impossible to understand or interpret. It can be short, sweet, quickly written on scraps of anything, or just typed. Describe your feelings. Use verse to imagine what you want from the rest of your life. Write yourself a poem. Leave it alone. Visit it again tomorrow to see how it feels. Then hide it in a drawer or any other place to give it peace and time to ferment. Discover it again someday and be thankful for how it helped you cope. Poetry is not dead. It has come back to help you become better at life. It is your intimate emotions, your private work, and your legacy. It's your life experiences wrapped up kindly to be shared. You must try those things that frighten you, summon some courage, then go write a poem and tell others that poetry is not dead. This next poem was inspired to me by the time that I spend out in my forest. Some of you might know Aldo Leopold. One of his quotes was, I love all the trees, but I'm in love with the white pine. So this is To a White Pine. Your soft, smooth, silky needles shade my stay and sing to me in the wind. You are what built America as your vast green canopy was chopped to chords. It's hard to imagine how many swings from a pitch pine axe were required to fell you, or the sharp, sweet smell of your turpentine sap turning my fingers a sticky black. Building America depended on your billions of 12 by 12 by 1 inch board feet, sailing vessels caught and bent to the wind by your 150-inch round, 130-foot height. Your value gave America its freedom and its first flag, the red pine tree flag. Your flag led the settlers' revolt against its mother at the Bunker Hill Freedom Fight. Your supply was inexhaustible, spreading wide from our first colonies westward. Your billions of standing board feet fell to the metal axe, sharp saw, lumberjack, and ox. Paul and his babe of a giant blue were the two heroes of the day, or were they? Paul would stand proudly driving sleighs piled high with your scarred, dead pole corpses. Your vast living range stood for thousands of years, but was gone in less than a lucky man's long life. Today I'm sitting under you, alone, listening to the wind tell your story as a pileated hammers on. This one is about the place I really love to be. Vince described it a bit, but this is where I enjoy a lot of time. So the title of this is Ode to an Oak Prairie. I think of all the years gone past as I hear the sirens call. Dark sounds I hear late at night come from gray, dark city sprawl. Now congested, lonely lanes I drive, I'm dreaming of the day that I'll walk in awe next time I'm there, and tomorrow is what I prayed. So I'll leave my work and go there to be in an oak prairie and spend much time alone there to cure anxiety. A house of cedar and stone appears, crafted by skill of old. A winding long driveway to walk and think is a mile to the road. I dwell, sleep, and eat there, away from judging eyes. I walk in awe each time there and never hope to leave. The morning path I wander to peaceful oaks and hazel, purple, yellow, red, and white, consumed by buzzing bees. Rare roots run deeper than ever tall and sip the hot, dry sand. Lucky twigs of trees were added to shade the land. Turkey, deer, and grouse do thrive and search in summer's breeze. Then new forest openings appear to excite the remnant seeds. Ladders of blazing stars shine tall towards misty morning's east. Lupin and Susan sway to the wind, while woodies rest and feast. Wise and weary whitetails gather before the western sun. From the hidden blind, I watch and wonder, never picking up my gun. Thank you.
I'm a plant guy. I'm a tree guy. 5 long, soft needles in a bundle is a white pine. They built our country, actually, when they cut them down. Too bad they cut the big ones down. They should have saved those. Karen Haley is up, and when I first started, I think you were there too, and with the Wednesday writers. So I haven't seen you in a while, person to person. Nice to see you, Karen. Come on up and share your words.
Thank you. I'd like to add my thanks to Woodland Patterns. It's always great, the turn of the year. Knowing I have the pattern to Woodland Patterns and the marathon challenges me to come up with some new stuff, gets me writing after the holidays. So, thank you. I have a son who lives just a little south of Los Angeles, so you can probably imagine what my first poem is going to be about. Wildfire. January 2025, Los Angeles, California. Flames eat at the darkness of night as winds do the work of dragons. Breathe voracious moving mountains of fire. Throw sparks to skitter like glowing confetti strewn down black, empty streets. Here, eerie outlines paint weary yellow jackets, the heavy-geared firefighters. They point seemingly futile, screaming streams of water at burning hulks that used to be houses and cars and schools and trees and everything necessary to live a nice, normal life. I can see all this, but I can't feel the heat. It comes only as close as my television screen. It happens to other families, not mine. Still, it remains largely unimaginable, and at the same time, deeply unsettling. I fight the urge to cry at the helplessness, at the enormity, and still I shudder at the knowledge. Soon enough, there will be a new disaster to horrify us. Tomorrow's breaking news. I fight the urge to cry. And then we get to go a different direction. Diaphanous moon. Oh, that moon, a riding high circle of cool light, cut like a stencil in the black and blue bruise of midwinter night. I'm drawn to the window to stand enveloped in the shimmer, mind adrift in the shower of beams, its evanescence worn like a fragile new skin. It's all mine for these fleeting moments, till the ink of darkness snatches it back, and the quiet of normal claims me for what is left of sleep, and then starshine is starting to fade out of sight. Such eloquence demands that I hear. And I'll end with a short one. So early. The companionable crows speak their mind to me at the opening of the day, upright black totems in the nearest tall ash this cold morning. They seek to lure me from my warm blankets and quiet thoughts to more present needs. Already their keen focus on food, on flight, on each other, informs me, arms me, urges me from my bed. It pushes at the feeling of alive, planted deep, pulls at a small seed of gratitude. Thank you.
So I'm Vince. My last name is Bushell, and now it's my turn to tickle your ears. I have a friend that I met about a year or so ago whose name is Cooper. She's 28, I believe. I'm almost 50 years older than her. She adopted me as a grandpa. We talked about that at Wednesday Writers. And 23 years ago, I started to write as an alter ego that was based on some idea I had. I didn't think I was a writer, but I thought, well, I'll just have some fun, and I'll write about Eudaimon, E-U-D-E-M-A-E-O-N. That's a Greek word. EU means happy, and a happy demon. So I wrote about being a happy demon. So in this poem, Eudaimon talks to Cooper. Idle, I-D-Y-L-L, a chance to meet, to dine in a special place. Boston ivy covers the wall, sparrows observe, hotel garden tables, comfortable air, a bit damp. Drop or two of rain reminds our skin that it too is alive. In Cooper, it's Cooper and Udaman. Does Cooper make barrels? No, but she could. She could do anything, but she wants to do something, and Udaman wants to figure that out as well. What the hell is he doing? Good conversation for an idyllic morning breakfast in an idyllic space. Coffee, cakes, poached eggs. How civilized. Hallway busy with holiday visitors, suitcases, like a movie scene. It's the plaza. So my head is clouded with a cold. I, Udaman, embrace this opportunity to talk with someone I respect, someone much younger than I. And then we walk to the hallway, maybe find a seat. All fills, so out the door and around the corner. Chairs by the table, stained by the observing winged residents, we sit. Pigeons cooing, boy a bit puffy, circling his mate, proud I'd say. I tell a story. I can hardly help myself from doing this. Naked, naked, that word that opens up the soul. The story may help me escape from this body as a vapor, a kind breeze, offering comfort to those who breathe, as humans do, as birds do. Cooper seems delighted by the company of nodding, cooing, watching birds, fancy iridescent necks, seemingly interested in my tale. She snaps a photo of the birds as I figuratively get naked. She smiles when I finish, amazed at my mastery of the bird audience. You had to be there to understand. But it is a bit of life I will remember. Nowhere, man. Talking to the sparrows, they don't listen. Talking to the cats, they don't care. Talking to the dogs, they cock an ear, a confused ear. Talking to the ladies, they don't believe. Talking to the men, they don't understand. He is fading, his eyes are failing, his ears are ringing, his body is aching. Is there a place for him in this world? Hold on to this. The blue on blue horizon, the breeze from the east, at the Great Lake, and that evening he understands as the full moon shines on, do I see a smile? Somewhere, someone, at a time unexpected, sees him and touches his hand and smiles. First a woman, then a man, then a bird sings in his ear. His cat purrs in his lap, sharing warmth. A dog wags and licks his face. A swallowtail butterfly tastes the nectar of an anise hyssop in his yard, and with the flutter of its wings, he finds peace, and nowhere, everywhere. Something silly in 3 lines. Poster is a thing you post on a post. Okay. A toaster is something you toast to your toast. But a lobster is not something you lob. And I think if all the writers will go over there, we'll take a picture, and there'll be some videos shown of people in this hour that are not. No, they want us to take the picture first.
Yes, thank you all so much. Thanks everybody who was here with us in person for the Wednesday Writers, and thank you so much, Vince, both for hosting and then also for the Riverwest Currents sponsoring that hour. I do want to mention just what What's happening now is we're going to hear from two Wednesday Writers group members who couldn't be here with us in person. They are Judit Schugurensky and Gary Beaumier. So you'll see pre-recorded videos of their readings, and that'll lead right into about a half-an-hour segment of Poets with City Point Press, which was organized by David Wilk and is sponsored by City Point Press. Those will be Maureen Owen, Steve Benson, Barbara Henning, Ethelbert Miller, and David Wilk. And then we'll be back here with some in-person readers. Yes, oh, right. So, yes, and then that will segue into a segment featuring some Racine and Kenosha poets, including laureates from thereabouts and other wonderful poets. And the City Point Press pre-recorded readings will lead into a couple of video readings from folks from Racine and Kenosha, which will then lead into a live segment with people who are here with us. And that's what we're going to do. All right. Yay. All right. Thanks.
Hello, everybody. I wondered whether to participate this year. I didn't know what to read. So much has been happening here and in the world. I had written some about our 21st century World War with its very own ethnic cleansing, the genocide of the Palestinian people, which, being Jewish myself, condemned me in the eyes of some of my own family and got me shunned, blocked from the social media. What to read this time? It seems to me that calling for ceasefire, pleading to peace, is meaningless these days. What should I read? Then I remembered Eduardo Galeano's books. Last year, I read a paragraph from his Children of the Days. Browsing on it again, there was so much to read, I felt like just saying to you all, read it. Just read it all. But we're here to listen to some poetry, so I chose the following for you. I do not know whether they are poems or not. They are to me, and I still hope you get the book. September 2nd, the inventor of preventive wars. In 1930, Hitler invaded Poland because Poland was going to invade Germany. While 1.5 million German soldiers poured out onto the Polish map and a rain of bombs fell from airplanes, Hitler expounded his doctrine of preventive wars. Prevention is better than cure. I kill before I am killed. Hitler set a standard. Since then, all digestive wars, countries that eat countries, claim to be preventive wars. July 23rd, twins. In 1994, in the tourist paradise of Bretton Woods, it was confirmed that the twin brothers that humanity needed were in gestation. One was to be called the International Monetary Fund and the other the World Bank. Like Romulus and Remus, the twins were nursed by the she-wolf, and in the city of Washington, close to the White House, they found residence. Since then, the two governed the governments of the world. In countries where they were never voted for by anyone, the twins imposed the duty of obedience as the fatality of destiny. They watch, they threaten, punish, take exams. Have you behaved well? Have you done your homework? April 25th, please don't save me. In these days of 1951, Mohammad Mossadegh was elected Prime Minister of Iran by an overwhelming majority of votes. Mossadegh had promised to return to Iran the oil that had been given to the British Empire, and he set to work. But the nationalization of oil could generate chaos conducive to communist penetration. Then President Eisenhower gave the order to attack, and the United States saved Iran. In 1953, a coup d'etat sent Mossadegh to jail, sent many of his followers to the cemetery, and gave American companies 40% of the oil that Mossadegh had nationalized. The following year, far from Iran, President Eisenhower gave another order to attack, and the United States saved Guatemala. A coup d'etat overthrew the democratically elected government of Jacobo Arbenz because it had expropriated the uncultivated lands of the United Fruit Company and was creating chaos conducive to communist penetration. Guatemala continues to pay that favor. October 13, the winged robots. Good news, today in 2011, the world's military leaders have reported that drones will be able to continue killing people. These unmanned planes, manned by no one, directed by remote control, are in good health. The virus that attacked them was nothing more than a passing nuisance. So far, drones have rained down bombs on helpless victims in Afghanistan, Iraq, Pakistan, Libya, Yemen, and Palestine, and other countries await their services. In the age of cyber wars, drones are the perfect warriors. They kill without remorse, obey without question, and never betray their bosses. And the last one, a bit more uplifting. June 7, the Poet King. Netzahualcoyotl died 20 years before Columbus set foot on the shores of America. He was king of Texcoco in the vast valley of Mexico. There he left his voice. It breaks, even if it is gold. It cracks, even if it is jade. It tears, even if it's a quetzal plumage. No one will live here forever. Princes also came to die. We will all have to go to the region of mystery. Have we come to earth in vain? Let us at least live our songs. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gary Beaumier. I'm going to read you a couple of poems. First one is called Portrait of My Soul as a Mushroom. If I were a landscape painter, I might paint the lateness of the day as it quiets into a vast stillness beneath a shelter of clouds, and myself a tiny figure off to one side. Or I might do a self-portrait as a scarecrow, minding a field of sunflowers that grackles raid, as they call my bluff. Maybe a surrealistic rendering as a papery old man with a ghostly pallor, stranded on a park bench. My possessions that once defined me scattered in the background, cars and houses in some distorted warp of their former shape, and noticed only by children who are hurried along by their parents, while unruly impostors, bloated with self-importance, rage against the skyscape. But if I painted my soul, maybe it would be a mushroom, in communion with a great collective of others, through networks of delicate underground strands, going about our work of breaking down and raising up all that was thought to be important. My next poem is called Spirit Animal. For $1, I will sing your favorite song. Do you mind if my voice careens off the note a bit? And if it quavers? For $5, we will sit in your car in the rain, the motor running and the wipers sweeping, overlooking the city. And you can tell me your stories, and I will refund all your money if you come back tomorrow and listen to me. Then I will tell you, if I were a fisherman, I would fish without a hook, just to feel mesmerized by the waves. And you will say, if you were a hunter, you wouldn't put bullets in your gun and only listen to the way a forest prays. If we were soldiers, we would shout jokes at the enemy just to hear them laugh. You will tell me some part of you is a hummingbird seeking a little nectar in a half-gale, and I will say, I'm a stray dog dodging city traffic and living off of scraps. And then the rain will stop and we will lean against the hood to share a pull of cheap gin from my flask while I blow cigarette smoke up toward the fleeing clouds. And you will say, at least now we know who we are. So I looked for you day after that, but you never did return. My last poem is called The Complete History of Our First Kiss. The old trees bend protectively around us as we rest on the park bench in our winter wear, your faltering mind following the course of the river that is close and sure and deep. Even now I can still find your younger face and remember the pillowy softness of your lips when ours first met, when we became love desperados. For now we will make our way to the bookstore by the famous church, and I will buy for you a neglected volume of stories that will carry you into the long nights. And when we find a place to take coffee, you will caress the weave of the cover as I serve your cup with an unsteady hand. And I see there is a little less of you this day. Should we weight our overcoat pockets with rocks and wade into the waters? It would seem like the most natural thing. We will clutch each other and let the current spin and dance us as our hats float free. And if they find us washed up on some farther bank, will our lips be blue like something that burned pure? And is death just a river that will take us somewhere else? For tonight, though, I will read to you to quell your agitations, words you may still find familiar, and in not too long a time when I kiss you again, will you think it is our first? Thank you.
Maureen Owen here, delighted to be reading for Woodland Pattern, my favorite bookstore. This first title is Riddle. Blue-green shutters are part of the energy that follows the surge flung up across the branches above the speeding stripe. Let's say we have no money. We are not poor, but still we have no money. The poor are without recourse, abandoned. No one looks to them for anything. We, on the other hand, have dinners, banquets in our honor, sudden windfalls of recognition. We, on the other hand, have words that yank us up by the hair, that fill our eyes with tears, that send us reeling. We are so happy we dance a jig, but still we have no money. We have books. We put a book in our pocket and walk in a cloud of pure light. We, on the other hand, are really not the poor, but still we have no money. We wake in a cold sweat to the sounds of our children making toast. We know fate is waiting to nab us. Or, on the other hand, we are not really the poor. We see the pure rectangle of the sea, frozen in shuddering lace, going flat where the rocks give up their shoulders, blue-green cabinets that open and close. And let's see, I'm going to read over here. For Blaise Cendrars. Around here, the tide consists entirely of water. The beaming sheen of the sea is iris and black by turns, puckered with thousands and thousands of goosebumps. On fiercely medieval nights, whole orchestras camp on the beach and pound wildly on their instruments. Rugged hemlock and various hardwoods flare metaphorically from the rocks. The winter sun seems not to set, but slowly it grows darker, grainy. The sand appears to rise and mix with the air. Islands stutter over the calm blue surface. Who can be poor and tired, squinting, squatting on the long, low shore, staring into the homes of the sturdy and well-educated? Give us the direction to the water, ease with the boats. The soft pinks flutter over the ice. The snow swept back along the edges quivers like deep pastel frosting, as though the top of the sea, quiet as smoothed saran wrap, contemplated an entire birthday cake escorted by clouds. And one more short one from this set here. There's no title for this poem. I had eaten too much sugar. I had eaten too much salt. I had said the wrong thing, and I had done the wrong thing, and I was shouting at the sea, folded and infolded, like a blue grain cut for harvest, because I wanted to walk out onto it, between the rows, and keep walking until I arrived in Morocco. This has a kind of a long title. I sword-swallowed a swordfish, sword first, said Jacob. Or black-rinted circles. Looking for patterns to confirm the familiar, I was washing lettuce when you rang. Eggshells billowous as calla lilies, a line of drying diapers, jello blue sky. Arm unfurling, she threw her glasses on the freeway, shuffled her fingers, lit up in an ice-clear coat. On top of that, just somebody going to something, not judged by age nor gait or that middle initial. Held together by duct tape, hair in a muddle, I was washing lettuce when you called. In the age of lies, cotton blend often passed for cotton. Sweat is in our fingerprint. All I really wanted was your green lights to run, a bluer in Brooklyn, a diaphanous clatter, as when the mighty hippopotamus flood horse at sunset swam in the sea. And this last piece, the last best day on the internet. Congress began to argue vehemently, grim, dear Flores. On fire, resembling a ship, the silverware drawer made a vulnerable impression. Or, despite our hopeless patience, nothing changed. Cold, tiny thoughts fictionalized the interior, at least floating forward.
Thank you, Woodland Pattern. Thank you, City Point Press. Thank you, poetry enthusiasts and tolerators, for showing up and making this possible. 04192019. Strange to wake up hot and hotter than I'd planned in the morning. Coincidence with the perpetual piling up on itself of incrementally accelerating global warming. The unpredictable meets the predictions head on, their gears engage. Emergence turns on one dime into an emergency scale demonstrates its true nature in that everything is related. I don't know what to think becomes I'm hungry, lost, terrified, because so are you. So is everyone around us. White male privilege demands supremacy as it collapses into hopelessness. We've seen this movie before. We still have the promotional tattoos. To embody kindness is going to make a difference, but no one knows what is going to happen. 420-2019. Everything is a metaphor. It doesn't appear to be recharging. No symbol for that appears beside the symbol for the old battery because it's already fully charged. You could feel, look, be very attractive if you were not so captivated in your position as a lech, a dissolute, so encapsulated in your selfish needs and projective impressions of reality. Fuck it. I don't need anybody. Is the meditation hall open yet? There are all these books and magazines, and there's the conditions of being a curious, passive, investigative, agile young man who is not a woman, who yet wonders at the proper properties of one. Who am I got lost in the wash of social fabrics. It's almost time to turn on the news. Morning has risen. What would John Denver think if Alvin's father yelled at him out of nowhere to stop that awful noise? 421-2019. Sometimes these days the air feels thick with catastrophes and their wreckage. Consequences swirl and explode out in time and space. Rain, fog, mist, moist precipitation, somewhere snow, but mostly melting, evaporating. Nevertheless, the moments may have clear outlines and appear well enough lit as one does forget a moment what else is happening, has happened, is about to, and stops one's wondering how long I may survive. I accept your invitation. Why not? You are my friend. Am I overextending myself, forgetting my responsibilities? When am I not? They crowd around like clamorous homeless whenever I walk the imaginary shopping district on which ego speculates in profligacies of wishful incitement and frustration. Change the subject. A cup of coffee would go down well right about now. 4222019. Half dressed. That feels better right now than naked did, or fully dressed would. For a moment, dream two young men face up, side by side, nude, lying in the single bed, uncovered between the window and me. Whose home is it? The ownership changes as I go through the rooms, promising to help someone while looking for my copy of The Nation. Why does Trump Why does not Trump appear, or climate change, or Palestinians, autocratic state tendencies, and racial tensions are not appearing in my dreams? Is this unusual? Not the most reliable bellwether to what's going wrong and needs direction, though I did remark a need to clean house somewhat, or as urgent. Not everything requires a name in a dream. I woke more because I'd left the heat on downstairs, I think. They weren't getting sexual or excited, but just lying there, talking, glad to be together again. One of them had just come over. The other one lived there. I guess both of them are me.
Thanks, David Wilk from City Point Press and the folks at Woodland Pattern for inviting me to read. You know, this month everybody seems stunned by the recent election. We're much quieter than in 2016. Perhaps that's more dangerous. Remembering back to 2016, I'll read 4 poems from my book, Digigram, published in 2020 by Louis Warsh's Press, United Artists Books. Judge Judy. In the morning, it's raining. A yellow locust leaves. On the cement, people silent, stooped over, difficult to explain the outcome to the children. In yoga class, we are crying, can't fathom how anyone could listen and still vote for the bully and his macho pigs. Widespread reports of fires, broken windows. 10% of college grads believe Judge Judy is a Supreme Court justice, and they hate Hillary. Europeans have women leaders and social welfare. We have a commander-in-chief and a military-industrial complex. As First Lady, they once spit on her, thousands of dead pigs floating down a river in China. They called her a dirty socialist. One thing is, they need universal health care. They need universal mental care. In Union Square, thousands and thousands of pastel post-it notes growing a wall of mourning. 9 November 2016. Flip it. Gusts of wind and pigeon feathers blowing east and north, biking west and south to the drugstore on 2nd Ave, run into Eleanor, a Facebook group, downtown women fighting the bully. Flip it in 2018. Coughing on 1st Ave, pull over, adjust to less oxygen, adjust to unprecedented assault on what is and is not. Passing through the park, nearly every president has a learning curve, but this one is exceptional. Yes, sir, Mexico is our next-door neighbor. Follow the curves around the benches, the large oak and elm trees, like skeletons passing through, like coming home, just glide in, around, and out the side gate. Overhead, a squirrel's nest with an outer skeleton of twigs. See someone I used to know. Wave, zoom by on 7th Street, in front of my building, take off helmet, glasses, and lock up bike. Open the door for a neighbor carrying a big bag. I like your haircut, she says. Philip Glass is happy when someone says, it doesn't sound like you. 27 Jan 2017. Pow. Check into a motel in Ohio. Broken door, no fridge. Convey your trust and sometimes optimal options. The Taliban overran 4 security checkpoints. Families on house lockdown, lockout. At dinner, my cousin says she voted for a third party. When we were girls, she could recite every swear word in 15 seconds. You helped empower the bully, unintended albeit. Now he's laying his hate hands on our glowing orb. Just politics, nothing more to say. Look at family photos, my father's car, and a sign, vote for Nixon, vote for Vietnam. Muhammad Ali said, no, 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 I won't go, pow. Driving I don't know where, pitch dark, in a dark parking lot, GPS, map me forward miles across the Atlantic. 60 ambulances speed toward carnage. In Manchester, hate begets hate. So we strip, turn on the shower. Mr. Ali, the little boy asks, can I have your autograph? 24 May 2017. And the last one. Ever shifting. On the F train, a woman scrolls, swipes, and eats bits of pastry out of a brown bag, her round face surrounded by shoulder-length greasy hair. Behind me, a little boy to his friend. I'm scared of the president. That's so sad, I say out loud. I'm not afraid, the woman beside me says. I voted for him. Do you regret it now? Nope. Some Mexicans held up my friend. Now because of him, just because of him, 352 Mexicans have been removed from Staten Island, and I'm happy. Gone, swiped away. Mothers, father, children. Some get off, some get on. A young man in a t-shirt and running shorts stares into his cell. A man with a black beard, gold-colored shawl switches the screen. Hundreds of Muslim men bowing. Over his shoulder, I try to catch the name of the Imam. Over his shoulder, the ever-shifting wall between us. One after another, we take the escalator, up and out. At Broadway Lafayette, scrolling through our options. 24 July 2017. Thanks again for listening.
Harlem, 1925. We were standing on a street in Harlem when we told Langston Hughes about our love affair. He called us beautiful dreamers while laughing at our clothes. We were dressed like runaways from the South. Langston said we should go see Ellington if we wanted to know how to dress. Style is knowing how to wear the right notes. Jazz is how you enter a room. Inside the bell of the horn. I am combing Frederick Douglass's hair. Douglass is tender-headed. I associate this with mostly the free Negroes I come in contact with. At times, pulling hair is tougher than picking cotton. Douglass is preparing to be photographed again. He didn't like the photos Roy DeCarava took when they were inside a Philadelphia jazz club. Douglass was waiting for Coltrane to get up and play, but then Miles walked in and the place went dark. DeCarava kept shooting. I like his photo of Miles and Douglass. I think it was taken backstage. Davis is showing Douglass how to finger the trumpet, how to play the blues notes, trapped inside the bell of a horn. Forgive me, Lester. Last night, Lester Young decided to get the band back together. I thought he would find someone to replace me on piano, but the press was gracious and never tipped his hat. I knew I needed to practice, but drugs kept sweetly holding my hands. It was Ellington who once said music was his mistress, and I didn't understand until guys started arguing over a woman at the bar. It was as if we were playing all the wrong notes. I thought I was the lucky one to drive her home, but when I woke in the morning, I found a needle stuck in my arm. Salvation. I am looking through Robert Hayden's glasses. The world is a beautiful place, even on those cold winter Sundays when Frederick Douglass strained his eyes to read. His narrative one day becoming an American journal. The poet's eye looks inside itself and observes the wilderness of the soul. There's a light inside each of us, a fire that calls the burning near. Our glow is our salvation if we can see it and not lose our sight. Love the ghost of me, Shonda. Hold me dear. Do you remember the summer of 1831? I remember the sky showed its anger. Stars walked holding candles. What did Nat read when he could not write? What wind took him to grab the night and turn our lives around like wheels on a wagon? I learned to fear Nat more than any white man or guard. But I confess, dear Shonda, I was only man by name. I did not kill. I ran. Nat refused to spare child or woman. He was a slave no more to slavery. I was the colored preacher who spoke of sin and hell. I believe, Sean, that this freedom is now a terrible thing. I long for your breast to know my hands and stop their tremble. I know no love will stop Nat now. Crazy Horse. You always loved his name. You wished his name were yours. Imagine standing before white people with his name. White people afraid of what you might do. Imagine being Sonny Rollins with an Iroquois haircut, his horn filled with beautiful sounds, his notes high-flying like bird, who once played Cherokee so fast they couldn't name it. Reconstruction. I touch you to see if you're free or just divorce. There is no ballot in my hands, only desire. Marriage can be a plantation where some will hide the lash. Andrew Johnson was in my dream last night. That should tell you all you need to know.
Hello, Woodland Pattern. It's really good to be here. I'm David Wilk, calling in from Connecticut for this virtual segment of another poetry marathon. Thank you for having me, and I hope you have a great night tonight. This poem is called West Texas. We watch the few cars go by on a highway just beyond the horizon, feather-like light seeming to breathe the width and time of noise spent life on Mars. Incredible voyage, oh Voyager. She was a delightful voyeur, then lost in space, brave and heartless as the moon, any moon. She sang for us. We drove on into the endless night. I went across a sea, or dreamed it, a sea of dunes and hills called mesas in the vernacular of that place. How could our landscape be so foreign and the words so sullen? But now I am cloaked in sunshine. We're in a breathless race to discover the location of oceans on another planet. We may never arrive. So what are we waiting for? She said, get out of the car and do something. But I'm not seeing what lies in front of me and have created traffic jams far beyond the present time, where everything moves like fire in the deepest wilderness, my ever-present heart beating up a storm. Yes, I said. That was my music, and it is my guitar. I won't return it. Mars may never care. Or any planet. It's free will, not astrology, or so Rob B. told me as I crossed into the next county. More cars on the highway ahead. A lethal moment. The effervescent sky means nothing to me now. Before we go any further, I have imagined space as pure light. But the sky above has not disappeared. Across the road, a sign emerges. Delight depends on nothing. You've been driving forever. You look so tired, someone said out of the dark sky. Maybe then we could not see where we were going, but we went ahead anyway. Dizzy as the road rises ahead, the radio is off, yet we hear voices anyway. Don't mescalero with Mr. Bill. His dollar is as good as yours. If you're looking for answers in these hills and valleys, you might be lost forever. There are none here, and they tend to slink away in the middle of the night anyway. There is no life on Mars, regardless of the differences between us. That is the reason I never really sleep. Is this a movie or something more substantial? Music, music, music. Soft sound of radio repatriate the night. Some guitar-shaped moon is in the sky ahead and beyond. Now that is an elevation. And so we elevate, and then we finally see our destination. This is a song for Anselm Hollow. While you were not looking, someone took your place in line. You ambled out for a drink and lost track of time. Inevitably, you felt betrayed, and now the magic tales you told seem lost without you. In your dream garden, someone else tends your plants and pretends not to miss you. Your hands in motion, your untethered sense of humor. Sometimes we caught you glancing at the sun when you thought no one could see. Now we're here and wondering, where are you? Are you getting enough to eat and read? Can you still dance? Will the moon follow us? Sorry, will the moon allow us one more brief twirl around the block? The stars are watching us, but we don't care. I'm standing here waiting for another song to sing, yours or someone else who looks like you. Will you catch me before I fall? And this last one is Stars at Dawn. This is our dawn. We were talking in a manner of speaking, softly, so softly, eyes closed, muttering sleep talk. But in the aftermath of disaster, any pleasures of speech have disappeared. Words slipped off the tongue, feeling wronged by language, silenced by science, freed from the bonds of culture-agreed meanings, now held useless. We've been strung out by empty promises, those very boutonnieres afforded only by the rich, their vacant stares disconcerting in the silent night. With each breath, we rage against the silences they demand. The birth of whose nation, whose history, whose terms? We cannot accept the legacy of what began in murder and theft. We who live here now deny creation myths at our own risk. Some might call it a shell game, but those who run the game understand it is only theater, and it's only their theater that we want. Now we slowly, slowly walk across the dusty street to get a drink of water before the cops come and drag the visionaries away. Poets and miscreants, sometimes one and the same, searching for messages scrawled across the beaches, written in the skies that got us here in the first place. And so it seems will be the last we know of, the breath taken from us even as we sleep. Thus spoke the monster, whose own name cannot be spoken, for this is not a dream, and it is not we who are the dreamers. Thanks a lot. Good to see y'all.
I still love you with the young energy I had, slow bump dance breathing into your ear, while dancing myself into a trance out late together, kissing you every way for hours, pressing you outstretched flat under me on the couch, feeling heat in your arms at the door, jumping up in bed, dreaming you near. I still love you like that.
Hello, I'm a member of the Racine and Kenosha Poets. I am Carol Leigh, Safioti Hughes, and I'm going to read this time from the book of a friend who has died. And the book is The Truest Thing I Know by Marshall Smith, and this is in memory of Marshall. The first poem that I'm going to read is Canada. I remember your cold, cold waters, the raw forests of moose and elk, your late summer days. Wayne and I clean pike at the island where black bears do not go. It is late evening and still bright. Gulls flock and squawk. Ravaged by a native hunger, they circle and dive. To these scavengers, this is a banquet. We throw them entrails as we go. They tear for pieces of stomach, eyes. The white spread of their wings is fearsome and wild. We are silent. We relearn the art of walking, the scraping knife point along the backbone. The August moon pops up like a balloon. Round and white, it hovers above the green shoulder of the land. Loons begin their echoes. They twist up their necks and cry at the fading horizon. There are no women here. There are no people. only hints of an old logging trail grown over and forgotten. Far off, the tall, spindly legs of an abandoned ranger watchtower. Our camp is its own small universe, sunstruck, starstruck by night, sun-warmed by day. For this time in this place, there are no rules or ways but those we make. We celebrate our isolation, our maleness. At night, we drink red wine from flutes and listen for the steady hiss of gas lanterns. We sleep drunk beneath mosquito nets and dream of this frozen land 1 month away, Canada. That poem was dedicated to Wayne Neidert by Marshall. The second poem that I'm going to read of his is a love poem. In our 4th floor room, with its empty table and grayed twilight walls, we watched the sea change from our bed. All day we watched it blindly beat the shore, the white waves curling in on themselves, palm trees bending up and down, smelling salt in the wind. Now the night comes. The moon is big and round. Mercilessly, it holds us accountable for things we did not know we did, and things we know we did, but were afraid to say. There is darkness in light. There is light in darkness. We are afraid sometimes of both. We fear the death of something beyond us, something we cannot understand, something revealed in this moon. A love poem by Marshall Smith. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nick Ramsey. I was asked kind of last minute to fill in as the host for this chunk of time. I want to first off start by recognizing the 2 most recent videos. Those were dedications to individuals that have passed away. I want to thank Kat over here for sending in the document of former Racine Poet Laureate Elizabeth Harmitis Park. So she was the first one, the short ditty right up front. And then the second one was a reading of Marshall Smith's, who's passed away, 2 of his pieces, and that was done by Carolee Saffioti Hughes, all the way from, where was she from? Anybody? From Burlington, and I think she's like further up north now and whatnot. But so those were some dedications to individuals that we've lost over the last year. We're going to close out with one other tribute. But I want to just acknowledge a couple things here. So like I said, my name's Nick Ramsey. I'm representing the Racine and Kenosha Poets Hour. Most everybody is either the current poet laureate or a former poet laureate of Racine or Kenosha counties. I want to thank just a couple different people. So I'm instructed to thank City Point Press. Make some noise for them. Yes, City Point Press, you did it. All those previous readers, I believe there was 5 readers the first chunk. I want to thank all those readers. Let's give those some love for sure. So that's our sponsor. We're the Racine Kenosha Poets Laureate and other poets from the area. I want you to know who here is from Milwaukee. Raise your hand real high. Okay, Milwaukee, this is an invitation. Right down the street from you is Racine in Kenosha. It's not that far away. Whether everybody tells you it is, don't believe them. Come to Racine, come to Kenosha, and come support. And we come up here and support. We're all cousins here. Okay, it's not that far away. I also want to just plug Woodland Pattern. So I've been coming here for over a decade to the marathon, and you know, people like Mike went and Chuck and Ann and Carl and just a whole bunch of people that I've got to meet over the years. You know, they're always holding it down, and you take the whole pandemic, and then they pivoted and really did a great job in still providing this awesome thing that is the marathon. And now they just, if that wasn't enough, they decided we're going to do hybrid and in person at a new place. Like, they just continue to wow me. And so I want to thank Woodland Pattern. I want to thank all the people that are helping with them. And there are books over there that you can purchase. There are scanning codes and whatnot to donate towards Woodland Patterns, so keep supporting them. All right, so that's enough of my pre-reading things. Hopefully I did an okay job, Mike and everybody. I want to just real quick give the order. I'm not going to come up between people, so my poets from Racine and Kenosha, you're all here, I see you. This is going to be the order, so please put in your brain. So first up is going to be a former poet laureate from Kenosha, Joe Engel, so you're up first, followed by a former poet laureate from Racine, Deborah Hall. Then our current co-laureates of Racine, Thomas Carr and Mary Skillings, and then I'll close out the hour. So that's it. Let's make some noise for the readers.
All right, hello. I'm Joe Engel. The first poem I'm going to read to you is called No Longer Riding with the Team. My friend sips his whiskey sour and scratches his chin. He lives 2 blocks down in a fine house beneath canopied trees. He is near 50, and when he throws the ball, he says, it slips. Even when he spits, he misses his spot. Night fills his tumbler again. He's lost his swing. After dinner, he says he likes his blurry image on the kitchen window because it can't see how the fans scatter when the bat flies from his grip. But he lays in bed, hunted, he says, by averages. The next morning, I catch him by his car to wish him luck. You're only halfway there, I say. He looks up and squints and locks all his gear in the trunk. Peak. My son and I are between high fives right now, so I think of him flying in the tree swing, lit up in a freedom as I push him as hard as I can, almost blowing out my back as I heave him with everything I own. As he reaches out to touch the zip line, our neighbor strung above the other side of this unmarked property for his own kids some years ago. And I freeze when he stretches with one hand, his whole body rising centrifugally towards a blue ribbon sky, and I watch with a sudden flash of sweat as he trusts his one hand holding the rope. All right, your turn. Light catches the coins on the floor by the vending machines in the corridor. Don't look around before you take them, before you slide them down the dark throat of your pocket. Remember, when the slot machine swallows them, they were not yours. If you win, it's not money earned. It's just gold dust, deserved. Call your wallet pollinated. This might be your day, rewarded now for how you don't betray people's secrets or ever call in sick. Trust me, we see your smile as the man at the dice table wearing the Yankees hat loses a grand. That's okay. And listen, on your lazy ride home, do not gape at the sight of someone's car burning. Pass the smoke, pluming from rubber hoses without looking. Those flames want more than air and night. Do not slow to watch like everyone else. Who knows what luck is? When you arrive at your flat by the harbor and see your landlord's half-sunk dinghy, remember the $10 bill you almost chased into January waves. How you could see it, 20 yards out, riding a slab of ice, rising and falling, up and down in the water, and think, before you call about the boat, how you had to let it go. All right, this is my last poem. Sounds from the top. All I hear are sirens and the American flag flapping on top of the hospital. It whips and dances in a spotlight to upstage the black sky above us as I sit on my porch. When I was a kid, I choked up at the national anthem. That's what I hear, But now it seems love of country is a towel snapped by a bully in the locker room. That's what I hear in the wind. Tonight belongs to COVID-19, empty streets, neighbors knocked into bed early, calling more attention to warm feet, strawberry ice cream, little snips from a sifter of brandy. But mostly, for me, tonight belongs to a friend who video calls, who fell off the wagon, who wants my company. I'll open a beer, since this is hard for him to admit. I don't know what that makes me. We are both men who have reassembled again and again. In this beer, I can taste the mystery, the magic that each brown bottle once brought, of freedom. I won't blame him. I look north and south. I could use the quiet street as a bowling lane. Where is the woman who leaves notes on my car? Which way are the pins? Who behind these black windows turns in their bed, abandoned by the one who snores beside them? Stuck on that image that makes them clench their teeth. Sometimes our thoughts are like drawing a number, our actions as well. My friend has been to prison. He tells me some prisoners grow stronger in their cells, in the yard, in the weight room. There he learned to like poetry. The wind is stronger than anything, and when I hear those sirens, I think someone has broken from reality amid this pandemic, or because of it. A woman who can't recognize that she is not Joan of Arc, and cops who can't recognize her good intent. It's like that, if it happens to you, a differential in wavelengths, dissociation in bloom. After all, the moon symbolizes night, but there it is in the sky at noon. Justice, we think, will only chase the other, never us for the wrong we do. What of guilt? My friend let it crawl into his lap, shed its fur all over him, offered a hand when it growled. Many mean people raise the American flag. Our conversation has ended, and I haven't even looked up for the moon. But there is something in the trees, a bird singing at midnight. There is something in these houses, something in the paused thoughts of patients sedated in the hospital, something that hasn't been decided yet. Buds are just sprouting tenderly on the twigs that hold the bird trilling like a glass flute. This one is a maverick, calling out its sleeplessness, then again, getting no response. All right, thank you.
Hello, I'm Deborah Hall, and I have 3 poems to read for you today. And I just wanted to say how awesome is this location. It's just, wow. My first poem is entitled Disobedient Daughter. I am witness to family dinners when Mom tried to teach table manners and Dad laughed. She left the table in tears, and Dad stood outside the door, mimicked her sobs. I am witness to Dad's bluntness when Mom asked if she could take classes at the community college, and Dad said, no way. I am witness to Dad's aging. His lips turn white, face drains to gray, a throb along the side of his throat. He is having a panic attack, and I look the other way. I ask Mom if she wants to share a room with Dad when it's time for them to move to assisted living. I take Mom's side, divide assets equitably. She gets to choose to live alone. This time, she gets to choose. My second poem is about the kind of the complications of dating in your 60s. It's called Spring Declaration. With a provocative question, she sprinkles words in his coffee. He watches the froth crawl down the side of a glass. He draws a frown, tells her, "I don't know where to put this. It does not flow with the conversation." He stirs in cream, recalls their Scrabble game. He stormed the board, twisted bonus letters into trees, a rainmaker of word clouds. Yet during coffee, he tries to ignore questions that percolate emotions and splash bitter and dark. He is reticent as a March tulip that sleeps under snow, not interested to poke through her May garden, a spring declaration of spotted indigo cherry red petals. He smiles to delay her question as she peels the paper from the bulb of his words. Affection that he offers, sentiments he withholds. He is not ready, not yet. My last poem is entitled Eulogy. The final months of my lover's life starved me of memory. I could only recall a seizure that wiped out his circuitry, like a truck accident that shut down east and westbound lanes for miles. In those months, I wandered the freeway, knocking on car windows to retrieve small metal parts, bits of glass held by random passengers to help me remember him. After my lover died, you came to speak at the memorial service with a voice that grasped each person by the shoulders, as if we were standing on a boat crossing a dark river and the wind made it hard to hear you. But you dipped a long pole along the barge as you navigated us to the place of his crossing, where his life self evaporated into story. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Thomas Carr, co-poet laureate of Racine County with Mary Skillings. And thanks. And I thank Woodland Pattern and my sponsors for this weekend's event, which has been fantastic. I also, I'm a vertebrate paleontologist by training. I study the evolution and growth of Tyrannosaurus rex and its closest relatives. And my day job is an associate professor at Carthage College, and I run a paleontology program there. And my students and volunteers collect dinosaurs from Montana, which we bring back to Dinosaur Discovery Museum, which is a federal repository. Now, the point of all that is that I have an invitation to all of you. And as a laureate, I have next week I start a program called Dinosaurs for Poets. And this is for, it's monthly, it's for one city at a time, and it is a free adult program at the DDM, Dinosaur Discovery Museum, where we tour you through the exhibit, which is the largest exhibit of bird evolution in North America, last time I counted. And we'll also show you through our lab and collections, where we have hundreds of thousands of fossils available for research and that sort of thing. We have a juvenile T-Rex that's being assembled. And the idea is to tour you through for the first hour, and then you have an hour and a half to wander the museum and get inspired. The whole idea is to bring science and art together. And I think there's an unnecessary gap or gulf between us. And I want to bring those worlds apart, bring them together. I want them together, not apart. So And then the last half hour is we'll share what we've come up with if we have been inspired for that time. Now, if you are interested in this opportunity, please approach me during the breaks today so I can take down your contact information. And I guess I'll get to the point here. I'm going to start with something a little bit light called the Three Muses. And who are the Three Muses? Of course, there is the immortal lover, and there's the immortal mother. And the third, and most important, is the drunk girl who smokes in bed. Her black hair is as tangled and opal as a nest of hot wrestling cobra. Her smile, brines and catalog card rows and rows of Fabergé tiger shark teeth. She's the one who thinks you're stupid and laughs at you, and as you fall asleep, kicks your ribs with her cold feet, and has you peel Everests of seedless grapes that she'll never eat. But most importantly, she's the one who serves defeat. Quote, the immortal lover, you're not doing it right. You weren't thinking the way she thought. You weren't feeling the way she felt. The immortal mother, you're not getting it right. You weren't thinking the way she thought. You weren't feeling the way she felt. The only way to do it is to think the way they thought and feel the way they felt, as if you were never in their lives and never crossed a feeling of theirs or a thought. The artist is a rotten tooth that must be pulled out of their life. All right. This is called Cigarette Box. I was never tall. I could never move. I could never scale the height of new or lost shoes. When I was caught in the eagle clutch of everything you disapprove. But I was carried about in a black and polished coffin with its corners silver-capped and improved, that you would carry in your purse with its lid locked down, should the boyish contents spill and intrude. You would take it out, in full view, click it open, and burn one end of the day that I dodged you and alone went home from school. I made that fogged and coiling move. When the mother and child are chopped apart from the tail and head of the heart, I still lie in my box, satined in each transgression, lost among the shoes, with wings stapled to each heel, the bones and feathers broke childhoods and motherhoods ago. Boy hearts are wily foxes, mother hearts are the killing steel. We'll see if I can make it through this one. You know, poetry isn't supposed to inspire, provoke such feelings, is it? Okay. This is called, with apologies to Anne Sexton, Mothers of My Kind. And what was I made of you? Send off and departure things 1 and 2. I am told I have your smile. Did you smile to me back then in an ancient Egypt style? Did you then behind the false door die, carved only for mothers of my kind, who then never reach the living? Who does the mother stand beside? The mother sort of my kind. A shadow, a mirror, a husband, a lean against a costly mile of a Roman road through a Greek isle. Who does the mother sleep beside? The mother sort who won't be my kind. Surely a husband is there, a dawn that breaks each night's shoreline, the pixels of butterfly dust that shape black air, or a rock that rolls in locks dreams out of mind, or whatever thought that can drown will drown there. Who does the mother walk astride? The mother sort of my kind. Her billowing robe, her sunglass chic, her horned hair commanding as an oryx pole. Who is beside her in the henna print? Not the eastern world, not the scathing sun, not the reptile sheen of the cobbled street, not the pillar with its winged lion burrow, aside from the march in her sandaled feet. What other sorts of things could she like? Maybe I'll just jump to the end. Yeah, I'll do that. Of what I was made of you, your smile I treasure most. It has the mischief of two young crows conspiring thefts of babies and baskets. The sun afloat through the reeds and crocodiles to the Niagara of your coast. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Mary Skillings, and I'm excited. I'm really nervous, but I'm excited. It's the same sort of physical feeling to be here. The first poem I'm going to read is about spring break. Living in Oregon, I would often go on a road trip with my husband, sister, and brother-in-law to Southern California, where my brother-in-law's father lived. I describe him as a brilliant hoarder who collected many things that in his eyes were valuable but didn't work, but were someday going to work and bring him riches. So this first poem is called Spring Break 2022 by the Numbers. One rack of Rainier beer chilling by the door because Putin owns PBR. One murder-suicide in the hall. Two wild cats bounding around in the night. One pot of cinnamon coffee, sludgy bottoms. $6.99, max gas price seen. 9-month-old eggs, that's a baby. 3 dead roosters in the garbage can. A 4-seater bike with 2 derailleurs, fucking heavy. 1 pool, 3 doors to get to it, with 2 control panels with 5 valves, each 3-way, and 0 explanation on how to use. 2 renters, only 1 that pays. 2 she sheds, well, one's turned to storage. 70 camera lenses lined up on a shelf in the den near the 2 telescopes that you won't notice upon first glance. 1 black rabbit, Captain Bun Buns. 98 rabbit turds on the bathroom floor. 2 cats, baby squeakers and Elsa. 24,654 cat hairs on your ass if you sit in that chair. 30 large frame paintings, all the exact same picture, $5 each. Stacked in the garage for the future B&Bs. 3 baskets of clean laundry. 17 bottles in the shower, a product palooza, including VO5 oil from 1984. 5 opals, one of them in 4 or 5 pieces. 14 cups tried by Maggie each morning. 24 Oreos, 4 6-packs from the Palmdale Library. 33 mile per hour max speed by Sadie Shady up the moderate hills en route home with Hopel in tow. And 24 TVs. Take one. No, take them all. I got this guy in Oregon. Countless strings attached. This next poem is called On the Lake. For the last several months, I've had the privilege of living, being able to see Lake Michigan out the front windows of the house I'm in. So this was written recently. The day after a hard rain awakens with a bitter sunrise, one that's shy yet angry that it must continue being revolved around. And then late afternoon, the blue on the lake is solid and deep and won't answer any questions, not even the ones everyone asks. When evening is no longer early, The blue on the lake, impossible to reproduce, shines and shimmers carelessly and complements the soft pink sky. The night after a hard gray day tucks in an unsettled sunset, one that's resigned, yet hopeful that it must continue being fallen upon. This poem is called Lost Future. How can I make words hold the relief I want you to feel? How can the curve of the pencil line comfort the ache I fight to conceal? So deep and long it draws. I stare at a wall I've seen so many times before and see only lost future and rushed, confused past. So sharp, a focus I can't convince myself I've made up. How can I help you heal? This pencil makes thin efforts and sustains what? While living in Oregon, I took on an adventure with my husband and daughter to raise a small herd of beef cattle, which is something I never thought I would do. And a few years into the adventure, a couple farm tragedies occurred, and my neighbor, who had been a farmer forever, told me that that's how it always works, that when you have a farm, the first few years go smoothly, and then inevitably a tragedy happens, but it doesn't happen immediately because then nobody would farm, because you fall in love with it, and then you can live through the tragedy. So this is a poem about a tragedy with the cows on the farm. And the title is What I Might Not Be Able to Say Aloud to Anyone About What It Felt Like Holding a Baby That Couldn't Get to His Mom. Part 1. Cold and shaking on the other side of the fence. Must have fallen through trying to get up. I carried you, your mama trusting me to warm you up. She let me hold you, help you try to stand, guide you to eat. Then she watched carefully as the vet checked you, listened to you, guided us to decide. Part 2. But before the vet arrived, there was time, and during that time I tried. I held you up. I carried you to your mom. Again and again, I held you to her so you could eat. I sat in the mud on the ground and held you between my legs to warm you, and I felt your heart beating. I saw and heard your breathing. Part 3. I hear you crying now. We took your baby away from you. You need him. You search for him. You go to the last spot he was, and you cry. I'm so sorry. Okay. I guess one more, or should I do two more? One more is good? One more, okay. This last one is called The Never Knowing. It was the hair, the orange, curly, slightly out of control ringlets. That's what did me in, stopped every process occurring within me and around me, and slammed into my face the never knowing that I live with daily. Would a child of mine have had that hair? Have run happily like that under the afternoon sun? World's over, and I'm done. Thank you very much.
Once again, I want to just thank City Point Press. Round of applause for them. Hey. all the previous readers for Kenosha and Racine. So the last two you saw, Thomas Carr and Mary Skillings, are both your co-poets laureate of Racine County. Yesterday, we had our Kenosha County Poet Laureate here, Nico Moore. Yeah, that's the Poets Laureate currently. Again, I want to invite you to come down to Racine or Kenosha. We don't bite. We love you very much, and you guys are definitely welcome. I want to thank the Kenosha and Racine Poets Laureate organization. You can find out more about them at the krpoets.com. We want to shout out Spectrum School of the Arts and Gallery. That is the space that helps to support the Poet Laureate program, and they also happen to be the venue that we host our bi-weekly open mic called The Grassroots. Actually, this is a big announcement I want to make. We've been doing Grassroots open mic as an organization called Family Power Music since 2010, and so this year is our 15-year anniversary. And we want to cordially invite you on February 12th down to Racine for our 15-year anniversary. So February 12th, 7 o'clock. Just come let me know if you want to know more information about it. I'm going to just quick do two deals. First of all, I'm going to point this way. So I'm going to do like a one and then boom and then one and then boom. So when I boom you, you say yeah. And then you get boomed and you say yeah. And then I'm going to boom a third time and everybody says yeah. Cool? Let's try it out. Okay, so boom. Yeah. Boom. Yeah. Boom. Yeah. This is my own deal. Smack the 5 o'clock alarm like mosquitoes on the arm. Hit the snooze button, then itch to soothe something. This annoyance, mostly audible until it penetrates, but what I don't do is punch clocks like heavyweights. Socks off, then they're on. Pants and shirts too. We all call it dawn, darkness we work through. I'm that earthworm to dirt, breached when dug up, returned to what's known before the sun's up. That or dry out, cried inside but didn't pout. The viewership was none running along my route, doing what I must. I thrust like jet engines deep in these words of what I wrote and how it mentions emotions and still life put to action like a film. I'm hardened like a callus or clay piece within the kiln. Boom. Yeah. Boom. Yeah. Boom. Yeah. This is my own deal. Boom. Yeah. 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 And everybody? This is my own deal. Prepped for the set, I practiced and traversed footsteps across the earth, another memorized verse. Don't confuse the 50-plus, Nicholas quickly clutch. Once the first line's recited, I'm mellow and delighted. Tight lips loosen up. Not pissed if I screw it up. A whole bunch more to go. Go add food to the gut. Energize, so exercise this potential to action. It's essential. Let the vent blow. Stay calm and relaxed, man. Minimize the limb motion and focus on emotion. Allow for lid close and realize what's been chosen. These words are more than statements, linking processes to mind. If the feeling's symbiotic, mental states will align. We then travel to the next place. And then I see your face, and we're all here. And that's right. That's how I want the fireplace. Boom. Yeah. Boom. Yeah. Boom. Yeah. This is my own deal, and that's that piece. All right, real quick, before I get off, I want to give a shout out to the people that aren't here. So Elizabeth Harmitage Park, Marshall Smith, and this is a dear friend of ours, Aaron Lundquist. It's called We Are the Monsters. We are the monsters. We are the windows boarded shut, straight-jacketed, wandering wielders of the word. The Cream City Kids creative collective, born again and bathing in the season's autumnal cadence of colliding colors. We are a compiled culture of this crumbling concrete, crashing cosmically into the abstraction's abyss. With our hands held firmly under an enlarged moon that's dripping clouds of lunar blood into the raging root, and it is that for which we have been named. Michigan martinis and long walks to nowhere, lattes and libraries with libacious liberties of racing, Racine, seen sun rays sweet serene like porters, collapsed into a dream, and we scream and we cry with minds as open as the mic, and yes, we are the monsters. We are the brain bubbling dreams of ourselves spilling over into the street streets. We are the freaks of a city that sits simply, that invites you also, by the way, to come to Racine and Kenosha. Okay, we are the freaks of a city that sits simply on the great basin, the great poetic caped lake, giving voices to the gutters that have lost their path, the 6th Street siren criers of a new dawn that's breaking like hearts placed behind the doors of Marsh Meredith. And where has this been all my life? How these passions, they bend and they twist in tune, how the flames are stoked and how we are the flume. So breathe beautifully, my darlings, because I love that you are, and I love how you burn. Cataloged ash in the pits of this urn. Yes, you have earned these earnest leaves of laurel, scattered the streets of Maine and made a mark. Well, my youth, it was pushed on 11th and Park, helped me to create and continue to build this arc, the initial mainframe, that electric spark from the stem to the brain and back to start, where I continue to reference residuals of where we still reside. And if these walls could talk, they wouldn't. They would merely listen to us monsters, to us spooks, to this place that was born in the halls of St. Luke's. How many of us here share these same sacred roots? An ode to my friends, my companions in crime, a pen to a city where I may just die. My love, continue to fill me so that I may be poured again, for I will never know such fire without all of you there to help ignite the empty spaces between the hollows of these illuminated bones. I can never weep these same intentions without you there to always salt this flowing stream of my life ineffable. So I give thanks to my breath, and my brethren is one. Thanks to this rooted place that is so perfectly human-shaped as we stand on the banks of this, the greatest of lakes, and softly we will swoon the city to sleep, and together we will interpret her dreams. Aaron Lundquist, everybody. I'd like to invite all the readers from this hour over here for a photo, and then we'll move on.
Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome to the next hour. My name is Sam Pekarsky, but that is beside the point. We've got a couple thank yous to get through. First of which, let's start with Paula Kiley, who is the sponsor of this hour and the chair of the Woodland Pattern Board. Yeah, big claps for Paula. One of my favorite people and a mad inspiration because I am her vice chair and really trying to live up to the standards that she has set of excellence. Another huge shout out to the entire staff of Woodland Pattern who has put together this insane fundraiser, bringing it back to an in-person to-do. And yeah, let's dive in. We have more thank yous. The first half of this hour is going to be for Lyrical Sanctuary and was curated by John Contreras. So without a further ado, let's get started with Safia Ali.
Hi, I hope you're all doing well. I didn't get the memo that like everybody was using paper, so I will be doing this from my phone. But yeah, I'll be reading 3 pieces. This first one is called Old Friends. The last time I spoke with you was December 31st at 9:23 p.m. It didn't feel like a goodbye. The meeting before that would have been the perfect goodbye. Middle of June, all of us grown up, and it felt as though the people I once knew had melted away in my hands like the ice cream we were holding. The last time I spoke with you was December 31st at 9:23 p.m. I dreaded this hangout. Someone was bringing their boyfriend, and the thought of new people scares me. I left early because I wanted to be alone when the clock struck 12. Some ends are agonizingly slow. Daily hangouts become weekly, become monthly, maybe if you're lucky. You outgrow each other like a toddler outgrowing its clothing. The emotional death leaves you with a lingering rot that festers within your soul. One message and maybe things could return. One message and I will know you're still alive. One message and it could erase years of hurt. The last time I saw you was December 31st at 9:23 p.m., and I truly hope it won't be the last. Yeah. This next piece is titled Psychopomp, and if you don't know what a psychopomp is, it's a concept within like a lot of religions of a spirit that guides souls down to like the afterlife. Yeah. Sometimes I ask myself who will carry my body to the afterlife. Will it be Archangel Gabriel, or will it be Hermes, or perhaps it's neither. Perhaps my body will never reach the fields of Asphodel or Jannah. It was made to rot amongst the plants, to return to the earth from which we all came from. The white sterile image of heaven, a color created from all of the primaries, birthing an image so pure, so ineffable that we will never be able to understand it. But it feels like everyone you have ever loved. The silent, comforting fields of Asphodel, Hades and Persephone watching over me. It is not grand, but it is divine. It is not pure, but it feels like falling asleep as a child, knowing that there is someone there to keep the nightmares away. Perhaps when I die, Hermes and Gabriel will walk hand in hand, leading my soul to whatever lies beyond. My clay body will melt into the earth, giving birth to plants and flowers and something else that will be around long after us. But I don't know what it is yet. Life will live on its own after mine, or life will live on after my own extinction, and I know that that will be beautiful. All right, and then the third piece is titled The Morning Star. I originally wrote this about the book Paradise Lost and like just my thoughts on it, but after everything that has happened recently in politics, I feel like it is once again relevant, so I wanted to read it for this event. The fall from heaven wasn't graceful, wings burning up as he fell between the realms, down, 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 his holy water's tears melting his flesh as he cried out in agony and sorrow and anger of what he had, of what he could have had. His soft, fragile frame is held by those who followed him. They cushioned their brother's body from the fall, each and every phosphorus soul bathed in the sulfuric flames of falling. They must save their morning star. Anger burns just as bright as betrayal. Father knew that this would happen. Free will is a blight that they all must carry, but one that they must never obey. Father is always right, of course. You are always right, of course. The wrath of a god is a sin on anyone else. It moves mountains, it rots the roots buried deep beneath the ground, and it poisons the water and invites chaos and chance into our world. The wrath of a fallen is the gift to us all. It moves the body, it rots the heart's capillaries, it poisons the soul, and invites free will into our world. If Father gave us the right, why can't we use it to forge our own path, to make things how we want them, tranquility and freedom without the overbearing hand of someone who claims themselves older and wise, with temper as sharp as a lightless flame? 9 long days of anger, 9 days wondering if we were right, each fallen cradling the body of their fellow fallen, picking off rotting feathers of their brethren. Tomorrow we build, tomorrow holds the pandemonium. Thank you.
Hell yeah, that was fantastic. Thank you so much. All right, moving to our next poet, Megan Dinkler. Claps on the way up, let's go.
Okay, it's gonna be very hard to follow that. My name is Megan, I also go to UWM, and I'm a media studies student, which will become relevant soon, just wait. And yeah, I feel like I have to credit John with a lot of the reason I've gotten into poetry. Lyrical Sanctuary has been a big part of my life, so it's awesome, we love it. I have 4, one of them's short, I promise. This one's called Final Bows, Antwerp, Ohio. Amicable conversation in the crowd overwhelms me. The sun long set outside, hand-built walls keeping out the evening chill. I smile as I sit backstage, fighting images of drowning, preparing my script in case you think to ask why I'm being so quiet as I gear myself up for the show. I choke down 1,000 questions rising from my throat like bile. There are images of angels everywhere. Their eyes follow me like they know my time spent on this stage is limited. There is solace to be found in temporary laughter and the alcohol buzzing in my head. But then you wrap me in a hug and I am reminded of the loss once the curtains go down. I would like to keep coming back if you would humor me with an encore, to perform my real act, not the one I have adopted for the closing season, branding of a life once imagined. No, I know you will not have me, but I surprise myself to say that I will miss you when I go. I will eat alone in my dressing room this winter, the food not filling the holes in my body burned out by the warmth of your home. I wish I might be welcome to stay, to curl up at your feet if I promise to keep performing. Truly, I know I deserve better than that I deserve not to choose between myself and my blood, and yet the choice is made anyway. For you will not like anything more than the act I put on, for I am deafened by the silence of applause. So, thanks. And then, this is the short one, but it's called Copies of the Heavenly Things. When have I offered you enough? My earthly sacrifice can never earn me divinity. You have told me that much. You claim my debt is paid, yet you still demand interest. How much more of myself must I cut apart for you? How much more of myself must I place upon this altar? The cup runneth over, the offering plate glistens, white teeth and bones pried from my mouth for you. The altar is red until it is gold, until my blood turns to ichor and I know that I have finally been made divine, to be set free in the wrath of your love. All of the angels are scarred and bruised and mangled. We will not question why that is what it took. And then this one is brand new. I wrote this like a couple weeks ago, so if it's terrible, don't tell me. It's called Channel Surfing. I am sitting on the hill behind my grandparents' barn, and I am enthralled by the rolling fields, an ocean engulfed in darkness. I could drown in them if I allowed myself. Dozens of windmills blink back at me from the space beyond, and the world is somehow filtered, a static layer coating my vision. The late spring breeze rolls over my skin, grass under my legs somehow soft as moss. The ground is damp, but I do not notice now. Familiarity is warmth when you possess no reason to believe otherwise. I have not felt the dirt of that land in years, yet the windmills continue to blink. I could drown in them if I allowed myself. The idea only sounds appealing in my weakest moments. Flipping back to the girl sitting on that hill, there was so much that she did not understand, so much that she could not understand, and yet the dirt beckons me back anyway. I like when they blink at me. Red lights trying to mimic the stars, holding in such stark contrast to the spine-warped buildings I surround myself with now. It is hard to believe that two things could be drawn by the same antenna. I have not felt the dirt in years, and yet it echoes within my every footstep. I will not have access to this station much longer, I am aware of that. The windmills can only blink for so long, the darkness must consume them at some point. I am a drive-by. Do you love me like I want you to? Do you love me like you promised you would? I do not think so. I do not know if you are capable. I learned to be okay with that, if only for the fact that it would kill me otherwise. The damp ground has soaked through my clothes now, and the grass is scratching my skin, and the breeze leaves a chill in my bones. I will go inside soon. The static makes the trees look funny. I hope to God that it will never make me forget your face. I could drown if I allowed myself. And then this one is where me being a media studies major becomes relevant, because this is one of my favorite poems, probably my favorite poem I ever wrote, but I wrote it as a final project for my media studies class. So if you've researched any media theory, you could break down probably every line in this with like a little bit of that. So it's very fun, I like it. It also feels hyper relevant right now, but it's called Swearing In. Words on the walls, on your hands, dirt-stained skin unraveling. Darkness on the tip of your tongue, mirroring the bile pouring from theirs. Surface level has never been deep enough. Still, it is where we operate, ignoring the beating beneath the floor. Manipulation can come in many forms, in many faces and many buildings. Arching cathedrals and sterile city halls, rooms filled with suits in the same dark bile, etchings mouthed behind teleprompters. There's a careful construction to power. You can see it now as the light of the TV bounces off your eyes. Hidden beneath a transparent veil, a snow globe encased in ideology, filtered, sanitized, unattainable. Still, the words tell you it isn't. Stories of hope and hunger circling your screens. You know that meaning is manufactured, that art is dead and the internet will follow it, a cold grave dug by tradition and filled with gold. How to tell what is real and what is them, a world built for few on the backs of many, and yet. The aura is alive. You feel it in the warmth of every smile and chatter at coffee shops and art museums. We rip our humanity from the jaws of machines, white-knuckle grip on the one thing they cannot sell. Their money runs with blood, and it has stained our hands as well, a system that nullifies saints. If everything is a lie, then the truth is stuck in translation. Between the lines of ignorance and performance, in speaking and listening and understanding, in something adjacent to nothing. Our consumption is manipulated beyond our comprehension. The constitution of our soil is a cage, and yet. Thank you.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Megan. Do we have Annalise Kunst here? Awesome. Come on up.
Hi, my name is Annalisa, and I have 3 poems to read for today. The first one is called How to Make a Belt. Step 1, curing. Hold your daughter down and rub salt into her wounds. Make sure to dig your nail in every corner, reach deep, and stretch her gash open. Step 2, soaking. Drown your daughter and don't let go until the bubbles stop. Cleanse her of every time she questioned you and begged for freedom. Step 3, painting. Feed your daughter sulfur. Smile and tell her it tastes like how it felt to give birth. Step 4, liming. Pluck your daughter's hair until the skin reflects red, a tweezer plunged into flesh and trying to remove her independence. Step 5, fleshing. Split your daughter in 2, right down the middle, and slice through the vagina that falls beneath. Step 6, deliming. Tell your daughter she looks better with long hair while she sweeps the sheared strands. Step 7, baiting. Cuddle your daughter after feeding her chemicals, but don't forget to prod at her side and laugh at the way she flinches. Step 8, pickling. Place your daughter in an airtight jar and shake it around, watching the way her body burns in acid. Step 9, degreasing. Break your daughter, drown her again, and never let her forget you're the one who made her. Step 10, tanning. Hold your daughter down and make her drink oil and rocks, the only things she is worthy of eating. Remind her that her skin, her flesh, her life is yours to flay. This next one is called The Rape of Medusa. Defiled girl, her serpentine coils shield from maiming. Wrath and venom decompose naive values. Raspy screeches, sinister exile, damsel damned by his disgrace. Anguish bred by god of waves, fragile chaste soul abused, cheaply manhandled. Ignore morals, take and ravish her. Lordship over her demure pose, slain pure. Punish the maid, sanctuaries oft feigned, palace mold her, warped sans remorse. Olive thy bruise, the gods above her, indifference to the once maiden, ruined. Gods, divine immortal shams run away, her wails infesting psyches, a martyr spawned by deities. Avenge me, we mule. Medusa hearkens our aches, maidens aegis. And then this last one is called Wojtek, My Savior. Childhood fantasies feature me running from home, riding trains and waiting for Wojtek on the track. He would welcome me with open arms, coarse ochre fur gently pressing against belt buckle-shaped bruises painted on me. Wojtek, once refugee, once orphaned, once homeless, will place me astride his back, soft growls whispering Polish into my raw, red-bitten ears. His fur will smell of cigarettes and cheap booze, a scent that looms in my future like a plague, dancing atop ancestors' graves. Wojtek will guide us to Poznan, a land we belong in, kept out by Soviet occupation. Lines drawn within the sand create borders to exile us. They believed Polish tongues were rotten and flea-ridden with lies, belonging to mangy dogs waiting to be euthanized. I dream Poznan will welcome us with open arms, that I will place my diaspora Polish feet on Ulica Kaprala Wojtka and find traces of my family that we lost when Bushell left Poland. Beside me, Wojtek will growl, his corporal badge gleaming in the sun like a star fallen from heaven. and he will bare his teeth to the home I ran from, the home he rescued me from, erasing the footnotes of our past as Poland engulfs us within her borders. Thank you.
Thank you, Annalisa. All right, up next we have Christian Zenz.
She shouted me out, but I have to shout her out. Jean Sobon was part of Wednesday Writers Group, and she happens to be my grandmother, and she did a great job. This is the first time I got to hear her read out loud, performing in front of other people, so that was a special moment. The National Ice Dance Championship was yesterday, at least that's what the TV told me. So I'm going to read a poem called Figure 8 to start. She moves with aching, blistered bliss, ice wearing thin, patience fading faster. A bend the blind couldn't miss. She moves with aching, blistered bliss, a tantalizing touch, a careful kiss. Her whole career devoid of disaster. She moves with aching, blistered bliss, ice wearing thin, patience fading faster. She glides with such symphonic speed, her eyes closed, free from the matter. Her Achilles heel begins to bleed. She glides with such symphonic speed. To jaded judges she would feed, their eyes enthralled with rapture. She glides with such symphonic speed, her eyes closed, free from the matter. In a cascade, now crystal clear, the shape fell victim to laughter. The ice was red, the end was near. In a cascade, now crystal clear, a moment she forever feared would haunt her now and after. In a cascade, now crystal clear, the shape fell victim to laughter. Thank you. And then this second one and last one I will read is called hygge, which is the Danish philosophical term for comfort and coziness, which is needed, especially in this time of year, weather-wise or political-wise. So it's called hygge. My mind resides where my face won't show, an oxymoron, a warm winter glow. I'll paint a picture of a winter I know, framed by Yuletide and seasonal snow. An image of care, I reap what I sow, for even the selfless need a place to go. After 7 semesters where I let my soul contort for those I never wished to know, I come back home to a space that renews in the old. And 4 familiar walls where I make myself whole, for blood I always wish to hold. I see crimson flames for show and cinnamon smoke afloat. Yes, it's similar to what I felt 4 years ago, but now I am content with all that remains unknown. The daylight rarely shows its face, sky eye shines in brief fits of waves, yet it's never enough to put a frown on my face. The night is dominant in days, the moonshine is strong in blaze, yet it's never enough to put a smile in place. In the middle of a room, the distance from the fireplace and a frigid headspace. In the midst of a feeling, the space between new-fashioned nights and the good old days. Yes, being content was okay, until one night when what was good enough became great. The night of the 21st, the longest of the year, elicits the time to reflect on past haze which grows oh so near. The smell of spruce emanates, the sound of bells reverberates. The 21st I celebrate, though second thoughts interrogate. The handcrafts I make may never go to good use. This doubt shakes me awake, but these nights I will never refuse. The surprise I initiate may haunt my future lives, but death need not to wait, for I embrace a hopeless fight. I may never fall asleep with a soft hand to hold, but on this night, the earth embraces me and comforts my soul. I fall asleep in bliss, drowned in Huga's undertow. For this night reminds me I'll always have something to give, despite nothing to show. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much for everything, for also this fantastic lineage of poets, just intergenerational practice. We love it. We have a very special treat. We have the curator of this hour. Thank you again for putting together this roster of lyrical sanctuary poets. Best thing ever. John Contreras. Let's give it up.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here. Those are incredible students, absolutely. Please give them a round of applause. They are regulars. Sophia works for me, so she has to be there, but Lyrical Sanctuary is our monthly open mic, so please come out if you want to hear them again, if you want to hear me again, if you want to express yourself, please. It's monthly during the academic year, so the next one is February 15th, or 12th, sorry. Yeah, February 12th. Second, I don't know what day it is anymore, but, so I have 3 poems for y'all. This one is called Unpaved World. I am often in nature with a persistent personal passion to perceive a path's particular pulchritude. Lofty landscapes and persevering wildlife prosper, and to produce physical and somewhat spiritual extensions of bridges. For countless others to observe, we must commit to extraordinary acts of exploration, stepping over stones, disturbing all that is natural, not to destroy, but to join and to be one. Splashing through streams or resting around rivers, the ebb and flow of time and water wash away obsessive and ultimately unimportant retentions of thought. Strangely and slightly selfish in some ways, yet just so happens to merge our worlds and words. This path is exclusive to itself and encompassingly comprehensive. This new view, although not entirely uniquely created, is an unprecedented discovery. I choose to exist in a space that very few others, if any, have taken in. However, my metaphysical footprint, the truth and accountability of every step I take, are trails of found progression. Redirection and a confluence of realities manifests in one consistent place: curiosity. This world is paved with unrelenting mystery and inconsistent conclusions, directionless grasslands and multitudes of mounds, leading to both a dead end and a fruitful beginning. I choose to walk a treadless route for the sake of creating new ways of seeing, being, and believing, finding and mending revolutionary ways of cooperating with the ecosystem. Prickly greenish grass grants access to luscious possibilities. I can stand in the most picturesque of spaces and be the reason it is appreciated, finding wonder in delving into a cosmos of uncharted dominion and ignorantly yet purposefully expanding my observable universe. Fleeing from a mundane fiction, I am enthralled in the odyssey of self-acceptance, holistic righteousness in an unpaved existence. To be yourself is to be a new person, never before revealed, uniquely you, dictated by you, narrated by you, embracing all of life as a paradox. Thank you, thank you. So I also have a moniker of Johnny Type, so I do typewriter poetry around the city and all that. So I call these my typewriter tinkerings. It's like I just focus on one thing, and I just type about it. And if you know me, I really, really, really like geese. Geese are just like one of my, I don't know, they're just a great source of just silliness. So this one is called Wild Goose Chase. Running in circles is comically exhausting. Chasing an abstraction throughout a concrete wall reveals a hidden inadequacy I never knew existed. Pursuing a concept so wildly outrageous takes an enormous amount of attention, and all for the sake of saying, "Yes, I did it," at the absolute top of my lungs. Yet here I am, moving ever so closer to that endpoint, and I just can't accept that this journey will be over one day. So instead, I continue this course because it is everything that I have ever wanted. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I have one more for you called Servants of Poetry. Yeah, here we go. I gotta pull the ring thing out so that my hands are so sweaty. I don't know if anyone else was dealing with that. Servant of Poetry.
Lost in a flurry of verbs, my mind is racing, berating, chasing, pacing, trying to find the perfect word to complete my sentence. Caught in a quagmire of questioning, I am left to ponder in a puddle of possibilities. Cloudy blue sky above me, I search for the loftiest of lyrics to express my infatuation with the world around me. Descriptors that pierce past the permission of a promised purpose, residing in a rather risky reality, diction and vernacular blending into an amalgamation of concrete abstractions and tangible hypotheticals. Poetry is a language of imagination. Poetry is a form of positive creation. Left among the rubble of rambling thoughts, I choose to collude with the concept of consistency, intently listening to the heartbeat of a subtle simile like a ferocious feline waiting to pounce on its prey. I am a servant of poetry, pursuing a tenacious term that will turn this verse into something picturesque yet palpable. To oblige the poetic process is to enlarge the hearts and minds it influences. To create and celebrate the course of consciousness in its most crude form is to recognize and relate to poetry. Poetry is everywhere, and everywhere that it needs to be. Thank you so much. I appreciate you all.
Thank you, John, and thanks again for your curatorial prowess as well. All right, as we move into this community hour of poets, just a couple things. After this, I'd like all the poets to stick around because we will be taking a photo, so don't scamper off quite yet. And after this, we will also have an intermission where we will be showing a presentation from the Indigenous Nations poets. So, without further ado, let's get started with the community hour with Margie Bruce. Do we have Margie Bruce in here? Maybe not. All right. Let's hear from James Hamilton.
I love being stuck in right before lunch. So, we are poet, hear us roar, right? Can I hear you say poet? Come on, that was weak. Come on, Milwaukee, give me a poet! Poet! All right, this first piece is the world that I would like to see in 20 years, 30 years, something like that. It's called Show Me. Run the tape. Somebody hit play on someday. Show me forward visionary scenes. Upload giga, tera, mega, kilo, just might be photos to my head. Fill my heart so my mouth can express a lexicon of something better instead. See, I need to see, be in the know, see what's coming so I know. The information in nation is low, illusion, fusion, blows of smoke show. Show me Google, AI, fast track forward, chat, GPT, me a future only presently dreams. Sexual freedom, gender equal, concubine reality. The pleas of wild milk, mercury, purposefully entangled in social coops, but out of discrimination's weeds. The wishes and dreams of Baker, Wolf, Rivera, Ruskin, Kahlo, Cardenas, and Coley and Nassim. Show me paintings where the color palette of matter is their rainbow pigmented dreams. And show me scenes of postmodern disdain of techno-war for idealists, selfish capitalists, or religious gain. No more Hiroshima bombs, 9/11, Vietnam, Ukraine, Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, or Palestinian suffering, genocide, and pain. Show me a new solution, legalization and regulation of top-shelf one scheduled drugs. Doors long since closed on wild-eyed, forked-tongued demon thugs, the likes of Anslinger, Nixon, Reagan, Bush, Ali North, Contra, Clinton, Carter, Chapo, Collie Cartel, Obama, Purdue, Pharma, Trump, Ford, Biden, Sackler, fucking Sackler. Show me a time of clear, clean communication. No Murdoch, Hearst, fear-mongering truth. CNN veiled, outdated newsprint. Facebook, Instagram, Thread, Doom Scroll, X, Zoomverse, Bluetooth tools. ABC, NBC network, fake news. 15-second reels of Tucker Carlson's truth. NPR and bullshit algorithms dictating YouTube rising creators, superstars. Skip ahead and show me cured human virus propagation, pathogenic population control without rhetoric, racial equality, free education, affordable health care, and a euthanized housing crisis. Show me generations forthcoming of a healthy planet, fruit from the trees planted by Gore, Colby, Nat Geo, Wanjiru, Watudi, Curiosity Stream, Nagura, Attenborough, Hidalgo, Silva, and Leigh. Show me intact polar ice caps, salinized seas, mitigated global warming, clean water, sustainable cities, quality sanitation, ocean living, and cold fusion. Somebody please hit play on someday. Run the tape. I'll go do 3 pieces. I got time for that. I got 2 more. That was an older piece I wrote last year. This one here I just did this last month. It's called Simple. Warning, sometimes simple is the hardest to do. Staying alive, breathing into static interference, in and out of brown paper bag, through self-imposed semi-incoherence, drunk on the excess of a first world, capitalist-fed bunker of wants and common cushion Congress, I digress. I have committed misdemeanors for $15 an hour, felonies for less, skirting simple acts of morality, surviving on instincts of self-preservation over the moon-gated illumination, sustenance forever nights in the dark, unmitigated, ego-divided, simple crimes against society with the transmission in part, trafficking vice, racketeering hearts. Did I hurt people in the no life? Yeah. Call them names from a state of sleep, terror-induced derogatory fright? Yeah. Unsubsidized and simple shame, from simply sick to a simple soft cure in a safety-labeled child cap urn. Click, click, click. I read this morning that chlamydia is spreading via gym equipment. Hazardous territory. I find myself indifferent because I don't have a cervix, and it's profitable for the U.S. healthcare system to treat, so they will. Disease in the cut. Civilized world, STD, simple and neat. First world, rare white buffalo. Third world, conservation, white rhino. In the Congo, where everything grows until we kill it, or let it die. Cobalt seeds and nothing show herds of people dying from the disease of unprofitability. Exploitation, gender inequality, poor sanitation, poverty, manifested in symptomatic HIV, cholera, measles, malaria, TB, fields of unvaccinated viral tribal smatter, victims of displacement, run for the order of the border, even if the border isn't there. They're not considered refugees unless they cross an imaginary line to leave, seeking asylum somewhere else. Humanity on a shelf, peered at through cracked glass, screen to screen to screen to screen to screen to screen to screen, scenes of endangered species, dude, cognizance to undertool and green before turning away. Warning, sometimes fixing simple is the hardest thing to do. That's that piece. I have not read this. I literally finished it this morning. So a week ago we lost director David Lynch, right? So like this whole week I've been watching everything he ever did, just rewatching and rewatching. And I mean, I don't even think we can grasp how important he was to the art community and how we're going to feel his loss for a long fucking time. So yeah, definitely. So I wrote this piece called Before I Go. James Hamilton, author, on Facebook is how you find me. I put a video out there today with some clips of Laura Flynn Boyle, and she was like, "Oh, really?" I'm just kidding. So, and me doing this piece. So it's called Before I Go. Knock, knock. Fake talks in anagram tongue. TikTok backdrop, drip clock, atmospheric, oily bubble opacity, unzipped 8mm film strip. Crumple crease, ripped, damaged, midnight blue note, nominal smoke, and I get to choking. Microtone glide, curve to the side, 4-dimensional graphical ride, asymmetric, rhythmic anxiety, monologue, mnemonic, supersonic. Somebody save me for myself. I mean, I try, but badness seems to stick. Chronic, negative arithmetic, marred math, problems lathered up, panoramic sandwich. Vision Quest remnants marked down for a quick sale, aisle end cap, bodega, convenience closeout, liquidation trick. I mean, I try, scanning, searching for an original buy, an elusive illusion, meticulous fit, but the busy, fuzzy, buzzy riz always works its way around from tied up, tied down fun to tourniquet. No circulation, and I get to choking before I go. That's my time. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, thank you. All right, are we ready to hear from Jenny Benjamin? Here you go.
Good to be here back in person at the marathon. Start with a poem called Boundaries. In the dream, a kilted Scotsman asked me to watch his infant son while on the beach. On instinct, I put my hands out and take the baby with his shock of red hair and bubble cheeks. I ask, "What will you give me to ensure you return for your child?" His face flashes surprise in that male way, as if to say, "Take what I need you to take, so I can go on and do my man things." Real words don't form on his lips. The baby is a dimpled chunk in my lap. I say, "You can leave the kilt." He gives a lascivious glance, but I shake my head while another question forms. "How long will you be gone?" He says, "Only 5 hours." I give the baby back. Sand falling from the chubby knees and gritty hands. I have a shore to explore, the craggy rocks ahead, and a breeze to take me. I like to go to art galleries or museums and just let things wash over me and create poems. So Thomas Carr, I totally want to come down to Racine and write about dinosaurs. So this is a poem with that experience at an art gallery here in Milwaukee. Making Art in Communion, 40-hour work week at Real Tinsel Gallery, June 2024. A scent like church in here. Torn cuticles and no underwear, my Tuesday. My past, X-Acto knife, finely trimmed letters, how random it all became. An undoing, an upset, a disaster. There's a typewriter here with the floating shift. An undoing, an upset, a disaster with no autocorrect. Art date with Adam on display, the sharing of space. The text wasn't clear, so I could get drunk. An open suitcase, a window, the street. I can't reach any of it in the time I have left. Film strip, eye flower, yarn on the wall, the fan turns. A poster reads, "Bridal excellence." I am not. I've forgotten how. Sometimes poems are given as gifts. Ripple, glue, dye, life motto. Industrial sink, beer in the fridge, a clean toilet. Dried mango, white onions, pitted dates. Something is taking shape. Unknown categories, swollen rivers. The thread is lost or smothered in pins. My mother's sewing box. Jeez, I didn't expect to cry with that line. I love bullet lists, so this poem is called Bullet List. Historical me would be A or An, Ishtar, Eve, Jezebel, witch, blue stocking, flapper, a dead woman. And my last poem is called This or This, and it's for Adam. This or this, you ask, and that means the fabric tends to rip the skin, starts its meanderings from rivulet to rivulet, goalie to goalie, this or this? Wide sky or gray line across a lake stacked like a cake of blues. This or this could be my knee or elbow, clever joints, bending beats say, I can do this or this. I can hold this or this. I can be this or this. Open me up and one day you'll see I did this or this with my days because my organs pulse with life. My cartilage is well preserved. My hearing, I've been told, is pediatric. So then how will this body mark time with this or this? This setting, this time, this place, this fold, this young, this old? Bring me to a garden, one kind of weedy but thriving with new buds and worm-run soil. Staccato bee movements on the breeze brings me to this or this sun-soaked day seeping into our bodies, or the hazy dripping of night making its promises of this or this. I can't choose. I don't know which one, but I know if you tend me, I'll grow. Thank you.
All right, keep it going for Jenny Benjamin. And up next, you know it's always going to be a party whenever you introduce Brian Cherry to the stage, so let's start it.
Hello, everybody. This first poem is called Versace. Versace is for takeoff. There's a bomb in Gilead. There's a bomb in Gilead. There's a community divided in Gilead. There's a dice game in Houston, Texas. There's a bomb in the dice game. There's a 28-year-old rapper shot dead in Gilead. There's a baby born in cranky, creaking St. Joe's Hospital. There's a bomb in Gilead. There's a psalm in silence. There's a recycling pickup day in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. There's a bomb in nothingness. There's a frantic escalation explosion in Ukraine. There's a seagull aflutter in Gilead on the Day of the Dead. There's a crimson leaf departing majestic maple tree. There's a man muttering in stuttering English on Chase Avenue. There's a bomb in Gilead. There's a bomb in Gilead. There's a bomb in Gilead. Thank you. This is something that actually happened, like most of these. It's called Holy. God bless you, God bless you, God bless you. 3 times blessed by a God I do not necessarily believe. By a man gray in the beard, heavy in his weight, seemingly his heart, as he asked for change. And I've been contemplating change, both the non-existent change on my person, but also my personal volta, motifs of capitalism, bipolar permanence, the life of a king who got gout. Flashbangs appear, disorient my questioning. Need to turn left off North Avenue to entrance of freeway going south to escape this man who has moved on to other opportunities to bless, to receive communion, so that they may escape this self so lost that real is little but vapor over a mountain, being blessed, being cursed by a beggar's God, a God who is treating said mountain like the fear sounds of a wild and cornered animal. Thank you. This is about my kitchen window. It's called Northeast Kitchen Window. The Northeast kitchen window is open. The wind is sharp, ornate, Ornette Coleman, saxophonic, symphonic, silhouettes cascading through. The word is grievance, as it astutely breaks down into pure grief. Too soon to be a state of statistical slandering found on a vacant laugh, too often draped in an identity daft connotations, sun-spun sunshine, our heroic figurine, volumetric bourbons, chattel, glimpses of hate, declaring spaces as days. A sea revision, timber of a violent rang-pang, as illusions meet you, him, her, in the future. Thank you so much.
Brian, always such a pleasure. All right, up next, another person that I quite enjoy. We've got Nikki Jansen. Most of you know her as Darlene Nikki. Let's give it up.
Hey, can you show some love to our beautiful hostess? We love you. Hey. Hey everyone, I am Poet Laureate of my living room. 2 of my 3 dogs agree. And honored to be here. I'm an educator, one of many educators with Woodland Pattern. So I want to start with a student voice. This was actually written in detention, so I'm not allowed to share the names of the young men. It's 3 different men you're going to hear. So wherever they are, though, send them some love. I want to be the kid in the hood that made it. I want to overcome the obstacles that created me. I want to look back on my life one day and laugh. All the times I crashed, I want to do this for my mom. She never gave up hope. Even after all the rules that I broke, even all the times that I was high off of dope, I want to do this for my city so my little cousins can look up to me. See, I'm mentally influenced by the violence. No strings attached, no violins. On the block, it's getting hot as the fire winds. My mama said, get out the streets, boy. You need to learn to live. You need to separate your negatives from your positives, but it's irrelevant. See, I wrestle with the devil. I just pray one day I'll have heaven's acceptance. See, we started from the bottom, but we gotta come up. We started from the bottom, but we gotta come up. See, we started from the bottom, but we gotta come up, but we live in my city and it feels like we're just stuck. See, I used to ride around with my gold chains, ride around fast in all the lanes, but I realized that this ain't what life can bring. So I want young people to know to make a change before you're stuck. Because it feels like we're stuck. It's time to put down the guns, grab the book so you can shine like the sun. I know you're not alone, and it feels like you have no home. Because we feel like we're in the bottom and we're stuck. But keep faith in your people, and you know that's what's up. Shout out to those young men. Woodland Pattern, we're here because you allow us to choose poems instead of nooses. You give us a home and all you require is that we just show up as ourselves. Stuttering, stumbling, disheveled. I have no idea how long this poem is. Woodland Pattern, because young voices are found and friendships are heard, and I saw a young girl for the first time claim her pronouns, and it was like time stops and flowers bloomed. Woodland Pattern, because of you, we have a brave space. We can empower ancient wisdom that the daily grind tries to grind out of me, and I find it back in our youth voices. So Woodland Pattern, you give me so much. I wish I could give you more, but thank you. I got a couple haikus or low-kus, C-O-U-P. The low-ku was invented by Amir Baraka. I'm giving a workshop April 12th if you're interested on haikus, low-kus, and boohoo's. April 12th at Arts at Large, and there's a coffee shop in there if you didn't know. And if you register ahead of time, you can get a free book. of a history of haikus and possibilities. And we're having a haiku slam in the summer, around July or August. We've had like every other year. Since I became a world champ, I just now facilitate it. I don't want to lose my title or anything. So it's a lot of fun. And what we count is anything 17 syllables or less. So it's not a traditional, you don't have to worry about, oh, was there 5 here, 7 there? Just 17 or less. So here's a couple for us. To my ex, would have picked the splinters from your back, but I was too busy carrying your cross. Ooh, right, ooh. Mama, watching you fly, for the first time we lifted our chin and we felt worthy. They built a highway in the middle of a revolution. Bronzeville's shattered eyes still cry. Each day he proudly turns in his homework as if it's graded in dreams coming true. The only thing moving is her mouth. Change grows tired of listening. That's to my ex-best friend. He pulls bullets from prayers. I wish his brain could be more innocent like his heart. Too easily she swallows dreams to make room for lovers. The patriarchy wins. Smiles cracked open don't stretch into happiness the same, but we smile anyway. All my survivors. Access and ability do not often speak the same language. And finally, most genius cannot be assessed in standardized tests. Let's burn this system down. Hey. So I'm Nikki Jansen, AKA Darlene Nikki. It's a whole poem, a story about it. belovedhealers@gmail.com if you want to reach out, Beloved Healers. I do restorative circles, mentoring teachers, healing circles. I'm just here, and I just want to close to tell you all I love you all. And I know you might think like, oh, you don't even know me. But if people can hate you and not know you, then I choose love. So keep up the good work, y'all, and much love.
All right. Oh, always love a little hug. Just coming back after crying a little bit during that poem about woodland pattern. No big deal. Do we have a Kurt Olson in the audience? Okay. Then with that, let's get another round of applause going for all of the poets of the Lyrical Sanctuary and Community Hours. And can I get everybody up here for a quick photograph? And for the rest of us, it is about to be intermission, so can see you out there for some grub and back in here for a presentation.
I emerged from Huachanga, which in English is called San Bernardino, California. My house is a city always in need of repair. I am desert born, but have taken flight to the ocean. A seashell called my name. G giduagi, ale muskogi. Galagwod noksi inad ana dawado. I am Gidua and Muskogee. My name is Noksi. The blackbirds are in our backyard. Watch them dig up worms. Watch them fly a half acre over. When they feel lightning buzz, when my steps crush October leaves beneath me, and I chase them just to chase them. I learned basketry while still discovering how to use my hands for good. Reach into the bucket, pull out a strip of reed, wrap. My hands cramp. They smell earthy, human. Ancestor sits by the creek, dipping her starter into water when it starts to dry out. Leave a strand in too long, watch it fray. Watch me snap. River cane in my fingers, splinter stalks, end lives, start new ones, nourish her until she's grown. Wait until the anger comes. Redness expands the chest. Hands strangling air out of throat, my own. I step on an anthill, watch them scatter. They move quickly. I feel powerful, sick. The cattails stop rustling. Dad yells when the worms are carried into the sky. Buzz of his words leaves me skittish. Count each beat, see how close the storm is. Sagu, Tali. His eyes are black and I smell the earth. Put out the flame, see fire marking brick. Speak into it, your breath, moisture over the tobacco. Part of you, understand? Smoke speaks until it disappears. Galiga, I sprinkle ash in all directions and thunder is in my fingertips.
Healy Kirkwood INDIGENOUS. I am Fond du Lac Ojibwe. I am the child of clear sky women. I am pyropoetics. My house is a bed of cattail fluffs within the crystal cold. My house is glitter skinned between honeycombs of ancient light. My home is the scent of mud thawing beneath ice. When we river, we undam, memories, dances, songs. When we river, laughter crashes over hushed stones. When we river, poems rest like crawfish in our worlds. A poem for a tattered planet soars with thunderbird auroras. A poem for a tattered planet is permeable to healing. A poem for a tattered planet whispers in the embers.
Nkwe ni'i, onyodaga ni'i, wakyotta ni wagedaloda, Kenzie Allen ni yugyats, yagot lanodad ni yugyats. I am Haudenosaunee. I am Oneida. I am Turtle Clan. My name is Kenzie Allen. My name is She Plays Music as She Goes Along. Wildfire, where her tongue curls, all is made clean. Some flower only in the aftermath. A reset or raising I'd like to build upon. What I need, first incandescent, then tendered to ash. Her kiss on our every soil, her cupped hands, a seedling after the fall. Her children of sapling, flint, of making, and fallow, they spin graves, rustle green from flame. It's like love, I suppose, what we learn of another man who said he loved me, what he destroyed, how renewal is also a burn, from sear to wound, from scab to scar, to shiny new skin wanting air. The care my father gave that summer after, dressing the ache and agony for us both, and the place so numb and strange, even after years.
Wahiname Gamuna she Zena Hanuksta e Quea Washchista China Zonia si Zits Dawae Shkunama. I'm Max Early, Gamuna. My clan's houses are Turkey people and child of the Bear Clan. When I go to the river, I offer thanks to the water. She ignites desert sage, vapors on solar winds as coyote chases after star clusters, past tarantula nebula's outskirt shadows. Coyote formulates a plan below the altered web. His black-tipped tail swings through light years. Shazuras fuse in the spiral galaxies. She discovers a cosmic landscape born from chimney swifts navigating north.
I don't have a poem for a tattered world. May I offer my needle, my thread, my hands.
My house is a city always in need of repair. I am desert-born, but have taken flight to the ocean. A seashell called my name.
I am from Nabi and Ogechi-Dakweg, women warriors and water protectors, from seed gatherers and song makers, the wet where pulse in my belly, whispers and repeats, like the endless chant of waves on ledge rock.
My home is the hum, my brain on wheels, racing the wide, wild open. Its windows, my heart, break open from the inside.
This is how I fell in love. Muscle twitch, a fresh hind leg sawed off. Blood specks, a snowmobile trail. I pull the hairs out until I see tendon, until I see sinew. I can't look at deer anymore, not the ones cleaved out. Bone urbex, catacombs of velvet antlers, forgotten cities clotted in red moss. You are standing there, residual skin, the fallout.
What I need, first incandescent, then tendered to ash. Her kiss on our every soil, her cupped hands a seedling after the fall. Her children of sapling, flint, of making and fallow, they spin graves, rustle green from flame.
Iski Gemizige Gizis is the maple sap boiling moon. It seems to come earlier and earlier. Last year we were done before St. Patrick had his day. Sugar maples make the world sweeter. We've known this for millennia. But as the world burns, will the sap still run? Our beautiful sugar maples are pushed north by a runaway heat.
Dad yells when the worms are carried into the sky. The buzz of his words leaves me skittish. Count each beat, see how close the storm is. Sagwu, Tali. His eyes are black and I smell the earth. Put out the flame, see fire marking brick. Speak into it, your breath, moisture over the tobacco. Part of you, understand? Smoke speaks until it disappears. Galiga. I sprinkle ash in all directions and thunder is in my fingertips.
The gods search for porches to rest their ankles on. Roof beams that prefer their scent erased. However dry and red their eyes get, they pass binoculars between them and continue to watch him grow pale, then flail on the ceremonial ground.
End of day. Arc of the goldfinch. Glint across the spring-fed pond. A surprise of light. My house is a window of wing flutter and the contrapuntal call of birds.
She ignites desert sage, vapors on solar winds as coyote chases after star clusters, past tarantula nebula's outskirt shadows. Coyote formulates a plan below the altered web. His black-tipped tail swings through light years. Shazuras fuse in the spiral galaxies. She discovers a cosmic landscape born from chimney swifts navigating north.
My name is Marileuna. I am Salaji. My house is mother's.
My house is a marigold shrub full of bees.
My house is my mother's voice, echoes of dew-dampened fern.
When we river, we undam, memories, dances, songs. When we river, laughter crashes over hushed stones. When we river, poems rest like crawfish in our worlds. A poem for a tattered planet soars with thunderbird auroras. A poem for a tattered planet is permeable to healing. A poem for a tattered planet whispers in the embers.
Hi, I'm Margot, and these are 3 poems that I wrote. Here's the first one called Company. Professor says, let's study failure. I do have all that I could want. Stepping on gravel barefoot and you in the house on the phone, no clue who you were talking to. I tried to ask about your day. Dream with a stomach of tar swelling as I moved to be closer. Friend playing a song, black gloves along the couch, flower and braided light falling like radiation. And all our life is labor, and all I do will go, pulled in the glow of absence. My lips and hands have your quality, I'm told. When I talk, I'm getting lost, getting it wrong as clocks too fast to meet the hour, getting through with the day, and now I think about sleeping, jogging, boiled rice, bathing, getting dry. Up on the ice or out in the wind with my face chapped, I am not sure of my thoughts about the film, wanting to seem sweet-scented and strong, or catch something at the fine edge of the world, clean pulses in a line away from me, what I cannot deny, nearer and nearer still, so skeletal I do shoot straight. I have been pacing for this long. Clay goes downstream if you like, and I am out now through, all over, everywhere. Here's the second one, called Road Onion. Everyone sniffs as a party of bankers, while alone I, parasitic on the world. Frying my leg with steel is like the future is hot, and language streaks with rain across Manhattan through the fall. I was trying to say my dream where your beard grew and you called, but ears ring bad like underwater, salt gimp fish popped and lacquered from my trance. I string myself on beauty, to be clear. Egg white and gloss, please, skin in the street, clean, blue, political, to who might come. Acquaintances from school, the men in Barcelona tape watch me. I see an onion, 1111, wish to be ants, scarf, a variable for power. I have to get you. I am on the phone, foam puppet on the farmer's market stand, expired sanitizing grease, in drag, I think, when walking on the earth. Churning, sore, rocking, empty orthodoxy, kiss the stomach, gerund, number of my times toweled off, and still you see my mind? Now, before making records, slice, believe, and more is promised, O dead friend, my moral valence satin to the ears, sweet boy and unexplaining crumb. Being sick, I try to worship everybody, labor, steam, pale conscience, gravy, soot, seeing that all I hope right now is to be here. This last one called Safety. I begin with remarks on the subject of excess. The wood smoke rising, reservable taxis, Greek salad in plastic that somebody gave me outside. I am at a location, for sure, seeking absorption, now getting extremely distracted and running around. I must protest, it's my own private honor. What do you do with money except have money and dim down the lights in your house when it's cold in the satiny dark? I feared being obtrusive. I pressed against the window, hazy, collapsible, urchin-like. I mean a sea urchin, I was fucking gelatinous, seeking the end of the song or some caffeine. And am I the diarist of Midwest deflation, or why do I act impersonal in every room like my adolescent ghost, like the guy in Andrew's dream saying eternity has teeth? I'm the last country selling whitefish that tastes clean. I'm a person who requires fabulation. I'm so sick of being wounded. But we are those serious contenders, tweezing my mustache now, talking the sweet vagueness of bureaucracy. I am a little knife. I love the sunlight in my eyes, the painted bus skimming a strip of road. Are you that certain still? You had just dropped your rings when I found you. A blue tattoo along one arm, a line of blisters down the other. I sprained that wrist, my only real injury as a child, on some ice outside a deli in Ohio. I was a lonely kid, played the guitar, though not that winter. But come inside, it's getting late. My wife is steaming lemons. Under an alternate distributive system, we eat roses and bread, rose salad and rose dumplings, think of equipping it like a zucchini flower. But I'm 21, which makes my wife unreal and you an amalgam. I have a book on tragic vision, which makes all seeing tragic. I have a jade paperweight. I have a dog. I have a probiotic. I don't own stock in cryptocurrency or anything. Darkness keeps shedding its integrity. In silence and prodigality in gold. In gold. Life is gentle, gentle nothing. Varnish, perfume, dynasties, amber, snow. My boots are oiled. Lightning and streaks across the sand. I hope you can feel more.
Hi, I'm Susan Fear, and I'd like to read 2 poems this afternoon. And the first one is titled Saint Stone. I think the only thing I want to mention here is that in the middle of the poem there's a quote, "In every part of every living thing is stuff that once was rock." And that is a Lorraine Niedecker quote from Lake Superior. Saint Stone. The light quick moves through the morning house, through the morning body. The illuminated poppies, orange diacriticals change the sound of the yard. Last evening in the rabbit hour, a scrum of rabbits vertically popped up like toast, like popcorn, like Irish dancers. Lake rocks and ashes guard every entrance. In every part of every living thing is stuff that once was rock. Lake quakes, the hum of boats, in the distance Virga. The night lake horizon, a relic wall, a Rothko painting. All night, the dead live and move through, like the dead live and move through. All night, I hear field daffodils drop, break their thin coverings, and fragrant open. All night, Saturn, greedy with moons. The next piece I want to read is titled Scatters of Any Time Soon, and it mentions Robert Burns and kakaliki soup in this poem because I'm reading on January 25th, which is Robert Burns' birthday, and when the Scots celebrate their National Bard's Day, usually with a meal of kakaliki soup, haggis, meats, and taties, I thought I should read this one. So, Scatters of Any Time Soon. I, of discarded syntax, and sky's exquisite pharmacologic simple gods, and movie marquees, whiteouts, I touch his lunate potent. No matter, all matter. Once I had someone to make kakaliki soup with on Robert Burns' birthday. Ice cutters decorate the lake. Lake trees dress in burlap evening gowns. Ahead, alphabets, pollen, winds, momentous intricacies attached to the beauty we are when doing what we're meant to do. Out the window, the dog looks born from rocks, above a roof of birds. Evening's horizon is the color and width of a gold skate blade. I divide light by breath, and the body's grandiloquent undoings. Wind, xylophones, bones. I allow my glass arm to jawbone wave to ghosts and empty gloves that ride snowy lake airs. Happy 2025 Woodland Pattern Marathon, everyone. Great to read with you all. Bye.
Hi, I'm Greg O'Flegel. Happy Poetry Marathon. Thanks to Woodland Pattern for accommodating this virtual contribution. Enjoy. Sage Glow. As his skin pulls thin and tender, his body dismissed as mature and wrecked of taste and smell, he tends piles of grievances and grief, the heft bruising his heart tender. Even as trade wipes his wry gray hair with tender fingers, the other tougher hand fists a wad of his legal tender, shoves in pocket and hush and vanishes. He sighs to his tidy windowsill potted herbs. They tend to be dismissed until matured and required for taste and smell. They tend to him with a mumbled, savory soothing. With mist and snip, he tends to them and delights in the tending. And more than that, he has assumed the role of tender. Paperwork for puppy adoption. You have chosen the one, if lucky, will watch over you as you die. Or the alternative, the one whom you will watch over, leaving your whole life to struggle through as the lesser half. You have chosen the one to be deafened when you scream in horror, or shriek in delight, or roar for any reason, or none. The one to snuggle and squeeze after your mom passes, to remind not all life is gone, and quietly suggest to leave her stuff behind. The one you will fail just when they need you most. Satisfy the following terms best you can, even imperfectly. Be gracious in grace, mercy, and, at the risk of sounding trite, love. Engage despite boredom or exhaustion. Accept the leash at times because it is intended to protect. Expect time to be unleashed. All time is to be celebrated. Wait for shared moments again and again. Hope that the share outpaces the waiting alone. Partner through pleasure and pain, which means even your pain, even theirs. If you so agree to the preceding sequence of poetry, signify by putting your paw print on the dotted line. And finally, pluperfect apple crumble. Pluperfect, definition 1, an action completed in the past. Definition 2, more than perfect. I am baking the traditional apple crumble recipe, the same as I had baked when we last felt joy at autumnal colors. Because the present is a green, sour beast that flails towards the perfect, or complete at least, my current culinary skills are bland, duller timbre compared to my cinnamon memory. In those days, fall compared all to apples. His cheeks like apples, the apple of his eye, the red crispness his voice had had, and I had assumed flagged his sweet fortitude ripe. At the time a pale worm appeared in his bite. As apple and orange, we faced off, grappled, and we had loved. Maybe not completely in the way the past usurps the present before it's done, but maybe had been. We had been loved. We had loved. we love.
Hello, my name is Ish Klein. I am a poet and I live in Kalamazoo. I will read 3 poems. This first one is called Global Amnesia. Global amnesia. One hand, all hands repeating, getting smaller from here. One face, all faces repeating, getting smaller from here too. Put this way, the fringe types are valuable for mapping. Better to ask politely later. Better to discuss gently when they've cooled. The apparent blurriness in the word life. The reduction of size in the word death. These nerves are our notes, but what does our music think of this? What if music? What if nerves? What if the notes wanted out from the whole mouth? And for how long hammering a roof nail with the violin in a basement for a doghouse? The dog will never enter this house. He's been here before too. This violin of a particular kind, that direction of having made the violin, having made the machine that would make violins on the team. How to cut this tree down. Call her infernal, a tree that springs mice, that lies on her side in the middle of the day. Ask the nearest face, have the faces make a ladder, strangle the tree. She will understand. This next poem is called The Top. The Top. Here is this card. Rewrite that skin. Kind. Just one. That's fine for just one unit in bounds of skin. Tan, gray, pink, bluish, green. It reverses. I was told it would last longer. Naturally now it's different. Backwards regard, thinking just this. First they go, then I go, now you go through it. Stunt folk committed to this region, the stunt woman. Next I go through. Wait, yes, now you. Come on, come on. Go faster, you are the same folk going, and what's with your move west? What, you cashed out? Now I go, no, I've swept your porch and killed your bugs. Overloaded with what? With what? Domestic work? Required work? We all must learn the frame of mind of the top. False. I was on top, a thick shadow who didn't know the past. Former incarnation, a dry brush burned, calcined ashes. See the dead wolf. A line of flocks carries the charge down. The acid in it is mine, and that charge and light embody desire more, gathers out of misunderstanding in the river. Wait, now it's safe. Go find ash. Goal, a soulful shared neutrality. You're on top too, as I saw it. The last bit of acid marries salt. Ill, overly concerned with self. These new bosses, why feel them now? Is your beloved money touching me? Are you, strictly speaking, local? Where in the past were you, dear boss? The so-called stars do not get shot with you. Glamour, the messy peaks, who each need each. And now this next poem was published in the poetic site called Amulet, and this last one's called Hallucinations. Hallucinations. But yes, he's fired, just saying, and fire. Check, history. There were no warps when we were eating vegans. Ad houses, gutter, walls. The new gutter, extended word. If you tasked correctly, you'd have ears in your eaves. It is advised to delete them. Counter task, find out what can be heard. The PM talks to me directly like, no more kerps words. Intolerable warp refusal. There's a big warp stoppage. Poet to them true, for to warp along hard hour always to be alive. Tell them in mono a hymn, hence one stands before the project manager, aka the prime minister, stating the truth of the wall. Blowflies and Barbary lions, both scavengers. Image, several white-backed vultures feed on the dead body of a spotted hyena. Under right, they waited a certain amount of time to do and to be this way. Well, that's all for now. And thank you for listening and or watching, and I hope you have a great day.
Greetings from Indiana, Woodland Pattern Poetry Marathoners. My name is Nate Logan. I'm grateful to be part of this year's Poetry Marathon, and I'm going to be reading 2 poems. Party in the Back. Jackson Hole Town Square. Actual poets reading outside the Historical Society. Space Jam, you said, stone-faced and reaching for snacks. Your new earrings stirred a little clay pot of dread in me. Living in the countryside, there's barely time to blog. Rarely does the lone figure on a hill. It's getting late. It's getting late, but faster. Room service arrives on a stack of science journals. On TV, Nosferatu in Boulder, lurking in the real estate market. I'm not asking you for your blood, Nate. Who shall I say is calling? It's a wide world of sports. No skeletons or funny business. I know a thing or two about a thing or two. Here is the crossword answer. Someone left it in the rental. If things take a turn, call the front desk. Such as, our long national nightmare continues and the cable is out. You thought it over for a half hour. Look up common knowledge on the information superhighway. The big hunks are in California. I am trying to wine and dine you in North Dakota. Don't threaten me with a good time.
Hey everybody, my name is Alyssa Perry. I am coming to you from Cleveland, Ohio. Thanks Woodland Pattern for all you do for small press poetry. I'm going to share 2 poems from this book, Oily Doily, out from Bench Editions. The first poem takes as its source material 2 poems by Elizabeth Bishop, The Fish and Filling Station, which begins, Oh, but it is dirty. Oh, but it is a doily. A big, dim doily, draping a tabaret, a big hirsute begonia, a green line frayed. Why, oh why, daisy stitch with marguerites the doily with the daisy, who can say, softly, the daisy can say, softly, quick and saucy, say, oh, 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 oil had spread a rainbow, a so, rainbow, rainbow, rainbow. Somebody loves like the tipping of an object to the light, the daisy softly to say softly, so that they can say softly, victory, so, awfully, victory. Like fine rosettes, like full-blown roses, like a pink big peony, the little rented pool of bilge careful's its soft irises. Okay, and one more. I wrote this poem in this room, so if you will indulge me a little show and tell. I wrote it from the position of lying on the floor, kind of in some spleen, looking up at this combo fan light, such as you can find in many homes. Alright, this poem is called Daisy. Daisy fan, danged daisy, noisy, fangled daisy. Once I spoke in truism, now the light in me learns the daisy pattern of thee overhead static fan, its corolla of chipboard cum cherry patina, its gold bronze burnished girders, to wit its sepal and stamen with its stigma, its florid pistil, its socket of watt light houses the eye shuttle's blunt blade, coaxes through this eye in disuse the floorboard. The daisy, smoke-drawn, oiled, inconsistent daisy can cool a dog or a baby can. The hateful pure daisy, on clotted cream, gives herself away. Wind in my mouth, I think of drawing indoors the effusive screen. The very bad daisy for now can't hear me list its trio of speeds, its one bright acuity, its wind and luminance from the ceiling, underlying the doily that I am therefore its tiring. Thanks. Happy marathoning.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Robinson, and I'm delighted to be giving this reading for the Woodland Pattern Poetry Marathon. Thank you, Woodland Pattern. I'm going to start by reading a few poems from a collection that will be published in the coming year by Northwestern University Press called Vulnerability Index. He says, "You know the problem with being homeless?" And the man he is looking at shrugs. Is that it's just not exclusive enough. Anyone can join us anytime. Intake. What causes contributed to your being homeless? Wife died, bad grief. What causes contributed to your being homeless? I have the gift of tongues. What causes contributed to your being homeless? I chose for the wilderness long ago. He says, I've heard of people doing that, but I've never gotten drunk off of hand sanitizer. I'd be concerned about all the additives. But yes, I have gone the extract route. Not vanilla extract. I use lemon extract because it's got a higher proportion of alcohol. You get ripped really fast, but the taste doesn't leave your mouth for days. It makes you aware that alcohol is really a poison that the human body has just barely developed the ability to digest. That there are some things that we really shouldn't be eating, like gummy bears and alcohol. The woman says, I have an encrypted pregnancy. The fetus is dispersed throughout my organs, throughout all the parts of my body. When the Lord sounds the trumpet, the fetus will reassemble itself, and I will give birth to the Messiah. So now I'm going to read a couple really new poems. They're both in response to Piero della Francesca frescoes. The first one is called Creation Story, and it's about the Madonna del Parto. Creation parts the darkness. Your blue gown, your mottled lapis ocean, ravels at the seams. Threads break open. Liminal, literal, awash with the oncoming tide. At sleeve and breast and hip and belly, a receding wave undoes the pattern of gestation. This new landmass will soon exert itself, pale as your underdress, a shore lifting from water, a heave into being. Your fingers idly measure the new continent as it opens from your oceanic folds. The curve of your cheek, your heavy-lidded eyes, not a sun to direct the day, but a moon radiating disobedient light. The world had been all surface, a finely draped vacuity, and now the stitches are torn. Let hope be geologic, a temblor, a body quaking a new earth and a new heaven into birth. Let the lunar tides measure, but not control, the oncoming surge. Your throat and brow glow in unaccountable calm. Even the inevitable cannot mar this. Then let there be pain impending. Let there be this unknown land rising where even God pauses, looks up to the bright nocturnal shadow, and judges it to be good. This poem is written in response to the dado on the lower part of the wall underneath Piero della Francesca's Legend of the True Cross. Legend. This records what no one is meant to see, a whimsy, a non-space below the border of the dado. Here at the level of a child's eyes, should a child ever be permitted into sacred space. Some canny hand shaped a fish and a bird, both swimming or flying, in the same green medium where they are clearly not meant to be. By what means we see the presence which is not there? We see it only at this intersection, what some call a cross, because a cross is a contradiction that cancels itself out. St. Francis would bless the irreverence of these creatures who reclaim the sacred by their ambiguous movement through it. And should a fragment of wood rot into the green water or splintering disappear into the green air, something that we never saw is gone. It is only there that the cross is true. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christopher Smith, and I wrote this piece with the hope that we might find a little empathy for all of us. It's called The Rope or Hang On. It happens time and time again. You feel your rope is at the end, and so you're looking for a friend. Look in the mirror, no answer there. Your spouse, your kids, your parents too, they all know what is good for you. But still you sit and wonder why, content and happy, just don't jive. Life can sure be unkind. The rope knots, but it won't unwind. We need answers, but don't have the time, so hang on, hang on. So many words can describe what is going on inside, the id, the ego, self-esteem. See analysts about your dreams. So you wish, you hope, and sometimes you pray that there could be another way. Try drugs to make it through another day, flying. And so you'd really like to know who it is that runs the show. Your mind will then rationalize that fatalism is your guide. Life can sure be unkind. The rope knots and it won't unwind. We need answers, but don't have the time. So hang on, hang on. Now you wonder where you go from here. Your back is bad, you're losing hair. You're just another desperate man who's losing strength within his hands. Did you ever close your eyes so tight that you saw stars like in the night? Did you ever wonder what it's like dying? But you tie more knots to help your hold, try and stop from growing old. But you decide that after all, you will wait for that final call and hang on, hang on. But hang on to your good dreams. Fate is only a guide. And damn the torpedoes, hang on for the ride. Thank you for listening.
The once-bound tree under the bright sunlight had bloomed into a willow tree. The branches hang high in an arch shape as the green leaves fall along like a curtain. At a closer look, the brown, barkly heels of this particular willow tree has survived the wreck of nature. This willow tree has seen many things, from children to adults, from nesting a bird that each one thought a bird by every day without a second glance. The history of the tree began from a temple, evoked by parenting so young and small. The healthy, smooth, yellow-green bark was under the sunlight. The parent provided water because the little willow tree could. The parent adjusted its large leaves and quick, rough brown branches shield the little tree. Sunlight filtered the branches to have the little tree fed. Because of this, the little willow began to flutter. Lime green bud began to grow on its side. The parent locked on, so providing sensibly how harsh heat it could be. One day, a strong zephyr snapped the branch on a solo willow, so damaged, so ugly the little tree blew. The color began to fade. It soon realized that there would probably a long deep scar of where the branch snapped. The parent was still provided and encouraged by. The parent explained to the little willow how beautiful nature was. The parent explained to the little one how important the meaning of one big tree was. The large tree's duty was to provide food, nature, oxygen for life, and shelter for the creatures. This was the important life of a willow tree. The little willow began to finally feel inspired by its parent to grow. A shiny and smooth bark returned, but there was still a noticeable scar on the bark, long and jagged. Still, the little willow tree continued to grow. With the gentle temperament of nature, the green leaves began to bloom, showing how smooth and shiny they are. The proud little willow began to flaunt its beauty. The parent watched on, wanting the little willow tree to not want its beauty, but instead to appreciate her. Instead, the little willow ignored the parent and continued on its path. Fawns became deer, nestlings became birds, learning how to fly. Bees became busy buzzing as colorful butterflies oscillate the vast emerald field. The little willow tree saw the flowery trees. It was embarrassed of its appearance. The flowery tree provided the beauty of nature. Their variety of colors and flowers seemed to attract the bees. Nature seemed to shield them from everything. The little willow wondered, was there more to its purpose? Why did it have to take so long to grow compared to the flowery tree? Even so, the little one grew to become taller than the ones of age. Her branches flexed, the bark transformed into a deep brown. Its shape began to droop, and the leaves began to sharpen its tips. The little willow was now a young tree, not needing to depend on its parent since it could take the water itself. Still, the parent shielded and fondly watched the seed brain grow from something small and dependent into something more. The parent still encouraged the young willow to watch nature run so it could understand how crucial a willow tree's purpose was. The parent observed the usual clear cerulean sky become dark with thick cumulus clouds. The creature hid into the parent's leaves as the young willow was in awe of nature's wrath. Blue fiery bolts danced across the sky. Thunder shook the earth, scaring the young willow tree. The parent, as it once had before, encouraged the young willow to stand tall and strong despite fear because of how valuable the willow tree's wool was. After the storm passed, hard, cold drops of water clung to the branches as a wreath of nature's wrath. Leaves were torn away, branches tangled, and some were bent in angles. The young willow, however, had another deep wound by its trunk, forever to be a scar. The leaves were ripped, the branches were snapped. The parents feared the young willow was dead. The color was pale from the rough bark to the few remaining green leaves that seeped into sickly yellow. The young willow tree felt no purpose. The parent attempted to encourage the young tree how important its duty was: food for nature, oxygen for life, shelter for creatures, and protection for the innocents. But the little willow asked a question. Why did nature do this if the willow trees were so important? The parent had no answer and was forced to watch and grieve as its seedling began to wither. There were some peachy beasts that the trees called humans. Approached them. The small human pointed to the broken tree, while the larger human walked away, explaining that this little tree had no purpose, that it was going to die. Later, the small human came back with water, quenching the little willow's thirst. The small human gave the young tree water, and whispered how they were alike, so small and fragile, yet so strong to fight against nature's wrath. The small human begged the little willow to grow into the beautiful tree it was meant to be.
I'm Jean Tobin, and I'm going to read some poems about water, that great gift. Rain. I am fortunate to have a listening to the rain porch. I didn't know I had it until I found a small book that described building a pavilion, especially for that purpose. And then I knew I already had such a pavilion. My screened back porch where I cuddle under a comforter to listen to thunder, and small waterfalls pouring off the roof during the mightiest storms, and to listen to the splattering of individual raindrops in earliest spring, and also sometimes to listen carefully to the small soft rains of late summer, and to many of the other rains of the year. Thich Nhat Hanh says, listening to the rain can help the mind come to stillness. And I know this to be true. The second poem, Northern Lakes. I have been a child of the North Woods for a long time. When I was 8 or 9, I swam with loons, among the loons. There were 7, close enough to touch. I didn't splash. I sculled silently, almost submerged, my eyes and nose above the water so they didn't recognize me as human. They were unafraid. I was thrilled. That feeling has reverberated in me down through the decades. I still listen for the call of the loon. I still eagerly swim in those pure and wild waters. And the third poem, Prayer. Let the wells fill up, Lord. Let the reservoirs rise. Let the rivers flow in torrents and the waterfalls tumble down in cascades. Let the rivulets swell into streams and pour into the quiet lakes. Let us slake our thirst. May we find all this water pure and delicious, Lord. May we drink our fill and then drink again as the waters roar down to the ocean. Thank you.
Hello everyone, thanks for supporting Woodland Pattern. We love what they do. My name is Ken Walker. I'll be reading a poem called Surface Water Sweet. This is a long poem and I'll be reading an excerpt from it. This poem is for the people of Gaza, for Palestinians, and for all victims of genocide. Surface Water Sweet. There are no more games, said the rubble, looking like nothing but someone else's future. The greens drying gray, grain throat growing, no barnacles underneath the cardboard pier, sogging inevitable flakes drizzled down, crumbs airdropped by earless tuxedo zirconium kings, fake food teas, funny how ironclad implies forthcoming, steadfast malpractice, a hand that cannot be found holds nothing. I'm filling another tumbler of water, running the water as much as I want, who's gonna stop me? There's no well nor cure in this infrastructure. I twist back on the lid, my third of the day, 20 ounces, 60 ounces, cold, refreshing. Taste somewhere between all taste, nothing metallic. I tell myself to be grateful for the appearance and actuality of this water and think about how gratifying the shower was. Morning water blessing, bring us rain. 90% of Gaza's water is brackish and contaminated due to seawater intrusion over extraction and sewage and chemical infiltration. This supermajority supply comes from the coastal aquifer basin running along the eastern Mediterranean coast from Egypt through Gaza and into Israel. Consequently, Gazans rely on small-scale desalination units and unregulated private water tankers, posing additional health risks. The remaining 10% of water comes primarily from 3 Israeli pipelines. Data tells us what, exactly. I try to imagine the end of missiles as opposed to the end of the world. Even when the world is just a strip or stripped of itself, I appreciate the addiction we have to each other, but when it's imposed, what does listening become on the imposition side? Displaced sanitation, barely a drop. Each drop of water knows precisely to rid itself of self. I know how to keep it coming. Light switches, sinks, hoses, restaurants, the hospital, and the helicopter, always there, habitually embedded as the upkeep of convenience. If someone takes your habit, do they not take your life? You can hear the hum if you listen closely, such disguised music sucking on truth candy, then rinsing out. Inward reconciliation is not reconciling. 68% of infrastructural destruction. What direction does the water empty? Spigots forgotten so deeply they become stone. I move around some gravel with a shovel and water the rosemary, from which for the first time I harvested and saved the seeds from their light plum blooms. I put my tumbler in my car's cup holder, open the lid, take a drink, close the lid, sealed, won't leak, nor spill. It'll stay cold at least 9 hours. In 9 hours in Gaza, another 90 to 110 will be killed. By the time my tumbler heats up to uncomfortably lukewarm, I will remain parked, staring at images of drinking directly from puddles, surrounded by rubble, puddles, the new lakes, the only aquifers. A person says it all by saying we can see nothing but sewage. All anyone can smell in the remaining places that remain is sewage. Cases of diarrhea are higher than ever before. What is the relation of a weapon to hygiene? Who took hygiene and made it a tank? Who shot down at hygiene from a remote-controlled little game? Who put hygiene in a line outside? Even the mallards are gone. Another drink of cold water. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed lunch and also these virtual readings, which thank you to everyone in that amazing virtual segment. Wait, hold on. Oh boy, it's that time of the day. Which featured, yes, incredible readings. Okay. Here we are. So yeah, we're back now with a community hour and Pity Milk, community/Pity Milk. So thank you so much, Pity Milk Press, Chelsea Tadieski and Edie Roberts. Woo! Pity Milk. And also to the and also to all the community poets who are, mashed up in this hour. And special thanks. Let me say special thanks first to our sponsors. Wisconsin's own library and DeWitt LLP are presenting sponsors. Today's sonnet level sponsor, Eastern Bohemian Brewery. And Ode level sponsors, Milwaukee Magazine, Dana Alexander, Coletta, and Juneau Park Friends. Thanks to St. Kate. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to everybody who's performed prior to now and who has performances yet to come. Okay, great pleasure now to turn things over to our host for the entire hour, Edie Roberts of Pity Milk Press. Edie, welcome.
Ooh. Thanks, Mike. Thanks all y'all. My name's Edie Roberts. Mostly with the second half of this hour, but also with community, I think. Anyways. It's always tenuous. You let me know, I suppose. Cool. So I got here late enough that I'm not really sure what the form is. So I'm just gonna go out. We're gonna run it. If I do it differently, I'm so sorry. But the first. So I introduce myself. The hour sponsor, I believe, at the haiku level. Very cute. That's very cute. Is Cafe Corazon. I'm sure most of us anyway, have been. Watch out though. Prepare yourself. Anyways, I know. Poop jokes. Moving on. Nobody liked that. Okay, that's fair. Everybody poops. Isn't that how it goes? Okay. Anyways, keeps you hot, girls. All right, moving on. obviously, keep supporting Woodland Pattern. If you've never been to the shop itself, it's super beautiful. There's it's plenty of things to sift through and look through, and I get lost in there for hours all the time. They do all kinds of programming. There's all kinds of stuff that you can pull. I think probably brochures and paper that you can walk away with and know a little bit more about what's going on there all the time. Run a bunch of community, all the good stuff. Never stop. And also support a lot of small presses such as ourselves, Pity Milk, Bathmatics, a bunch of other people that will be represented through the rest of the day. Great, I think I covered all of those things. So then, up first, we've got a half an hour full of community folks. And starting off this chunk is Chris Austin. Oh, I'm sorry, one more note in my note. I reminder to keep everyone keep to your 5 minutes. Keep to your 5 minutes.
Thank you. I have a few short poems. First one is called Harbinger. An early morning dark, cloud-shrouded moon hangs low and heavy and swollen in the sky. Before words take form, hairs stand attentively, breath imitating clouds above, before dissolving into mist. Tears complete the forecast, tragic thought replaced by reality spoken, no less dour. News of this sort seems always carried by the night and its accomplices, the moon, the stars, and the shadows thrown by their light. This next one is Haunting. My memories, the ghosts of a war waged with myself, leaving a constellation of scars. Generations of exploding stars aided ancient sailors searching for unknown treasures. Cultured thoughts strung together on too fine a thread snap, scattering pearls across the floor. I'm a blind ghost now, stumbling down these halls, knocking pictures from the walls. You will play my eternal host. This one is called Feral. Nascent to a savage landscape of somber beauty, rabbit hearts beating allegro, feral blossoms in our eyes and moss-matted rocks for beds. We were licked clean by rough tongues, then left to fend off the elements of the wild. Many succumbed to gnashing teeth or clashing rivals, others to immeasurable winters when sustenance is scarce. We who survived reminisce about cleansing sunshine in the meadow. Foam. Now that there is no such thing as nothing, time appears like the head of your beer. Froth formed at the pore dissipates discordantly, suds swirling with the effort of being. Subatomic fireflies blink in and out, sparking in a vacuum, which mimics country dark sky. In this quantum entanglement, past and present coalesce. An uncertain future hovers nearby. And the last one, the ibis. Wading in a brackish pool for a long, Wading in a brackish pool, a long-legged bird takes careful, measured steps as florid fish and small crustaceans scuttle about between rocks and other detritus in an attempt to avoid the sacred courser. Just as bright words and ideas swim through my murky mind while I slowly peck out my thoughts in search of something, anything to satiate. The ibis spears through the water, probing for victuals to placate nature's instinctive craving. As he cranes long neck and tosses head back to swallow the catch, he savors a fruitful hunt, staving off starvation for another day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris. One more housekeeping thing that I forgot to mention. If you are in this hour, please do not leave, or come back at the end of it so we can have a photo with everyone who was in this bit of time. Forgive me. Okay, cool. Next up is Paul Enia. Welcome Paul to the stage.
Hi, good to be here. I have 4 hopefully swift poems to go through. Still seeking the Susan I cannot name. In the dream, gold leaves shaped like minnows spill over the sidewalk. You're laughing and walking with friends amid the timbre of birdsong on a boombox. I'm down the block from you. Medallion bright daylight frames your flaxen hair, and despite my blazing feet, I can't catch up. I call, but my voice churns into autumn, crisp and certain you're gone. Butterscotch sparks where your footsteps should be. In the waking world, leaves whirl in cauldrons of air like ochre and ash. Low-flying geese meet the trumpets of hungry mothers. Coins clog the river. Gunmetal clouds clot the sky. Men, the color of anchor, dissolve in the static of the lake. Shell-shocked ravens return to empty balconies. Still, I'm out here looking. Every species makes a poet. My dog stops sniffing and makes eye contact. What a relief to engage a careful mind reader. We are in a forest I visit whenever I need to feel good about dying. What is it, my friend? What should I see? The sky starts to rise in his eyes, specks of darkening dusk, and I see I am not his brother or father. He had a family. We keep each other now. He returns his soul-searching nose to the forest. The resin of the day's prey hangs like pollen. The whisper wind of the wolves carries the moon over the trees. River poem number 72. Hard to believe in death today. Noisy, decomposing, and breathy organisms signal, skitter, soar, sing, and sink in this riparian corridor, each one wondering what might they be. Human beings are up high, marching across buckling bridges. Drum songs shatter daylight into shrapnel. Jumpers gasp in moonlight. A constellation of black holes and floating lanterns above the canopy. More melody than mute. The river takes my mind. Let's go, my hand. And lastly, petrichor, which for those of you who don't know, it's a new word to me, is the scent that's released in the soil after a good rain. Petrichor. In the radiating blur between periwinkle and champagne, I step into a prairie beset by scattershot shards of sunrise and raving songbirds. In my wake, the moon looms off course. Dagger-shaped shadows slip into statues of well-dressed men. Everyone I love is replaced with a petrified stranger ready to maim. In the nighttime clamor of alarms and a resounding preacher, alone and lost in the park, recedes into mute vibration. I could take a step back, return to the dark light, lull in the vodka vapor of hopelessness. But it rained last night. The scent of warm bread rises from the soil. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Please invite to the stage Eileen Stillwell.
Hi, I'm Eileen Stillwell. Thank you, Edie, for doing your job as host. You're in my community. I just have 4 poems today. The first one is called Killer Baby. Sitting on a mismatched chair, in a room full of mismatched people, strung together by the most evil thread, I did crave meaningful metaphors. Yes, the orca who pushed her dead baby through the icy waters for 17 days was exactly like me. The relief and anguish of letting your beloved burden fall deeply away is so universal. But sometimes a killer whale is just a killer whale, and a life is just a life, and the pain curled up inside of that life is just a cruel reminder. When that particular beast gets pregnant again and births a little murderer who floats, it'll be a miracle of some kind, just not the type I needed. I want my baby teeth returned to my mouth when I die. Please, nestle them next to their mature counterparts so I may be doubly fanged and singularly whole at last. I want my mother put back together into the shape she formed before my grandfather's death. This is the type of pain you don't really feel, and there is no before it's too late. There's just you and the wild rabbit in the garden. Perhaps your real job is to just watch him, and perhaps his purpose was always to run. Unwanted blessings. Years ago, a nice blonde boy accidentally saved your life when he biked to you because it was faster than walking, and that was a good thing, I promise. Even though you didn't want another reason to live. To most of the people you'll meet, your flesh is worth exactly as much as one of your crossed off to-do lists, although you have a tiny itch in your brain straining to disagree. Honestly, did the pain ever stop, or did you just learn to change it? Divide it into more manageable pieces, place it in your jewelry box, and sew it into the seams of your clothes. The weight of your anguish pins you so firmly here. And is that not a good thing too? Thanks. This is my last one. Together, we move through the earth like some sort of amorphous thing, or some kind of God. It is not about who I was or who we were anymore. It is about shoving as many sparkles down our throats as possible until the timer beeps, and turning in each other's arms in the living room. Someday, we'll be all we have left. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Eileen. Love seeing you do that as we go. Up next, please welcome to the stage Jenna Knapp.
Hello, everyone. I have one long poem for you today titled, God Told Me to Come Here. Rub lavender on your neck, temples, scalp, your hair on my palms. Baby, what's happening? Recline in the chair pushed up against your bed. HGTV lights up the room while you sleep. The phlebotomist who turns on every light at 4 a.m. and still can't locate your veins. The angel who hugged me in the elevator. Down to the cafeteria for coffee every morning, ceiling covered in palm trees. Someone said, this doesn't even feel like a hospital. The cardiology lab in a farther basement. The gel will be cold. The sound of your heart pumping fills the room and dances in black and white on the monitor. The breathing exercises to clear your lungs. Oxygen in the walls, just in case. The call light remote is also how you change the channel. My new peanut M&M fixation, Food Network. I pretend we're just in a hotel somewhere. The slice of cake I accidentally left in your first room after they told us, this floor is for short-term patients only. The walk to Walgreens to buy the orange notebook, to keep track of your blood pressure, headaches so bad they send you for a brain scan. Garlands of emojis in my messages from friends and family who are speechless. The not-so-funny joke that I'd give a kidney. Socks and pink rubber sandals. I set up your first shower after a week of sponge baths. You request Solange and wait for the water to warm. Sound of rain helps me let go of the pain. This time, I show you your hair in my hands. The morning lab updates texted to your family. My name in your TT's phone is thank you. Your granny introduces me as granddaughter, no longer grandparentless in this world. We prayed over the first bag of blood. Even the nurses joined the circle, chills all over. By the fifth bag, we were different people. Your uncle's holy water, login details to HBO Max, the battery-operated candles that became our nightlights, the Dalmatian Jasper keychain you gave me for Christmas, a stress ball, Trouble, Uno, the CNA who helped connect the Xbox, playing Tekken, your brother shaved your head at sunset. Jars of green juice, the good apples, kefir, seaweed, magic chicken, my mom's homemade chili in old deli containers, new markers, blank paper, morning gratitude list, the cafeteria pancakes with extra syrup, the orchid arrangement that lasted for weeks, the rose bouquet that died in a styrofoam cup, the tulips the doctor pointed to and said, "You've got a lot of people that care about you." The patient next door who didn't have a visitor for 32 days. I tried to give him a half smile every time he wasn't sleeping. A trip to the vending machine, the framed lily pad in the family waiting room. A reminder that beautiful things can come from mud too. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Jenna. Thank you so much. Please welcome to the stage Rick Ullman.
Song of the Poet. I let myself fly straight into your face. I aim for your eye, a sensitive place few won't lend an ear. This moment of grace, eternity's near. No question of time. We're now and we're here. I bring the sublime from earth and her sky. A victimless crime. So low that I'm high, dismissing your cry. Song of the Poet. in every hue. Through open window, curtain, shade, we bless and curse with tint and shade, and artifice, paint, ink, or dye. We make our mark until we die. We see ourselves in every hue, the hue and cry, the cut and hue. In amber, green, or sudden red, our earth asked simply to be read. Her pages turned, her hot breath blew. The book abides, its cover blue. We dwell beneath in every hue, the hue and cry, the cut and hue. With subtleties of beige or dun, her question begs, whose will be done? Or nearly black, or pink in color. This tugging hand, my garden's color. Oh, humankind of every hue, the hue and cry, the cut and hue. Oh, humankind of every hue. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Rick. A change of pace. Loved it. Please welcome to the stage Jesse McCarty. Yeah?
Hello. Oh, yes. Match my height. Appreciate that. It's so nice to hear poems recited and not read off a piece of paper, so thank you, Rick. I'm going to be reading poems from my new book called Pretty Punks, Poems and Play of William B. Yeats. The book is hybrid English and Irish, mostly English. I'm going to read one poem in Irish. If any of you speak Gaeilge and you think I've butchered anything, let me know. This one is called Pink. Pink appears again, dream. Pink as it was, in proper hues of orange-shaded indigo. Pink in my mouth sweeping plate cracks with tongue. Pink as I bite on ceramic, further fuel to my cavity ailments and worn-down gums. Pink is a direct result of rusting. I'm gnawing on material like candy. Oh, thank you. And just to save your hands, you can wait till I'm done. No need to snap for everyone, but I appreciate it. This one is called Yeats's Kosig. I'm going to read the shortened translation and then the English. Ina jarna she agen minta deslag skoma sala faka I ragd august flow ta arg agat jean doen ku fair august kagen she. And the translation is Yeats's coat. Yeats's coat, in which he made by the mythology of heel, throat, slog, and soot, wrapped up in song where they sang it and left its threads ragged and wet. No one's going to wear it now, he writes, for there's more to prison than nakedness, more to dying than dying lying down. Plus, you've got to love the world as cold as it is. And this will be my last one. It's called Self and Soul. It's a friend breakup poem. On a run, it is the wind hitting my face, collecting smoke and thrifted bark, making me warm with exhaustion and effort. I met a friend on the trail, perhaps it was you. Over the years, I told you about my life, smiling while I do it, laughing face forward. The threat to our intellect was purple, though I had lied about it. You had me set my head on your shoulder, or I was holding you in some way, to talk and share notes of time, of its passing or becoming. So why should imaginations of men long past their prime remember things that are emblematical? Does it mean we were no use to each other? Did it mean we could not distinguish darkness from souls? My self was the wandering wrist of girlhood, now a boy. Everything we looked upon was content until it wasn't. My self was the final factor. I delivered from crime and shame and birth, and it hurts to remember and it hurts to continue. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Jesse. I'm glad you made it up. Very nice to see you. And then please welcome to the stage, last in this section of time, Carmen Murguia. Murguia, thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Buenas tardes. First and foremost, I want to say thank you so much to Woodland Pattern Book Center. Woodland Pattern Book Center welcomed me with open arms when I moved back from Minneapolis to Milwaukee, and welcomed me with warm and open arms as a poet, as a writer, and has since carried my books, has allowed me to do creative writing workshops, and has allowed me to be here before you this afternoon. I'm going to open with a piece entitled Ode to Louisa, a Blue Lotus Lady. And it's an honor to read this piece for my dear friend and our fellow poet, Louisa Gallus. Ode to Louisa, a Blue Lotus Lady. Blue Lotus Lady, triumphant and wise, your affection, direction, and deep connection has expanded my soul, pure in thought, pure in action, pure in spirit. Blue Lotus Lady, you transcend worry, doubt, fear with hope, love, peace. Irresistible and inspiring are you who arrived with ease one summer breeze day into my life. Poems in one hand and Richard's in the other, nature's sun on your skin, graceful and white, healing us at midnight. Blue Lotus Lady, beneath deep waters, you surrender to the calm before a storm. In your element of self-realization, Blue Lotus Lady, reflecting within, immerse us in your creativity, in your poetry, in your intensity. You are notable, you are stylish, you are elegant. You are a Blue Lotus Lady. And I'd like to close this moment with a piece that I just unveiled. I'm unveiling today at Woodland Pattern Book Center's Marathon, entitled, I Give Hugs as warm as tortillas in a towel. My name is Carmen Alice Murguia, and I thank you for your attention and your time today. I am in my happy place at Starbucks at this moment in our history. For once, I feel privileged. I am not in hiding at Starbucks. I'm not looking over my shoulder for ice at Starbucks or wonder, will someone here turn me in? I am not shaking from fear, wondering, will my children make it home safely after school, or will I come home to an emptiness, a home we created with hard work, paid taxes on, listened to our ranchera music in? No, I have the privilege to sit here, a Mexican-American waiting for my Verona blend with a shot of espresso. I have my passport in my backpack, my driver's license in my wallet, along with my tattered Social Security card there, and my U.S. birth certificate in my glove compartment. You see, I may be a second-generation U.S.-born citizen of the United States. However, my last name is Murguia, and my hair is dark brown. My first name is Carmen, and my eyes are the color of coffee. My middle name is Alicia, and my accent is Spanglish, and I walk proudly. You see, I'm not immune to what is going down in our nation. For the first time in my life, I feel privileged. A Mexican-American second-generationer. And I sit here sipping and writing and getting pimples on my 50-year-old face from worry. Worry about my people who are not privileged to be able to sit in peace, to sit in tranquility, to sit quietly amidst the hustle and the whir, the names being called out for drinks, and the jazz behind us. Those, unlike me, who are your physician. Those, unlike me, who own the land you purchase your grass-fed beef from. Those, who, unlike me, who awaken at 3 a.m. to run a successful panaderia. I know you. I may not know you, but I know you. I see you. Do you see me? Do you know I am your confidant? Do you know I'm your safe place? Do you know I give hugs as warm tortillas wrapped in a towel? I love you. You are my people. Thank you. Gracias.
Oh my God, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you everyone in this community section. Thank you so much, Carmen, that was amazing. We're jumping to the next part of this thing. So this next bit of time, this next half an hour, Chelsea Tadieski and I helped curate. Pity Milk is a press that lives in Wisconsin for the most part. And yeah, you can find books at Woodland Pattern, I'm sure. We'll move right along. That was amazing, I'm speechless. Okay. Good luck. Coming next, Chloe Allen came all the way from Appleton and also does amazing things. And here we go. Invite Chloe to the stage. Yes.
Sweet. Thank you. I'm a love poet. Hey, we're all okay and we're here and we're having a good time. First one is called Your Love is a Scary Movie. When Longlegs 2024 ends, I imagine you'd hate it. I can almost hear you picking it apart as the lights go up. I don't imagine your body in the recliner beside mine. I don't want to see it again. I want to see it again, immediately. I want you with me, Instead, I wake up and worry about hearing from you. I don't. So I'm wondering how to be me better. Am I the bad person they're always talking about? The one who's always thinking of you? Funny that I love these films, considering I hate suspense. And that's the thing about girls like me. Multitudes leaves a bad taste in your mouth. But I'll keep trying to know great things about her. One head of the fear dog will go unfed tonight. If you were walking away from me, how would I even know? The next poem is called For You on the Train to Dublin. For the first time, I see ruins older than the colonies. A field of sheep turns quickly into a field of crows. The crows are just as slick and clever, but these are the sheep with black limbs and black heads, the kind seen in a poem. I wish to be a vessel, a translation of the train window, but my tired eyes find focus on the droplets of rain collecting other droplets, all speeding past my face. I wonder what matter of brain damage keeps you so steadfast in my mind on some pedestal in the frontal lobe. I see a relic, a rusty weapon, I think of you. I touch plush emerald moss growing on an old world stone wall and think of you. Do you know that I am out here, right in the world, lit like a fire for you, hot with colonist desire, to build you into a tower that never falls, to kiss your face without worry of dissipating mist, to focus on the droplets, then refocus on the field, out there in the greens, speeding by, a vision of strength, a picture of endurance, whatever time zone, you. Last poem, Snow Cart. The snow makes a track on the way home for my ink blot Japanese go-kart. Go-kart, like Austin says. I wouldn't know, I've never been. But on the way home, every song is a soundtrack to you and how you do me in and how you do me and how you do. How do you do it? You and me. Do you care that I wouldn't stop at a snowstorm to drive to you? Wouldn't keep this from you for anything. I would ride Rainbow Road with a blindfold if the trophy was your heart.
Thank you so much, Chloe. Amazing. Up next, we've got KP Kazabowski. Ready to go? Yeah, good to see you.
Wow. Hi. Okay. I'm going to read a poem, maybe two, depending on how slow I go on the first one. But I want to say thank you to Woodland Pattern. You're pluperfect, a word I just learned. And Edie, you're also pluperfect. And Pity Milk, you're pluperfect. Okay. Holy place. I don't want to know when you were born. If you told me, I'd see too many of your private sacrifices. I could count what was extinct in you, your cash register full of 1s and 20s, but not enough of the other bills needed to make change. The time you ripped fruit from your skull. When you were careful enough to eviscerate only the organs you didn't need. I built a shrine I never visit. Never replenish the sugar, the flowers, the incense. Never vacuum the morning droppings from the animal who found the shrine as their perfect spot. I used to breathe where I should have power washed. Within a mile of me, enough terrible objects to throw into the mouth of a kraken to make them sink, drown, propel their poison into the air, only to land directly back inside them. A metaphor for the habit of isolation from you. A lesson in tending to the loam before the fruit. The percentage of people who find me insufferable who haven't even read to the end of this poem, the fruit. The percentage of seagulls who know the school tower they encircle will mean nothing to them is a joke. And like all jokes, these are shrines to the curse they're hoping you won't notice. marked, pocked with a torment so unbelievable, we dress our baby sisters in them for Halloween. We burn them in biodegradable bowls and cast them out to sea. We forget everything from the past is written inside of us on a leg. We are not loreless. We shift in our seat, activating the impulse to destroy what has been consecrated. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, KP. So up next is me. So I'm just going to do 3 from this little book. This book called All of the Sudden, and they all have the same title. I think you can buy this from Woodland Pattern. I think it's probably still in stock over there. Oh, there's books. Okay, there's a bunch of books actually here. So that's cool. So go buy that out there if you can. That would be probably good for everybody involved. Okay. I also, well, whatever. Okay, here we go. I'm going to do 3 from this book. They're all titled the same. It's All of a Sudden. All of a sudden, I am polite enough to make an impression, and falling hopelessly in love with the way my friends say, oh, fuck. All the words are gone. My mind is a pig's asshole steaming on the plate of a crude cinematic businessman. When a man touches my shoulder, I can tell whether or not he's ever called himself a Christian. I don't believe all choices are valid and without consequence. The fallout shelter is literally the basement of a blown-out school. The view from here is breathtaking. The view from here is heartbreaking. Put on your helmet and bat your lashes. Spread your little ragged wings, and sometimes you can see the stars like little distant pennies. Sometimes the weight of your body is a rhythmic stutter. Thank you. Thank you for the needle and your patience. I swallow a screwdriver and fall asleep on the couch with a note that reads, ambulances are expensive. Rich people have no taste. I keep hoping routine will save me. If you were my daddy, you'd be dead. All of a sudden, the joke's on us. A cool, off-white paint swatch is unironically named climate change. The net worth of most rock stars is actually pretty pitiful. Beer is full of microplastic. Our hearts are made of sludge that sings to itself in the shower about how the world won't give it the love it deserves. The drain is perpetually clogged. Make the golf course into a public sex forest is a fun sentiment, but everyone is handcuffed to unease and domesticity. Cops are everywhere. Look into the mirror and tell yourself you've not flattened anyone in your life into property by way of projecting yourself onto them and demanding they hold still. Speaking of the rate of suicide among children, what did we expect? The distant glow is a slow tunnel to your future, realizing no future wasn't just a hipster byline. It's bleak, and goblins die in floods just like pink primates. There is no laughing on a boat in the glittering ease without the professional sociopathy to acquire it. Flash your teeth and curl your nose around the proper paperwork. Oh, the pain of owning shit. Thanks. Let's do one more. Is that okay? How's everybody feel? Whatever. I got 5 minutes. Okay, here we go. We're going. This is a different format than I'm used to. Okay, I think I still got time. Let's do one more. All of a sudden, the sky is a sharp antagonistic comedy. All I hear are eviction notices interspersed with assurances that it will all work out. We live in America. The resource on the bright ballistic horizon is water. I relate to stories of spiritual entities trapped in a sort of limbo. The future is a wad of gum stuck to your favorite pair of shoes. One of my greatest fears is having a stroke while sitting in traffic. I don't know what's worse. We live in America. Sometimes you can find a beautiful tree here, but you know its days are numbered. Sometimes dreams are made of a van set by a river. Sometimes dreams are made of the sky foaming with particulates, with swirling gyres, with roofs that can't take it. I don't know what's worse. We will die in America. Sometimes you can take a deep breath and not panic. Thanks. Great. Please welcome to the stage Caitlin Rooney. Where you are, darling. Thank you.
This is way above my head. Excellent. Okay. I gotta make room for turning paper. And you don't have to clap after everyone. Maybe just like wait till the end. It's probably helps with the flow. All right. You'll lick an Oreo under the new moon. I'll chew gum during the solar eclipse. You'll forge the name of a dog. I'll FaceTime God. You'll spill liquid death in a cave. I'll find Lucky Charms in the rain. You'll bleach leather. I'll burn velvet. You'll steal a fresh lemon. I'll ride a dying lime. You'll hallucinate a mountain. I'll actualize a pond. You'll light a candle in a dishwasher. I'll burn incense from an android. You'll mime the future. I'll explain Pictionary at a reunion. You'll rake analysis. I'll intuit a shovel. You'll experiment with milestones. I'll schedule miracles. You'll watch Home Alone in Atlantis. I'll view The Sixth Sense at the Wisconsin Dells. You'll force infatuation. I'll consider the composition of matter. You'll donate precious moments. I'll sell life on eBay. You'll whisper in the shoe aisle. I'll yell into a bag of leaves. You'll trick or treat on St. Patrick's Day. I'll carol throughout April Fools. You'll iron your cap and gown on limestone. I'll wear a sleep mask made of corn. You'll look at my teeth through a prism. I'll wait for you in the eye exam barn. You'll debate with a wishing well. I'll make peace with another fountain of youth. Synergy's cowlick and the solace of carbonation. Cardinals aggravate pragmatism, so I buy seeds instead of ibuprofen. Good ghosts braid chocolate into my hair and hold hands at Goodwill, autocorrecting the word people to psilocybin from way up above. I don't trust anyone that believes there is a difference between emphasis and reality. Envision this: magic forgets luck and Quick Trip's font. I'm 16 and listening to Leadbelly from the slope of a parking lot snow pile. I have one glove on. This punk house is a home. My ex is the rosy crucifixion, a story of friends knowing when to come back and cats knowing when to come over. I had told you to envision cool water. You told me to pen the next great American novel. Now you are water, and I am writing a novel. A four-legged dog named Playboy liked me and licked at my jeans beside the table. They wagged their tail and earnestly asked for my attention. A three-legged dog named Playboy liked me and pulled the rug from beneath the table. They caught their tail and neglected their true intention. A two-legged dog named Playboy liked me and saved me a seat at the table. They curved their tail and made no honorable mentions. A one-legged dog named Playboy liked me and decided to become the table. They cut off their tail and removed all retention. A metaphysical gain is a physical loss. A gym is a gym, and I guess I'm driving to a man-made lake that looks like celebratory nothingness. Listening to Spaceman 3 and following a skater down a path into pastoral dry mouth. Not a single cloud in the sky, I remark while looking at the clouds in the sky. Over there is a van that's the color of how chlorine sounds, or the crayon you'd use to depict something you want to buy. Sandy women jostled awake say, 10 more minutes to a meat puppet shirt that's the length of the concept of patience. Yin sunbathing atop the last picnic table on Earth, or Yang dragging an inner tube into a new world. I know that a veil of gravel introduces you to sand, a jet ski is a magnifying glass, and that Jesus is ants. Two silkworms, reelable and holy, plugging USBs with air-dry clay on a lackadaisical drive around 10% of the Earth's fresh water. It's hard to make decisions when a cat is in your lap and a rubber duck that looks like a ghost reminds someone of you. A roadside nativity is a welcome mat, and a tree with initials carved into it with a knife and a concrete slab with eat shit and die drawn into it with a stick take the same amount of time. It's just that one has the potential of killing something. And that's it.
Thank you so much, Caitlin. Amazing. And then last but not least, to close out our hour, Pity Milk Editor-in-Chief, Chelsea Tadieski.
Is this wood? This is going to be important later. Okay, you'll see. Anyways, my name's Chelsea. I'm the other half of Pity Milk. It's been a pleasure to be a part of this community and also this event. So thank you all for being here. It means so much to be in space together, especially now. I am going to start with a poem called Heart Beast. I don't want to hear about the habits of dolphins in captivity. There's enough depressing shit to dissolve about. Once I saw a clear plastic cup full of dead wasps and photographed it at different angles. I miss when fucking was my aliveness, but now I'm just so odd at being myself. Sometimes dolphins will just sink to the bottom of the pool and just remain there. This suggests that they have speculations about a future that is more or less like living in a clear plastic cup. My first memory, that's of my baby body slipping into a bath that was drawn for me. Untitled one, it will have a title. It's sweater weather, and I smell good. There's an ache inside my blood. I'm sorry, little egg. I just don't trust things. Nurses on break, smoking. The heart flows, twists in a spiral. I got that painting from a thrift store. Some context won't extend beyond my death. I'm so old. Sex feels wooden. I don't know if I've ever been happy or just momentarily found. Untitled 2. The blood on my underwear makes a face, stares dead at me. I've seen so many living rooms from the street. I love how rough I am, like a child when curious, just tap on the glass at the frog. The years, the way they remove me, but my new red hat, look, I'm here, caught in the sore skies of people. Okay, these last two I'm going to read are both titled the same thing. They're called Orange Poem, and they're a part of a collection called Orange Poems, which is available at the table out there. Thanks for listening. Orange Poem. I wish you would stop crying when I do nice things for you. My bottom row of teeth is crooked, and one tooth on top is slightly pushed out of line. I am aware of this every time I smile. I've given up hiding things with my hands. Sleep doesn't save me from exhaustion, and I don't like my name. The sunsets appear pinker, and this plucks my chest. Orange poem. We watch a bird swallow a starfish as if to choke itself. You spit in my mouth. The tallest tree in the world might be a redwood in California. In LA, you rarely see clouds. In Indiana, there is no sea. The way people pose when you tell them to look natural. If there's a lie you have to keep telling, well, that'll become like a child to you. The trash can is full. The area around the trash can, that's also full. Thank you. I think we have to come up here and take a picture. Okay, so if everybody who's involved in this hour could come up, thank you.
It's good enough because you're going to change it in a second. Hello. Welcome to the Oxeye Press Hour. I'm very sorry to be standing in for Jordan Dunn, who's sick today. And so Jordan is the publisher and creator of Oxeye Press and the curator of this hour, sponsored by Stacy Blint and Mike Hauser. Thank you, Mike and Stacy. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And also, I want to say, on behalf of all the readers, I think I can safely say a thank you to Jordan for bringing us all together. And I met Jordan a long time ago, 10 or 12 years ago, when he was really making community in Madison by making ephemeral print objects for the Oscar Presents reading series, and that sort of blossomed into Oxeye Press and has brought a lot of wonderful poets here today. So hi, Jordan. Sorry you're not here. And we're here to support Woodland Pattern, which is an amazing institution at the level of bringing poets together, making things happen in the community, creating a space for all of us and for many, many more people. So thank you to Woodland Pattern. Come visit this bookstore, sponsor a poet, go buy books outside. Thank you, Lewis, for Googling us all and finding our books and getting them set up out there. So grateful to all of you. And I think I've gone through my set of menus on the instructions, and now we can please welcome our first reader, Lisa Fishman.
Thank you. Hello, can you go? Okay, I'm sneaking, well, today's sneaking in as a poem. When it went into the fiction collection, it was sneaking in as fiction. Who knows what the truth is? You may wish. If the wind is blowing and the snow is falling where you're sleeping, that is where the story begins. If the snow is blowing and the wind is falling and rain comes while you're sleeping, that is where the forest begins. If there is no snow and no rain and no wind, then your sleep is neither here nor there, not this or that, and the night is a mask you can slip out from under. On the train or in a forest, if there's thunder, you are sleeping, looking out, sometimes one, sometimes the other, and the rain and the snow and the wind begin. She said such sentences over and over until her mind felt calm and sleep was near. When one word followed another, the chatter of insomnia ceased. The sentences disappeared into sleep. The sentences were not remembered, but they were near. A person made of paper is a tree or a book. To speak to a person made of paper, say nothing. You may wish to write to a person made of paper, but a surface disappears. Star on the nose of a mare. Ah, the person is a horse. She rolls around in the snow you thought was paper, now you know. They melt away and off of her, the words. Another time a squirrel to carry leaves came in, across the yard and underneath, the leaves of oak and maple. He gathered in his arms the leaves and put them in his mouth and ran across the yard again, not underneath, but up into the tree, and stuffed the leaves into a pile on the branch. Many armfuls and mouthfuls have to be carried from the ground to make a nest. The squirrel picks up the fallen leaves and puts them back onto the tree. Okay, I'm out of breath. This is cardio exercise. I'm just going to read one poem from an older collection called Current on the Little Press, Parlor Press. Here, yellow mouse, I have a black hat, and the hoop was gold, being pushed with a stick by a girl through a sunfield on the eyelids in a moving train. Oh, my dress is not my dress. I like your song. I am stung by a yellow jacket in the Chevrolet, and wish you were my one true love. I have a friend, the Tilt-A-Whirl in Orfordville, said Bobby Ross at the beauty shop. He has 3 hands for braiding hair in 7 strands. Will take 2 months to sculpt a ship on someone's head. True. Here, 11 kinds of kale have insect lace around the edges. The darkest green becomes you, house in the forest, cat on the counter. So I don't remember if this page is part of that poem or a separate poem. I'm not going to look in the table of contents, but I'll just read what's on the next page. There were a few sentences, but they did not cross your mind at the base of your spine. They floated by the bus you carried to the airport and walked away, carrying only your face in their hands. It had been gently removed at the start of summer. Dark comes from the ground and wettens the air so socks don't dry where they fell from the line in the general lack of clarity about the sun's force at the end of the day. There are a few sentences waiting around the path from garden to house in a small town entirely lit up by the glowing rear ends of fireflies. And in the category of that which illuminates, number also desire, the anti-shadow falling simply across. Thank you.
I love being part of this hour. Thank you, Lisa. Next up, Louis Friedman, the poet op.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, both mics. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Rick. Thank you, Jordan. Thanks, everybody. Yeah. Mad Purpose Plant. Fucking crazy for the song made of words. Leads us into place by slips and shots. Eyes ticking slits to shrink-wrap the byways in sound. Muffled shipwreck corridor in the song's possessive pulse plays a struggle I've cupped in breath in my mouth, shrunk to the scale of the image made of words where the song puts it. Then a lion, in our tune, tries to turn a doorknob with its mouth and carry our wave up this rotting ladder and into this rotting hole. I rely on it calling me back along its surface marked with time to reveal to my assailants how they're in here too, yoked to what repeats in my dreams of escape. So when I run, this overtakes me. When I slow, it surrounds me. Even the image of dust for death arrives the dropped note which would rust instead of degrade. So when the dust elevator opens to a floor that's just our face zoomed in on and doubled in marriage to our face, we write in dusk a cryptic container which might pass untroubled over this passing for now. And the exponential mirror which masks a doubt in symmetry's limit, which leads us into power and fucking nuts, rakes worms through our empty arteries, and writes, perhaps our coffins are as more sentient than us as everything we write is. I might wrap a gray stone in blue linen cloth and pretend it radiant and bind its tie. Why? We open a ground to contain our surrender, bore it deeply, then fall in. Sung wildly sigh. A madness fell over this mouth, who is always singing at home these songs of wild desire which keep it wanting what it doesn't have. I grazed on crystal cash in a subterranean maze of crystal mash, duped into pain by a supreme purse as it loosens and tightens its clasp. It lets me set and separate all contact until no one is there and I'm free to go. Sometimes chased by Nazis, my image as I run is divvied up into fragments on some inner sill. And what this does to the window above it is like a bag turning bad on my shoulder as I run. The image set wrong in our description. Fear transformed into a vision of the earth's surface, swallowing itself in collapsed waves, earth turning inwards of waves of earth over and over, a violent voice revealing a consumption beneath us to lose our subjects beyond all appeal. You can't get rid of the Nazis. So please, from one half-life to another, just get out of bed soon. Skin fragments float in the afternoon window light while we work a suspended collision with what we can't quiet, that which we borrow from the air of our suffering to feed it as we witness it surround our moment. And being right in this world makes us so angry every day. Our shadows pulled along by a cord and hounded by the pull into pretend exams. And they won't burn up in our effacing fire because their concentration is waylaid elsewhere and can't return. Gone as it is, that dousing and lighting it does its nothing. So go to bed, please. You've got work in the morning. Sleep chews the cut of my synapses to let a violence thank me. I was right, and I slide moan our song as though nameless will prove it.
Thank you, Louis. Please welcome Kai Inns.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much to Woodland Pattern. Thank you, Jordan. Okay, I think I know how long this takes, but I'm not sure, so I'm gonna just make sure. Okay, so I'm gonna read 3 poems from this new book called Of, and then 2 very new poems that I've never read before. And then, depending on time, another poem from here. Okay, so this one's very short. By love, I mean what you mean now. There is a scrap in the sky. It itches when I itch it, so we are in love. A woman skates a lane on the frozen lake. Some of the fish are dead, and some are not. Okay. This one is called Immediately Motionless Likeness. By going, you have to be and seek it out, said the starlet in the shared volitional language of space and time. Explanation thrashes round the thing but doesn't touch it. The thing we know then as style of thrashing, or ripples in the pond sufficient in itself, she licks her tongue, it could be desired as a figure. Faithless as a class of examples, I found new objects swimming blankly in a common sense by going alone to listen to them in the night light of their pool. To begin with life or stars, the spring as source or season when to start. I love what you said about the birds, as distance is required for attraction, and force keeps its distinctions in a tall hull called law, clever in the style of depth in a painting, sumptuous for use and briefly this of fancy, pity, and devising. Wherefore, as it is at the right door, make it language or rejoice, and this is how you touch me in my other ghosts, and short of the occasion, just a frequent mist of atoms, all touching in the arms, like an error in the wish. This one is called Some Theses on Fear. Some Theses on Fear. I hold out to my mother in reverence, so engender a thought in you. Does one back slowly away from one's frightening thoughts? Canister, how is one led to fear, held there? Perfect proxy equals true. I have an epistemically weak propositional attitude. It may be here or here it is, disrupting the health of false alarm or harmony for real. There goes Dolly, confidently non-coincident with her surface. Someone was here to break apart the information as the world settles into its incursion, not surrounded by me itself, whose what is now that. She commutes the perceived situation to a faint noise, and therefore exists. Cheese people with surveillance vistas keep the dead white rose in a water jar and the 1,000 botryoidal fauna called fear and dispensations. Who shook me? The projector's plain eye. Which ghost will pin its picture to the wall? This spells there itself or cloud. We had good used feelings in each other's arms. In autumn we saw Solaris alone. Slickly she says such acceptable things like, we were all men, possessed by vegetables. We lived in the pool. Okay, 2 very new poems. Yeah. This one, they're kind of a diptych. This one's called Zero Balm. Zero Balm. The knight who is not his horse, blank as a paper, pocket of winter, a suite of poems called The Administrator. The beautiful blank face of the heat battery, sheet face, we love it, keeping it up, keeping it up the face, cranked, diagrammatic, succinct, readily lovable, looking up, seeing nothing. Taking pictures of the sky is what they did before they died, the hikers. Someone would see the flash, Leah says. Perhaps they were hoping. First half. Look, the knight is his horse is important. There is a change in person. He thinks that this person would be judging him correctly. Just bring it toward the edge of the loop, the very complicated skin facing page light-heartedness emptied or arising. Perhaps, in fact, I have nothing to say. Her there peeing like a wrung sponge. One felt a bitter but ecstatic hunger at a certain thought I could have. It was zero balm. It was love to reveal itself as rage. Discovery one could forgive as a sedative property. Cataclysmic livery episodically accurate. Sleety beige. I look at you basically. This too is a form of emotion. Okay. And yeah, there's time for the other poem. So this is one more poem from it's called, where is it? It's called Madonna of the Chair. Madonna of the Chair. I was afraid to die because I wanted to see you again. Suck out the middle and repeat it to start. Crusty and the ghost wins. Reproduction or praise. Pretty less lonely. Over and beyond that, it was just of nothing at all. Chrysanthemum branches that beat in the soup as they steam. You can move inside the bus. You're the garden of cups. Victory evolves out of the strategy like a moth, by things I thought I knew. Steam, light rising slowly as steam off their joined skin. Banners than ordinary objects. To be touched when the banners in perfect order are, on the temporizing ground or a ground of intersecting highways. In that habit, you come first, roll and wet, to be first the surface receiving the shadow. None of the image is Gnostic or silent, only full of judgment. People can recognize numbers and flags, but not you. Thanks.
Thanks, Kai. I'm Richard Meyer, and I'm next. I just got this in the mail a couple days ago, a book called A Companion. So I'm going to read a little bit from one of the long poems in it. The poem is called And. Before going to prison, we were lined up to sing an anthem. We were heading toward death. I thought I was singing Bottom's Dream to resist it, but what came out of my mouth was, when that I was and a little tiny boy with a hey-ho, the wind and the rain. Several others joined me in the song. Later in a hallway, the guards were electrocuted, demonstrating that the wiring was faulty, and some of us escaped. The lake wave water sound arrives continuously at the rocks, but in surges that rise and fall and keep one listening for a gap that never comes. Instead, an awareness like the boat's water awareness, heaving, hearing the water animals, then running and feeling the weird buzz and the arms waving in concert, a second heard in the flapping page.
The sun through the thinning clouds lights the drops in the 2 spots where the hackberry was pruned, and the drops disappear as they fall toward the orange canoe. Green Henry spotted Judith on a narrow mountain trail, and she wouldn't marry him, wanting them to be free. But for 20 years, when they met once a year or daily, they were joyful. Blind drawing, singing out loud, burning candles, the upside-down canoe. He turned and faced an opening that felt like an interior, but also a public way, remembering the relation to shaping and forming letters, coming to the edge of the page, space between letters, larger space between words. To carry that outside allows the internal constructive worth of writing into the world, a complete relaxed release, a whoosh of everything. And then in that space, the stories he, the grandfather, told or read had a quality Lewis finds in his own writing, emotion transferred from one day to another, a place or person transformed from one to another, a glint of ice in the riprap, then pendants on fibers dangling just above the water, allowing the wave peaks to touch them in the air to freeze them. Below the bluff, combs of 5 or 6 icicles had grown from the transfer of motion, shape, and color, from the small flakes to the large seed, bringing them both very close to the eye and the hand. When you don't know someone, they're the same as all the people you've ever known. When you know them well, better than anyone, you're in love with that feeling. After that, if you stick with it, you have a chance to not know them at all. And then that's a new person, maybe one of the few you'll ever meet. Okay. Thanks. And then I'm going to read a recent poem, and I want to shout out Carl Gartung, who took some poets up to Wintergreen Ridge a little over a year ago, and I couldn't go because I had COVID, among other things. And then I did go to Wintergreen Ridge, and here we go, 12/24/24. And this is for Jordan Dunn. Bring out your dead, A says at the trailhead. Fine red pine dust, a whirring sound I've heard when mergansers exit. Have you chewed on wintergreen leaves before? Trying to read the frost on the boardwalk, I scratch the letters away with my index. The frogs are in the mud below the water and the boardwalk. The deer don't stay on it. Tamarack, I would like to see one in the spring. Those small trees might wait for years in the understory before they grow more. Clear ice chunk with thin sand filaments along the air or fault lines. How did that happen? A little green tongue of wintergreen, you have to chew it. No one made this. Stiff club moss, a sea vestige in appearance, says companion. Why are we here, said another, arriving yesterday after nightfall. Falling behind writing, falling further behind writing, falling, and so on. Water on both sides of the page. Through there, a brown fuzz, furzy, orangey, of sedges, reeds, or grasses. I can't tell the difference. Thank you. Thank you, Rick. And now, let's please welcome Chuck Stebleton to the stage.
Rick, wow, thank you for extending the tradition of Wintergreen Ridge poems. And I want to say props to Marla Sandvik, the wizard behind the Crowdcast and the lighting and the audio and the streams all weekend. This first poem is on rotation in the lobby as part of Milwaukee Kitchen. Panita, an elegy. It's a god-awful small affair to the girl with the mousy wallpaper birch prosperity gospel. The mice in their million hordes prosper, fishy elixirs, one tea green eye, the improper catnip lady. Aspen quake in half-day acreage, looking gray in the rain as they stand disarrayed. A line of white poplar shade, honey scratches, lickety-split. Fifth season. In the mercurial sliver between seasons, a hot winter, a late spring, a silver middle in between. The Mayapples hover low, the wild leeks remain, a shadow slides. The duration has a pause, light lengthens on the grass. The duration repeats a pause, shadows lengthen the grass. I rehearse my notes, then forget them every time. I know a man who goes by the singular name Antler. He recites a canon from memory. His blessings vibrate like Caspian terns, a sound that recurs every spring for millennia. One year, it slips north and never occurs again. Antler, what is the bird in Whitman's elegy? The hermit thrush, whose fluting song we only know from hearsay. Antler is one of the poets who is inscribed on the carpet at the reception desk as a artwork by my friend Paul Drucka, who's here, among other Milwaukee poets and places named for them. So visit. And a travel poem, Itinerary Ink. Hard presences hardened, soft presence hardened, a continuous occupation, a presence on which hills, homes, persons renew as soft presences hardly presentable. The roof, the teeth, the turrets, the tongue, an alloy, and it's Easter time too. Here, these songs, familiar from the start, find their eternity. The ellipses are Lorca's own. I'd rather be a sparrow than a snail. Hard-ass Bulls jersey at the consulate. I'd rather be a hammer than a nail. And the Andean flute band plays every destination. I'd rather be a forest than a street. I'd rather feel the earth beneath my feet. Blackbird in the cyclamen gives the world its saddest sound, its saddest sound. Itinerary ink smudges easily. And I've been microdosing the Tang Dynasty poets, so I'll read you one of those. A peony for Liu Yushi. Waist high, the peony's weight, Liu Yushi. An ankle keeps the knees in time. Wrist, thigh, elbow high. A ruby mallow unhinges the sugar ants. Thank you.
Microdosing. Thank you, Chuck. Please welcome Antonio Vargas-Nieto.
Hi, everyone. Clef. Heedless tetrahedron, efface the hydra. She loves me, she loves me not. Your heart, a harp. Mine, a wind chime, replete with crimson liquor. Our helix symmetry unfolds frond, curves compass rose, anoints effigy, movable sea, lapping boon off the marrow. You're such a liar. Unitarian zap dose. You're just a 3 in a mirror, a magic carpet for my beverage, iron ore, or molten spinach, rhomboid, ritualistic chantings, encircle the trident, foot of your shrine. Palace of reams, radial tunnel, punctured arrogance gland, transmuted guilt, allegorical Golgotha, the crux of my skull. Stupor. At the dawn of my penumbra, discreetly unabsolved, what inarticulate tourniquet, bullheads quirked up Kierkegaard. What's the password for the crispy bits? Vaulted leaks, stained glass, sustain. What creaky joints articulate? Rip the diphthong, drink coolant, break the lamp, electricity spills, satin luster, taste of pine cone rust. 6 evolves to ampersand, coal essence, ampere, homogeneous individual, exhalant, a fumeless fire, phantom, organocin. Intimacy. You know the names on my socks. Intimacy. Erosion. If the body is a prison in a past life, I was a corrupt architect, cast in karmic kiln. If the body is a temple in a past life, I was an erudite sculptor, absolving marble of error. I touch silence, it turns to gold. Forever the bridge builder, never the traveler. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio. Zap dosing, added to microdosing. What kind of dosing will be next? Please welcome Anata Werner.
Hi, everybody. I don't think I'm dosing anything, I'm sorry, but I am going to read some poems. Thank you to Woodland Pattern for organizing. Thank you to all the lovely people I've met here, elsewhere, that have continued to invite me to these kinds of things. It's really been lovely. Not any yellow whim, but real capital, August concerns. Me, I'm talking. They are taking me seriously. They are loving me. They go zing, there's vim. But the entity gets in and it's beefy. It's hammered and needs to know the Wi-Fi password. No joke, in fact, of it squats and is petty as well. So we offer real capital and love to see its jumbo quality. Normally the gate browns open. Sorry, no. Grips tighten into fists around nickels, but not uncommon to flatten and careen into. To hear a brown step upon the stair, to dine upon a brown, to be a blonde and brown. Sometimes you do see the brown day that hands down the mercy, the lawless palm that doles it. Ten lonely rotations to the center of an adoration. Meatloaf spat out of hell is my Orphic nut. Like a sinner, but without and in opposition to. A rhythmic writhing with bats contagious me. We know there won't be another moment after this crawling on back. I'm at you. Please feel it. All of my real ones are meat, and they know the tight moment is here with loaf, and we sweat at the back door. Winched on the noon hook towards my kicks, the hour is a shapely crook. The hour loves the wick. The hand wants for the mitt. The knife slipped from my grasp. The age was young. In conclusion, I was like, on a flat surface, figure the barley cock, a melon pose. The wealthy get sent to work the job I worked. The wealthy waitress where instead I order a $1,600 hamburger with pickles. Twixt the buns my claim to leisure is nestled. I'm ready to tell the wealthy they're unreal. I think they could be sent away. Would we gain the cabled faith of spiders? Let's eat them. I believe in burying the wealthy with the plunder. It's hot dog logic that pardons me. A wealthy wouldn't know a hot doggy from a box. I've heard one sigh with 1,000-ton onus and suck each nail, but only did he wink at labor. Me, bored in the pit. Let's sit on their wealthy backs and grip want for once. Let's eat them. I have just a couple of wintry ones I wrote for the occasion. Caught from a timber, your winter brush smoothed, for the compound of yesterbits, fortress of sweeps. And duck among the eve sounds quiet as a glow, goes to phantom on the lake. Thanks.
Thank you everyone for being here. Could I have the outside readers come up for the, what I'm told?
We're taking a
photograph. You shall be recorded. We will enter the Hall of Fame.
They like it by the sign.
Yeah.
Hey. All right, hello, thank you. Welcome to the 5 o'clock Power Hour. I am Johnny Lohr, editor of Adjunct Press. We're a very occasional chapbook press. We're out of Milwaukee, then we got priced out, so now we're out of St. Francis. So we're, let's see, our first, thank you to our donor, Anonymous. And thank you to Woodland Pattern for having us. Woodland Pattern is great. They distribute all of our chapbooks and help us put on readings and stuff. And if it wasn't for them, I would just be a weirdo in a basement. Okay, so our first reader is Kay Ingen.
Okay, hello. I'm really happy to be here today. I have not read a poem out loud in about 9 years to a group of people, so this is really fun for me. And thank you for Johnny and Alice for inviting me. I wrote 2 poems for the occasion. I haven't written a poem in 2.5 years, so I'm excited for you guys to hear this poem. When you haven't written in a while, you're told to write what you know. So this first poem is a Shakespearean sonnet titled, What I Learned Watching Reality TV. Thank you, okay. Mormons are door-dashing garments in Vegas, their lip filler migrating as we speak. An inescapable rite of passage, beauty being where it just shouldn't be. The court of public opinions comes fast. With laser focus, find what you can control. Scam the elderly, smash the wine glass, toss your dildo into the casserole. And when your lover sleeps with your best friend, discover men are all liars, women are all drunks. A scandal of Shakespearean proportion. It best be time to cash in. Their lip filler is mine. Ego, the same. But shh, it's a mirror, not a game. Okay. Now, my serious poem. If art was a bird, it would be a crow shitting down my back, a long line of off-white, a reminder of what's not done. Entire worlds I did not live, pecking at my ear, blood down my neck and chest, following me around, cawing like a best friend I didn't ask for or want. I must be walking around with peanuts in my pockets for it to still land on me, its talons in my collarbone. If art was a bird, it would come at me like 10,000 blackbirds, chupping and chucking, starting 10,000 conversations I don't have time to have. A murmuration of grotesque proportions above my head, like I have fistfuls of earthworms in both fists, a caterpillar and beetle crown, spiders coming out of my mouth. It could go on like this forever, and it will. I should keep my distance. I should. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. That was great. Our next reader is Alice Sladrick, and Alice is sick, so I will be reading for her, so I apologize for that. Hi, Alice. This is called Sunbeam Series. There's that song from the 90s by a band called Gegita that goes, I want to thank you, whoever you are, for letting me change lanes while driving in my car. And guess what? I don't want to thank you because you did not let me change lanes on the freeway this morning in the fog, and the lake was all covered in the thick, and I'll allow one boring line break per polar plunger. It's January, and the sun, long S, hasn't been seen for days and days. On my lunch breaks, in the wintertime, I sit in the sunshine, when there is any, and like my fat tuxedo cat toasting up. When there's no sun to be had, I just take a break to eat my lean cuisine, and you may be asking yourself, if that's one polar plunger, why is this a poem and not just a boring story like the ones I used to hear when I captioned phone calls for the older folks who would call and say, oh, Marjorie, the sciatic is acting up again, and I had a ham sandwich for lunch, though I've heard nitrates aren't supposed to be good for you, and I stopped in the middle of writing that because I did, so there, haha. Nana boo-boo. I'm thinking again about my cats in the sunshine content. Who knows what new obsession will lend itself to your brain next? That thing you will get caught on a shirt on a chain link fence style. What about the art of the hyphen? Nah, the hyphen may be something else like magazine from 1950 that only ran for a single year and then vanished. Well, more like the plug was pulled due to extravagance. Isn't that the best any of us can hope for? Like the Pope's elephant who died for too much gold ingestion, but really though, extravagant to some extent, even just in a sunbeam. What's the point of this? Well, what's the point of anything really? It's just for fun, just a little enjoyment is all anyone's asking out of this, of that, of the other thing. Another polar plunger beatnik so-and-so's walking around in their Birkenstocks, I guess. Suddenly it's 1970, and I'm walking in a moving shadow. What is it but an imagining, musing who we could have been in another polar plunger. Life, and we had one more or less time to die. Sunbeams pull up to our eyes. What's the definition of sadness? I would ask any person who would listen if they had felt it today, if they had known what was meant by rigmarole around it. all the running around. It is so literally running away from the sadness from the old SAD. What about starting everything over for time's sake? How will we walk to the river, throw some rocks in and hear them go kerplunk? How do we throw them in the lake? It's all water when it comes out anyway, like bile. There's an image in a book of a woman in black sitting in the golden water all around her in a myriad of sunbeams proliferated. Who knows what anyone actually means by it, but by what any of it, of anything by the by. When Harry met Sally, wagon wheel, coffee table is sitting on my porch looking at me, telling me to get fucked. The air of arrogance of that thing, simply causing trouble for trouble's sake, showing up like I didn't always think I agreed. Carrie Fisher's character had it right. I don't want the coffee table. I just want to pour myself into myself and then watch as I pour it all back out. This time I'll do it. I'll let the sunbeam pour straight into my head, flash my wrists straight into the clearest part. Thank you. And next we have Katrina Underwood.
Thank you. Thanks. Hi, everyone. Most of these are going to be from my recent thesis. And being the way I am, I changed some things last minute, so one of them is going to be read off my phone. 25. Are our bodies really even our own? Even in death, your body is getting manhandled by some stranger, filling you with chemicals, pickling you like some kind of garden cucumber so you look alive enough. Who knows what vulgarities are said behind closed doors? These are female worries. How we look even as a corpse, what burden our bodies will bestow to others, how aesthetically pleasing or hideous we will be in death. If only we were cats and could crawl off to die alone with some dignity. Instead, there has to be some kind of body parade with an ambulance, nurses, doctors, or coroner. A carnival of people who have never met you will see your meat suit, and you'll have no choice. I'd rather be tossed in a Taco Bell dumpster, buried in an unmarked grave in the forest. It all seems so indecent. 47. No worries. 47. I went to a restaurant I haven't been to in a while, in a long time, but they wanted me to scan a QR code, so I burned it down. 16. Some days I dream of being a housewife, not like in I Love Lucy or Leave It to Beaver, but within the space of my projected fantasies. A modern housewife with a partner who holds a resilient mental capacity to work under capitalism. Heck, they might even enjoy it. Maybe they will work at a sustainable startup that makes goods out of invasive species like garlic mustard pesto or buckthorn rocking chairs. I just want the fantasy of being a kept woman, but even fantasies can be controversial. I can spend my days collecting mulberries from the Chicago alley trees for jam and making artisan butter with an antique churn. They'll know me as that lady that churns butter, the butter lady. What else does my fantasy entail? The housewife fantasy starts to tear at the seams when I realize having a capitalist sugar daddy only means freedom for me. This is not true freedom, though fantasy is not reality. Who wants to churn all that butter for themselves? Being a kept woman isn't what my heart actually desires. I want a kept community, a kept traveling circus family that does clown-themed makeup tutorials and votes in every election. A modern housewife could spend her days pushing the button for the Roomba, the button for the dishwasher, the button for the laundry. Don't kid yourself, darling. Life isn't a series of buttons. It's clothes that must be placed and carried and sorted and folded and shelved and hung. It's pre-washing fine china and less fine china and not fine china. It's food prepping. Little Jody is gluten-free. Sammy is vegan because her best friend is vegan this week. Todd is allergic to peanut butter and can't eat tomato sauce after 5. The Labradoodle needs his specialized raw food diet ordered a month in advance. I dream of living in an oversized home with a bouquet of always fresh flowers in the foyer. Not fake fresh. Fake flowers are liars. I went to see a new therapist once. I sat down and absent-mindedly flipped through a 2-year-old magazine with Angelina Jolie on the cover. Was this therapist licensed? Why couldn't this practice afford up-to-date magazine subscriptions? Despite the limited sunlight, the waiting room had a tall palm in the corner. I hesitantly reached out my hand to feel one of the half-moon-shaped leaves between my fingertips. The plant in the waiting room is fake. Yes, is that a problem? If you can't keep a plant alive, how can you keep me alive? You're not a plant. I wish I were a plant. 32. Her friend was going on and on about retirement. She laughed. Internally, that is. Her retirement was all tied up in layered pastry, school debt, cheap albums, therapy appointments, and thrifted clothing. Things that made a broke person feel rich. Look, I have things. They are not fancy things, but they are mine. The pages might be annotated, and there might be a small hole in the elbow patch, but my things have a story. The story is they are secondhand. If I am being honest, they are probably fourth hand and fifth hand. They are well loved. That's another euphemism people use when they don't want to say your shit is old. Her friend is talking about the house she owns. She owns this meal, she says before remembering she has charged her meal on credit. Well, the meal has been consumed, and it will be paid for eventually. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Nick Pacucci.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. Mainly, I'm reading this group of poems I had read. I was working at a bookstore from where I'm from in Chicago that sadly shut down a few weeks ago. I have another job lined up in a couple months, so I have a couple months in limbo. So I've written these poems to kind of commemorate this glorious time of having a couple months to myself. Number 1. I used to speak in dialects. Now I mutter behind closed doors in a language only I can understand. Number 2. A 6-letter word for hidden or supernatural. Watching Jeopardy, I confidently shout questions at the television. What is a cult? And venture to the edge of sanity when the contestants, whose scores range in the thousands, let their strident hands die on the buzzers. A cult! Until the frisbee-haired host releases the word from purgatory. What is a cult? We say in unison. They move so easily into the commercial break. Number 3. The unemployed do not have more time to write, only a greater opportunity to dread it. Number 4. Who among us can resist the allure of a pinball machine, where every bump and clank unlocks the desires of our youth, and the object here is to obliterate aliens and destroy spaceships, a delicious massacre under glass. The ball tilts left, I tilt left. The ball tilts right, I tilt right. Bumper delight, flipper madness. Oh glory, here comes the multi-ball. Number 5. The suburbs are easy to criticize, their landmarks few, their chains many, but at least that when I inevitably make a wrong turn, the numbered streets allow a certainty in knowing I'm lost. Number 6. Lost again. On foot this time under the city lights, in a cold that cuts like a butter knife against shattered glass. Waiting at crosswalks, I look up and wonder who all these streets could possibly be named after. How many minor politicians and major industries sold their souls to be honored with a one-way boulevard? The cold collects in my legs and numbs them from the inside out, making them feel as though they are attached to another body. Perhaps this is what it's like to fly. Number 7. A scream of cold air enters the emergency room every time the doors open to admit a new patient. The afflicted are conscious and do not have gaping wounds. They speak calmly to the nurses who attend to them. Urgency masked by controlled sobriety. The white walls are covered with white boards, the ghosts of old names visible in the erasure. Fraud, someone shouts from behind a curtain. Lately I've been writing far too many poems at the bedsides of my beloved as they grow older, fighting the hands that threaten to guide them into the night. Number 8. Bookstores have hearts that beat and pulse, and the warmth they provide is the closest I'll ever get to remembering what it felt like to be carried in the loving arms of a dead relative as a baby who had no language. And I'd like to close out with one more poem. It's a tribute to my favorite TV show as a kid, Hey Arnold. It's called Oh Arnold. Oh Arnold, how old are you now? Oh Arnold, are your grandparents still alive? Oh Arnold, has your little blue hat blown away? Oh Arnold, did you cry when you met your parents? Oh Arnold, were you proud of your secret handshakes? Oh Arnold, were you blushing when you kissed the girl of your nightmares? Oh Arnold, why did we let you down? Oh Arnold, why did we let the colossal malls raid our infirm towns? Oh Arnold, why didn't we help you look for our war-torn daughters? Oh Arnold, why didn't we wash the graffiti off the ancient tortoises and set them free? Thank you.
All right, and the last reader for the adjunct press section is Johnny Lohr, which is me. Notes on the occasion of a chamber concert at the Alice Art Museum featuring a performance of excerpts from Bach's Art of the Fugue and Messiaen's Quartet or The End of Time. There's tension to the awareness of the unfinished, instruments pause, and it's unclear if they'll start again. Streets of Old Milwaukee, optometrist signs spectacles, or Zach's eyes through the piano lid. Jim's in white, a halo of the violinist, almost mirroring a prodigy to his side. This was last performed at a heist, piano chords falling like digital rain, cello and violin harmonized, wax paper hum. The clarinet plays tinnitus and looming through pitched crescendos that looming comes after, though, building forward in the piece while tinnitus reaches back, echoing in muted days the aftermath of an unrepresented violence. That fugue never ended, and we chatted through intermission. We see its tension through this aftershock. Political poem. To the tune of Van Halen's Panama, Stevedore. Labor poem. Before the strike vote, they said, we've probably got enough people to make a quick 50-50 raffle worthwhile. I'm reading Rich Owen's part of I Once Met Kent Johnson while watching Maestro. Dude's convincing Bernstein to become an important ambassador of a dying art. It's not serious music, is it? Who abandoned Snoopy in the vestibule? I like Jim's and Keith's entries. Shocking, I like my teachers best, like that old Seth Olbum article about how only their teachers were doing AWP right. Most other parts of the book are more cloying comparisons to Pessoa. I take breaks to fold pizza dough, the gluten stretching over themselves and holding on. I love people too much. Poetry is nothing but social, which is why that whole asshole genius sucks so bad, because it's literally only social. Sat earlier with Lewis and Paul and Zach talking about Kent, where I'd sat with Paul and Kent. We talked Talmud and Mormonism in town and Hawthorne and Melville. That's because I made it up, my dear boy. I should have jumped in the lake long ago. Jeremy Ray ollied from water tower to water tower. Mine was just a roofless silo I never climbed, holding on to loose metal rungs below pigeons. A litany avoiding legacy, even while I write this compulsive betrayal. Are we all alone? Are we all waiting on a lone gaze upon a seascape? It should all end there. It should end, but there's always a car after, and a modern house remaining. This extension performs again, conducting too much gesture, telling ourselves it remains and demanding applause. This dance again and again. Throw your weight on me, darling. Remembrance. Perhaps we'd prefer unimportance. And my last poem is called Ref You Suck. It's for Alice. We watch the Timberwolves tonight, lounging shaped like L's. You snooze and I pretend I'm reading poems near a stack of books I'm addicted to owning. Waiting on tomorrow's memories, we'll both never go to school again, and we both don't like poetry anymore. It's the best of both worlds. Thank you.
Hi everyone, it's me again. this time I'm hosting. I'm hosting palm readings. It's a series I used to run out of Cactus Club. Thank you, Anonymous, for sponsoring. I know that the marathon in general was dedicated to Carl Bogner, but I would really like to dedicate this segment to Carl Bogner. I was a student of Carl, and he was very important to me in showing me just the appreciation of pursuing aesthetics and always, and I know that Grace and Dia were also students of Carl. So with that out of the way, we're gonna have CJ up first.
Yeah, so many times before, I'm here thanking Antonio, and also, thanking not just Woodland Pattern, but y'all for sharing space with me. Poetry Marathon's like the best time of the year for me, so, hopefully for y'all too. Just gonna jump into a few here. With devotion. Listen, I know you haven't told anyone yet, but they all need to know this. We all felt the globe lilting. We all felt the idea of all that's precious falling away. Like an eruption, a solar flare knew our compasses were spinning wild. We knew we would wait until the end of all magnetism and light to break down, until the fresh weight of our body and blood could be offered out, could be broken in half and made into morsels. We had only ever known our bodies as a ticket to the afterlife, as a coin to be placed as an offering in another's mouth, as a hand that could be refused. Still, the northern lights will be visible on the beach tonight for someone, even if the downtown lights pollute the sky a bit too much for us, even if we look down for a minute and miss it, even if we keep leaning into each other's cheekbones and pointing to the stars twinkling into view, and half the time they grow into jets descending instead. Here we can pretend nothing can touch us, dear. If I've learned anything, it's that never are good grasses free from ticks. Never has my blood been so totally my own as to be truly given to anyone. But here, the cliffs over the water never speak of want, but only do, only need, only loss, only unearned gift, only holy, only hold, only all our scriptures were just calf skins and woven grass pulp once, only storm-exposed tree root, only underground system of birch cousins twice as old as the trucks that hauled in the white sands to build a suburb tourist beach. Only remember that not long ago here, there was an angel who appeared during the eclipse. If you'd just taken off your sunglasses at the right time and looked up to the wide open to see, she whispered something to my irises and singed a song against the new-grown night, like a scar on the world's retina, like a wound detached. The late-night TV infomercial music, for some reason, makes me cry. Listen, first of all, I don't cry. The TV said we all want something we don't know we want yet. Confess desperation will kill a story, a sale, a snowblind forgiving. At sleepovers, we used to turn all the lights out and talk like nothing we admitted would last in the light of day. We bought a tarot set and pulled a card. We traced made-up sigils in our blood. We swore we knew this test, this flood, this embarkment. This world is ending again, but different from before. I swear I know I am not quite telling the whole story. But you let me know you've kept everything in a diary since you were a kid, and I can't imagine anyone who doesn't want to destroy each imprint of themselves each time we look up and the planets have moved. I look dead in the mirror at midnight and say no one can question the expression on the moon's turned away face. And I want to ask if you believe the outline of my body, my story yet. I want to ask if you will take me home. Just one more. This is, called Love Song. Listen, can you tell me, are you capable? Are you the source, a chain of tongues pressed together, a glow of light arising before I awake and alert? Are you something barely believable? I would say I am not a god or a ghost of a loved one. So can I be everywhere you are? Can you know anything outside of me other than words? Deep pink, vocal fold, blood vessel, time bomb, the etymology of fuck, a worm force-fed to us, what some poet once wrote of want, what ungiven answers are like dreams, shadows of premonition you pretend in waking you haven't seen. I haven't forgotten music is math, but I am trying not to make every note I give you a test of tonic, of scale. Nothing comes from nowhere, not even love, not even you, no. Thanks, y'all.
Next up, please welcome Dia.
Hello. Thank you, Antonio, for inviting me. Get into my folder here. Okay. This is called Morton, Illinois. When I was a little girl, we lived in a small town between the cornfields and the river valley. August in southern Illinois, the air turns to syrup, and I pick the peeling gray paint off of our porch swing. I'd watch the high school girls in the field across from our duplex, with their chiclet teeth and bouncy ponytails. I burn with envy. Although what I coveted, I'm not sure. Maybe it was their embroidered denim or ease of movement. Later, I would stand in the mirror and yearn to be taller, yearn to be a pretty teenager with a bike or a powder blue convertible to take me away, fast and far. In this fantasy, I sometimes had a best friend who stood at my eye level and chatted about nothing. And sometimes in this dream, I was all alone, but still I laughed, and still I drove till the highway ran out. When I was a little girl, I wished to be anything but a little girl. This next poem is called Lover as Sugar Alternatives. And if you know me, I hate sugar alternatives. I will not drink a Diet Pepsi. Okay. You make a fool out of me, corn syrup and saccharin. I lay awake thinking of the sweetness in those eyes. I think of you like a teenage girl does. Scribbles and notebooks, purple gel pen, saliva and sweat, sitting at the edge of a field and pretending I'm not staring. I think of you like an old woman does. I yearn for a papery kiss on the cheek, your now spotted hands, shoulders still broad, someone to fall asleep next to share the last bite of cherry jello with. You're the sun, you're something everyone turns their face to. We are just flowers, and you are the whole northern hemisphere. Stevia, sucralose, monk fruit overwhelms my palate. The first day of summer, the palest green in the trees. The truth is, I want as much of you as you let me have. This next one is called Canine, and I wrote it a week that I was really mad at men. A man buys me a beer, I thank him. A man holds the door for me, I smile. A man laughs with me, and I don't know what I'd do without him. A man play fights with me, I am reminded how strong he is. A man sleeps next to me, I run my hands through his hair. A man screams in my face outside the dive bar, details how he'd like to take my body away. I pretend to be unfazed. A man sprinkles powder in my drink, I spend the night in the hospital, emptying my stomach. A man writes me letter after letter saying I'm his favorite granddaughter. I don't forgive him his cruelty. A starving wolf, snapping jaws, my childhood dog, fur warm from the sun. When they open their mouths, their teeth are the same. This is called Change, and I kind of wrote it about my non-binary identity, I guess. Some days I feel like a naked Barbie doll, corn floss hair mauled by craft scissors, smiling sparkle eyes at my surroundings. Some days I feel like the inflatable man on the asphalt outside the car dealership, endlessly dancing, vying for the attention of passerby. Some days I feel like the baby crocodile at the zoo that strays from its siblings to swim on its own, looks at you through the plexiglass with startling clarity. Some days I feel like the sex worker haunting the corner on the south side. She would step into the street, lean down into the window of the rust-mottled car, so her face was the first thing the driver would see. Often, the man would argue, and I'd see her frosted lips move as if possessed by a ventriloquist, her top fluorescent pink in the darkness. I never did see if she entered the car or not. I imagined the doors yawning open like the mouth of a beast, threatening to swallow her entirely. Some days I feel like a dad going on his first date after a sticky divorce. Breath jagged, he wishes for a cigarette, even though it's been years since the last one. He misses the way it calmed his nerves. He turns self-consciously in front of the mirror, hair slick with gel. He wonders absently how much you can change before you're not yourself anymore, before you become something else entirely. This is my last poem, called December. Winter doesn't bother me as much as it used to, because I know the snow will give way to rain, the moisture hanging in the air like a cloth thrown over rising dough. I think this isn't a perfect fit, two jigsaw pieces mashed together by a child's fingers, so insistent of the cardboard phrase. I can feel the arm thrown over my waist, a phantom weight, but I can't remember the last time the man made me laugh. It's unfair to bring up the past, I know, so I look into the crystal ball on the ratty tablecloth. Divination or wishful thinking, I don't know. In the future, there is someone to serve as my mirror, to make me laugh like a coyote does, unself-conscious enough to be feral enough to go hungry sometimes, to not always be satiated the way we are in hibernation. I am learning that I can be intimidating, but if you were to get close, you'd see that I'm soft as well. I stand tall like the bear that rips through underbrush, eager for its next meal, the rush of the hunt. I stand in the middle of the river and clutch at the slippery silver fish. I tear into it with my teeth, tender pink flesh and the last beating of its heart. Thank you.
Next up, we have Jackie.
Does it need to be lower? I don't know. Thank you. Hi, I'm Jackie. I want to give a big hug to everyone at Woodland Pattern. I'm so blessed to be able to be in such a welcoming and creative space, not only here today at the marathon, but every time I'm lucky enough to be at Woodland Pattern. This first one's called ZZZ. I'm trying to be quiet enough to hear a song from an open window at dusk. Undulating birds, on their own numinous wind, touch the highest points in the sky. Dragon that creates and destroys itself. Who am I? Who am I at the edge of the pond? Everyone has been swimming. I can smell their sweat, and I can tell they're happy in their work. Twin cattails want to tell me, but their words are tiny seeds ripped apart before I can hear. At twilight, the pond reflects a bird's call. July to August. Pain radiates behind shells as eyes. I do not think with the brain. Instead, I find it soothing to make my words as annoying as sand. We lured each other to a riverbank, taking turns to shapeshift. I forgot how muddy it is in the spring. I want to swim, but it is cold, and the heart asks for pleasure first. Morning star brings flood. Dog star waits, tongue heavy, panting, saliva pooling in the corners of the sky. A thorned birdcage of brambles, three-tiered tulip heart sings inside. Who else's skin will these brambles catch? Life, how do I stroke your face? How do I give you an easy tenderness, knowing it was you who came before me, with little foresight to carve a path through the thicket? Raspberries and blackberries dye carpets for the ants to march on. The death pheromone is coming from the seeds. They're digging in place and hollowing the acidic ground. Here, you can begin by clearing. Whipping birds. Whipping birds to the sound of thunder, whipping the birds who eat the seeds. This plot of land was given to you by your father, who has been kind to only one mother, granted to you by a mother who brings great fear to frail men. You drive a cow with a star between her horns towards mountains that are further than what they seem. You forget to look for the star that marks the dog's muzzle in the sky. Unwilling to acknowledge thirst, you ride on. 7 rivers entwine with a whirlpool at its center. The boat I will depart in carries a cross of oblivion, carries a cross of love. I am fossilized seashell in obsidian blade. Heard your name, spoke your name, touched 2 fingers to the thoughts wrought iron in your throat. Heavy flowers bloomed with ember-sparked pollen. Later, much later, burns are soothed by turgid nectar. Mis propias. I do love the way the little birds tell me, through the cicadas, that happiness is a wind I create within my lungs. And in this palm readings hour, I think it would be a missed opportunity not to bring up astrology. So this last poem is dedicated to my wonderfully Cancerian boyfriend. I have an exceptionally rare fish. Its body is as wide as sun-stretched horizon. When its moon-centered eye turns towards my face, its dilation says, I love you. My fish teaches me new ways to breathe, and my body becomes lighter, blending in with the sunlit surface of the sea. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jackie. I should add that every time I do the palm reading series, even when I was at Cactus Club, I always tried to get like a secret poet friend, someone that I know that on their free time is jotting notes down, and Jackie was a secret poet this time, so thank you, Jackie. And next we have Grace, who is not such a secret poet.
Thank you, Antonio. Thanks to Woodland Pattern for having this and having me here today. Pull this up real quick. So this was some poems that I wrote. These are some poems I wrote with Ashley Coffey and Carl Bogner. We were in an independent study called Textual Incidents, where we would basically just doodle with words and go to lunch buffets and gossip and not be in class or on campus. So it was really special to have that time with Carl. And then we had a reunion in 2021, and we wrote these poems together. The initial stands for the name. C. Mayonnaise, peanut butter, ketchup. What made the poly sad was that possibilities were only one-sided, the relationship only at best marsupial. He had a hutch but only fostered hunches. Heartbeats were felt, unconfined by her pelt. But he couldn't discern the motor and wouldn't begin to parse vehicular metaphors, igniter, keys, starter sparks. He rode the bus, or to the grocery store, his bike. G. He rode the bus, or to the grocery store, his bike. Sucked on shoelaces tied together in a bow. I twist his nipples, he braids my hair, my too short hair. No room for surprise anymore. He thinks about his bike lock being locked up. I think about prenatal vitamins and other forms of taking. A. And other forms of taking. Taking, don't they always? He downloaded Grindr for the 10th time in the last 2 months. Fall in love. Delete. Fall in love with an ass, and then a couple more. Feels confused and deletes. Again. It goes on like this for weeks, too many weeks. It's unbelievable, this love of forms, such taking. He decides to sublimate, takes up CrossFit, but fuck, still more asses. A. Drank half bottle of wine on empty, keeps listening to a song which states, "These days have been tragic." Been trying to write a letter to a friend. No, a lover. She can't tell what is reciprocal. With a feeling that it doesn't matter at all, because she learns from all experience. She fucking lives. The cute. It's cute. These days have been tragic. Dreadful, incessant thoughts about the ones she loves, leaving her hanging on technology, though she a Luddite. C. Though she a Luddite, and therefore never danced to techno, I am relentlessly stirred by early music, she told the admissions counselor, who resided continuously in her own obstreperousness to the extent that she refused to be intimidated by the words early music, but instead drifted to rumors still circulating, somehow craved a scandal most found stale, state lines, huffing, critical race theory. G. State lines, huffing, critical race theory, getting high, or not really, but she thinks about it, knowing that what she makes of it is better than what it is. She gets high, waiting for it to pass, while also expecting the ceiling to become new. She is so she thinks, she thinks, she never doesn't. G. Grass stepped on comes back up. Lime green sneakers on highlighter yellow. They don't think much about fucking, masturbating, looking at the clothes rack. Focused on a feeling, it passes. They might experience hunger or the thing next to it, grass, all around their tongue and their molars biting harder, knowing it will come right back. A. Come right back. They're having a rough time. This life, it slaps. Decided to walk all up and down Farwell, performing, on Vicodin and booze, a cute space to fuck shit up. That girl over there with the YSL bag, let's go transcendental meditate on her ass. C. Her ass, cupped with a jock strap found and treasured since the last locker room raid. Raid? Anthropological foraging? Boy sampling. She also pilfered, claimed a soccer jersey, socks that swallowed her knees, Axe body spray, and a single ho-ho. It smells great in here, she told them, like thoughts I haven't recoiled from in years. They haven't a clue. Thank you.
And next up, please welcome Alex.
Hi everyone. Thank you, Antonio. Thank you, Woodland Pattern. This first piece is a section of a longer piece called Night Breakfast. Sometimes when I dream a small dream, I dream of a loss. I dream of light at an October angle. This is peaceful and true. The trains go by silently, which isn't possible. The moths go by silently, which is possible, but unlikely in the afternoon light. Night goes by again and again, and faces widen into discs that spin like tumbleweeds. In a dream, a tree grows until authorities are worried. They're worried the tree is an act of terror. The leaves are big like trays from a family-friendly Italian restaurant. The sticks so plentiful, basket makers come to pray. I once met a woman who knew a song about baskets, and then I thought, gosh, you can really make a song about anything. Why not a basket? Why not a sock? There is at least one song I know about socks. I see stars. I always see them. It's not part of the small dream. It's the small mystical of the condition. I like telling people I can see stars. I don't like telling people I can't eat bread. I could never live without bread, they say. Giving up is a pleasure that worries people, like having a pet turtle and letting it go, letting it climb up a curb somewhere without you, letting it eat grass without you, no longer rushed by your possession or desire. But people want to know, where has she gone? How could you do such a thing, leaving treats behind a mold like that in the empty terrarium? This poem is called That Long Time, and it's after Farnoosh Fati. My latest obsession is moose from one angle. My whole curiosity flung on one white plate. That feeling like you're waving a crown above your head while I wait for you. And I left my efforts on the ground, washed resins from my feet, fed on snacks made by and for someone else. It's also true that you told me the corn plants were potatoes and I didn't laugh. You said, I'm learning so much here. And I felt most envious then. And for 2 days, I tried to believe anything. I ate my own breath like cotton candy. I let the force field of wild eyes overcome me, my flying not unlike a team of horses. And the light was personal, and we were happy. If there are mouths in our questions, they are the shape of a second. Who murdered who in the glass factory? What kind of fairy lit the tip of your nose just to saddle you with acres of swampland? Oh no, this is a cosmic weaver. Oh no, I'm a rusted peach besieged by needs. I only let my pinky scream erect. In terms of time, you and I, my friend, my soul green feeling, are exactly 1 afternoon hour. This poem is called My Most Valuable Possession is a Cave Full of Arms. Meet the world's most elusive arms dealer. Meet the world's most elusive arms. In a hermit's cave on the outskirts of a henpecked town. The arms of a woman-sainted mineral, the arms of an orange-scented king, the arms of a bullet-saddled tree. Thank you, silence. Thank you, mystery. Thank you, caves, my reliquary. Covered in hands, covered in parts, car parts, body parts, theater parts, sky parts, lost parts, light parts, the part of a furnace that holds the fire, the part of a goat that holds the bounce, the ghost tale of our family tree, so heavy from all this nudity. They came all the way here to fumble my hoard, the shape of my stoplight, the head of my gourd. They left me no choice, so I knelt before my silent plea. Please, do that to me. Dig a plot for each part of me. This is the final poem. It's called Second Hand. I'm sorry, I don't have any fog in stock. It's after 4. But there are several objects here, several objects that I could turn into mist for you. The light turns them really, believes me into a suspense. A bicycle into a ride of air, a jewelry box into a frost, a crinkle bloom. I don't remember where the blooms came from. I'm saving my intuition for other things. The cloud of a white bed, the moss pushing out of my head, the leather-wrapped glass of work. I can make any sort of experience for you if I think about you enough, if I think through you enough. I can let the sparrow ride out of your heart, and you'll never be late. You'll never be late again. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for reading, and thank you everyone from Adjunct. It was really nice to share the hour. Thank you again, Anonymous. I believe we will be entering an intermission. There'll be food outside, and then if we could get the Adjunct and the palm readers up by this lovely sign for a picture, and then, yeah, that's all.
All right, and one other thing, during the intermission, grab some food, and then I hope you might consider bringing it back in here. We'll be screening films from ACINEMA, amazing curatorial duo, if you're watching, Janelle Vanderkelen and Taka Suzuki, or even if you're not, thank you so much. Wish you were here, incredible stuff. So come back in here and eat and watch some films.
Yay.
I'm a film. I'm a film. The forest of red spruce is burning inside me. The gold of my intestines is a frozen lake of rain. The tree in my eye is 1,000 years old. I'm a film. The skins of my dream are 45 buffalo hide. The urinal of heaven is resin burnt to dust. I'm a film. A black line of nomads on a march of winter snow. A vestige of nightmare in the core of a mountain ash. A collapsed sheep fed apricots above the tree line. The mobility of resin in sleets of bloodberry time. The dizzy jism of ancestors' shadows. I'm a film, I'm a shroud over the face of a girl cornered by monotony. I'm a shroud placed by the art of political morons. I'm the flimsy space where breath can't decay. I'm a way where there never was a way. I'm a film. I'm ewe's milk sold from the shack. The cheeses of despair in the vodka ruts. The archives left out on the roofs to dry. The persistence to choose without knowing why. The words that form in the slick of the liver. The antonym of trauma in the road edge hut. This is language that forms in the gut. I'm a film. I'm Rumi who climbed in my unwindowed wall. I'm Rilke who meets me up the deep stairwell. I'm Marina who gazes through my shut-eyed eye. I'm Jibanananda tossed high by a bus out of hell. I'm Cesar Vallejo in some burnt mestizo cell. I'm Khairil Anwar in the highest of high rises. I'm despair on despair that climbers despise. I'm a film. I'm the sun seen through the belly of a horse, a foal unfold by the red mare's nurse, a raft in the rapids, a curse in the floods. I'm vodka urns drunk down incessant muds. I'm the moon that falls in the deep tureen, the meaning of meaning, the mean of the mean, the algebra of language. I'm a film. The gabe of colour and the gabe of dream. 5 little children in a meadow of poppies, a class full of goats in a blue tent screen, 5 little children who wake up and scream, 45 gabes laid to dry by a torrent, rags of colours tied to the trees. I'm a film. I am gorse that burns in the coconut air, coma crest of storm that march on the moor, shark's teeth of islands across a burnt-out sea, displaced peasants beneath a monopoly flag, legion on legion of exiled contadini, paths to the sheilings that run into bogweed, scratches of song from a muted tongue. I'm a film. 4-billion-year-old mountains seen from a plain, a shepherd's language shared by 15 men, a whole earth held spun in a pool of water. This is language that climbs from the aorta. I'm a film. A cone of wood for the making of charcoal, smoke rising straight from an emptied village, season on seizure in an unfinished ritual, thunder walls on an epic snow journey, one warm commitment that's never enough. I'm a film. I'm a film. You're a film. We're a film. Children. A necklace from a war yet to come. Fragments, scoriae, a rebuilt city, 10,000 incomprehensible avenues. In the midst of this rehearsed world that only stuns with its affluence, naturally we rejected the scars of a disremembered time, memory that seeks out its scars, as if its bricks were bruised off air, as if the tenderest child were to shed her own dear life, as if the hanging gardens were no longer hanging in green time. All the protesting nonsense of intricate days burnt down to nothing. I'm a film. Such pure faces, such masked energies, such perverse visions. O angels, smile in the fetus of the world. O smile of angels here in our now. Komitas the Mad never made a film, but nor did he not ever make a film. His whole unwayward life was one unwavering commitment of film. Or when you put your eye so close up to a flower you can no longer make out what it is but a blur of blue and shape. And its filaments, its stamen are still there, miraculous growths of what can only be, extraordinary world patterns, that from which we were made, or like a chapel in the mountains raw-satched with winter snow, or like the astonishing vortex of crepe that a mouse makes her nest from, more complex than any mathematical structure of our earth, worked only by instinct and trust. Such nests I preserved in my home until they were burnt accidentally in the cold winters of regeneration. Film is prosaic poetry only because poetry is essentially prosaic. What is quotidian still is the stuff of our daily bread. Pasolini knew that, but who knows Pasolini in these days? In these days of autism and bliss? Who knows the urge of his rabbia, the context of his urgent rage, though we occupy glutton cities and try to energize new options? Pasolini knew poetry is work. Film, I tell you, is the most urgent and radical prosaic. Film is pure poetry in our beautifully impure world, whirl of pattern in the innermost whorl of our brain, vagrant tongues that curl meanings through walls, women who can penetrate any wall without holes, women who can breach any peace that betrays us. Zigzag of curdled energy in a rented meeting house, sheets of dark snow approaching across the moor, garbled language in bitter-tight coils of our world, savage snowstorm in such lamentable mountains. Film, I tell you, is the most urgent and radical prosaic. Old woman living life year-long in a rawbiter, her slowness vital yeast for our possible future. Markets of pomegranate and peppers in thick rain. Futures mercantiled for blubber in great cities. Cynicisms choked back in bad summer lattes. Film, I tell you, is the most urgent prosaic. I'm a film. It was siege warfare. They ate the leaves off the trees. White wolves surrounded the houses. All the villages and towns about razed, severed heads held aloft by masked men, absolute worlds of understanding, never meeting political ethics of raw fratricide. City of the sun, splayed out in red deserts, calm boulevards reduced to dirt rubbles, little children screaming at their friends. We who yearn the lyric calm of courage, we who learn to cynic cornered outrage, we who charm the birds down off the trees. I am my own language. My language is me. I am a film. When I bypass the city in the desert, when I bypassed the hatreds in the Senate, when I gabbled at the air in my intestines, when I garbled what matters in investing, when I fluked the selfie of some murder, when I puked the surfeit of my master, when I said all of poetry's cunning labour, when the city I'd bypassed self-exploded with a motive for its being unrecorded. Sun city that's exploding in the morning. Two different worlds of understanding. White city of the sun. I'm a film.
Te souviens-tu encore de ce mystère apprivoisé par le regard?
Tu te rappelles peut-être de cette ombre à la fenêtre, du triomphe de l'hiver et de cet arbre ayant miraculeusement survécu.
J'y ai vu la dévotion d'un homme, la souffrance d'un sol et la vigilance d'une sentinelle.
Une vigilance empreinte de bienveillance qui démontra qu'une compréhension tacite semblait unir la terre et la cime, défiant ainsi l'hostilité du climat. Comme quoi, les racines sont parfois téméraires.
Au fil des mois, dans la persistance du regard pour ce geste horticole, elle y trouva une parole familière dont l'éloquence du geste avait pour équivalence son vocabulaire. Ainsi était son errance. Une sorte d'alibi qui lui apprenait à redécouvrir le monde.
À l'approche de la fin de l'été, annonçant l'éveil de ce sommeil prolongé, l'attente fit place à l'anticipation. Une prémonition ou prédateur se préparèrent, convoitant la promesse de cette dernière phase du cycle végétal.
Au moment où l'abondance allait bientôt côtoyer la mort, elle se demanda le secret derrière le succès de cette démarche. Serait-ce
La somme d'un acharnement et d'une ténacité.
l'accomplissement d'une rareté?
Ou une conséquence du hasard.
Rien de sûr, sinon que
D'un moment authentique,
l'on aimerait partager.
mais dont seuls les esprits témoins.
Pourront évoquer en mémoire.
À ce moment précis, ému par la grâce du fruit, la beauté du monde lui semblait un peu moins lourde à porter.
Bonjour Eric. Finalement, j'ai trouvé un sens pour t'écrire une lettre. Je suis à Lisbonne de retour. J'ai quitté la Belgique. Il y avait un film qui devrait s'appeler Lettre à Eric Powers au fleuriste du consul. C'était un film qui parlait de beaucoup de coïncidences qui sont arrivées dans ma vie. Et il y a pas mal de gens qui m'ont dit « Tu dois faire le film, l'histoire c'est incroyable ». Mais j'ai pas envie de faire ce film plus. L'histoire existe et tu la connais déjà. Je peux la raconter à les personnes que je rencontre. Maintenant, je suis à Lisbonne et je ne sais pas quand je vais te voir de nouveau. Je ne sais pas quand je vais boire le thé avec toi et pratiquer mon français. C'est pour ça que je parle ici en français, avec mon français qui est pas mal, mais aussi pas génial. Je ne savais pas quoi faire des images que j'ai faites pour le film. Le film n'existe pas. Ça, c'est un autre film. J'ai toujours eu du mal à t'écrire ou à filmer une lettre en parlant avec toi. Maintenant, j'ai des choses à dire, des choses à raconter, et je veux utiliser ma voix off parce que je veux parler en français. J'ai beaucoup aimé le temps que j'ai passé en Belgique, et une grande partie de ça, c'est grâce à toi. Parfois, j'avais pas beaucoup à faire, j'étais un peu seule, et le moment du thé avec toi me faisait sentir que j'avais quelque chose là-bas. J'avais quelqu'un, belge, avec qui je devais parler en français et boire du thé. Ce film, Lettre à Eric Powers au fleuriste du consul, n'existe pas. Il y a une histoire que je peux raconter toute ma vie. Mais de toute façon, ces images et ces sons, je ne veux pas les jeter non plus. Je les mets ici, comme ça. Si un jour quelqu'un voit ce film et veut savoir l'histoire, je le raconterai. Mais le film, c'est pas pour raconter une histoire.
Hi, my name is Laura Solomon. I'm one of the very, very behind the scenes people here at Woodland Pattern. I'm one of the executive directors with my wife, Jenny Grapp, who's here. And this has been just the most amazing marathon. And I just want to, last night I thanked all the poets, and I want to do that again today. But I also just want to thank everybody who stuck with us for our virtual marathons for the last 4 years, which were also phenomenal. And so we're really glad to be back in a physical space and to be together. But we also just want to thank everybody who was doing stuff all during that time where we couldn't be together. And Akeisha is one of those people. So I'm going to hand it over to Jenny. She's going to say some other things.
Laura's emotional, and I am too. I think that sitting through all of these hours of poetry has been remarkable. And I do want to start by offering our sincerest gratitude to every sponsor of this event. Our major sponsors include the General Federation of Women's Clubs of Wisconsin, DeWitt LLP with Matthew Hills and Angela Voris Hills, the Asphodel News, Eastern Bohemian Brewing. These are very interesting things which you'll learn more about later. Or you won't. No, you will, because there's, sorry. Or you won't. But Milwaukee Magazine, Dana Alexander Kaleda, who cannot be here with us today because she is not feeling well, and Juneau Park Friends. So we just want to thank you all for being involved in this event. Every curator, every poet, every volunteer, every board member, every staff member, we see you, we think about you. Every press, every small press that we learn about, the ones we know about, we want to take care of you at Woodland Pattern. Everyone working to make poetry happen and all of its attendant arts in all of its various forms, which continue to change and adapt in very difficult times. So, yeah. I guess I did write something down.
You can read it.
I will read it. Thank you for sharing your words, your music, and your films. I have not cried tears of pure emotion so many times in one weekend as I have during this poetry marathon. The sanctuary we have created here and what we continue to create means so much. These poetry marathons have not been in person since after 2020. Being back in person has been incredible, and the poems shared here and the feeling of community surrounding them has been astonishing. The fact that we can now bring in online readers and audience members is also astonishing, and thank you, Marla and Antoni, for making that happen now.
Can I interject real quick?
You can.
I should have also thanked Janelle and Taka for the films during the intermission. I know that they wanted to be here, so hi out there. I hope you're still watching. We miss you.
Yes, we miss you very much. But togetherness is happening. Togetherness is weird. And we're going to change it. And we're going to stay at the forefront of it. And everyone's voice is very singular. Yet we come together to create the Woodland Pattern. I love the fact that we are Woodland Pattern. The poet Karen Haley, who is in the Wednesday Writers Group, which is a long-running group that we've had at the Book Center. She spoke today about how when she looks at her son, who is now 56 years old, she unavoidably sees his whole life in an instant when she looks at him. And she just, like, it's not a big deal, but it's just, she sees him. And sometimes she's holding him as a baby, and then he's suddenly 56 with kids. And that's what community means. It's a lens of love and care and attendance. And what do we make of it? Like, even if we dislike the word lens, I mean, there's so many words that are overused and ridiculous. Our gatherings compress our core together, and we carry it. We can carry it in our own ways. And we do that by bringing ourselves and by attending to ourselves and each other. The poet Louis Friedman, who is our book center manager and a dear friend, tonight read the line, a lion with a doorknob in its mouth. And to the lion today, on the occasion of the Poetry Marathon, I'm reminded that people bring each other flowers in winter. And so thank you for bringing flowers to us now. And I care so much for all of you who are watching and who will watch and who will stay with us, and just know that this is a home for you. So thank you for being a part of Woodland Pattern.
And we'll do it again next year.
Yeah.
And now, here we go with the Genre Urban Arts Hour. I do want to say quickly, we want to get this rolling because this is going to be amazing. But I do want to say Genre, Nikisha has, Genre and Woodland Pattern have been, friends for a long time. And we've hosted many amazing events together at Woodland Pattern, done many wonderful things. And Nikisha also just an incredible member of the Woodland Pattern board. So all you do for and with us is just really incredible. Thank you and welcome.
All right, I was gonna say good morning, but it's not morning apparently. Good evening, everybody. I'm Nikisha Roberts Washington. I'm a lucky board member of Woodland Pattern, and I also run Genre Urban Arts. But what I want to do first, is I would like to thank the staff of Woodland Pattern first, and I'm gonna ask for a round of applause for their efforts in making this event happen. There is so much work that goes in behind the scenes for months, for a year. As soon as the event ends, they're already planning and working on what is the next event going to be, how are we going to fundraise, and just making sure that Woodland Pattern is a viable asset of the community. And so if you are not following Woodland Pattern on social media, I ask that you find them and do that. I ask that you donate if you have the ability to do so. If you do not have the ability to donate, I ask that you tell someone else about Woodland Pattern. Woodland Pattern is a really lovely space. There is, in the front, you'll get to meet, whoever's at the front desk. The middle section is this really beautiful section that has books, and there's a ladder that moves. I don't know how much you can play with that. You can talk to the staff there when it's time. And then there's also a gallery, and there's so much that happens behind the scenes to make Woodland Pattern work that I ask you from my heart to please continue to support Woodland Pattern. One, because it's an important asset for the community, but there are also real people with real lives who work there every day, and we have to uplift our organizations who are going to work every day and may or may not make a sale that day or whatever the case is. You can also order books from Woodland Pattern because it's a bookstore, it's a gallery, it's all of these things, right? So check it out, find out what are some of the services and some of the things that they have at Woodland Pattern, please. I appreciate that. So what else did I want to say? We're going to start. I'm just going to start. What I am going to ask you guys to do is when people are coming up, I want you to clap until they get up here. I know it's late. It's past our bedtime. I go to bed at 8:30. So I will be on my way out the door around 8:25 so I can go to bed. But turn up. We're going to have a good time. We have a great lineup. Let some energy come out of your body and just enjoy the time that we are going to have. So we have up first, Mikey. Mikey, come on up. Woo! We're still clapping. We're still clapping. Get to still clapping. Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mikey Cody Apollo. I am the author of Opposite of a Suicide Note and Black Girl Silence and Other Things Made of Gold. Both are available at Woodland Pattern. I also have some in my backpack. But outside of that, though, I also work as a revolutionary art and culture critic with Genre Urban Arts. And so first and foremost, I just wanted to say thank you for all that you do. Thank you for giving me this platform. Thank you for inviting me to join the cohort. Honestly, like my writing had taken like a huge kind of halt, and I applied on a whim and got accepted, and now it's been a 2, almost 3 year kind of journey of working together, writing, traveling, little bit of crying over art, and it's been really wonderful. So I just wanted to highlight that first. The piece I selected tonight is titled The Night I Discovered Eden. I am typically not a lovey-dovey poet. I am actually more of a scathing breakup poem artist, but I decided to mix things up a little bit and to read this one. So I hope you all enjoy it. If the stories are true, that means the Garden of Eden is here on earth, protected by fire and sword, naked to our sinful eyes, guarded by the divine. In another myth, you created your own flesh and bent your own rib, became a contortionist and unraveled in trees once worn to be forbidden, skin like soil, hair like petals, framed and dipped in gold, like something out of a book I read once. The serpent and the sinner, the sunflower and the tree, both holding a knowing before their own time, digging their roots into something soft, tender, protected. Your legend is my favorite. To make and unmake yourself is the first sign of light, piercing through the shadow and demanding its space. Don't need 6 days and 1 to rest. Just water, sunlight, the essence of a fruit. Some will call an apple and others a pomegranate. No matter the name, it all tastes the same. Your legend is my favorite, incomplete and ongoing, an ever-evolving reflection in still, clear blue. You are the God behind your own creation story. Both Adam and Eve, serpent and Lilith, the star that explodes into what we call a solar system, a handprint within a handprint of a handprint. A scripture only you know by heart and keep retelling yourself. A prayer, a ritual. Whatever dwells between the heaven of your head and the earth of your flesh, I hope I too can be absolved of whatever wrongdoing brought us here. So I place a kiss on your throat, and suddenly I discover Eden's whereabouts. Thank you all.
All right, so up next we have Ariana. Thank you. Do you want this here? Do you want this here? Okay. All right, and then you're gonna let Marla know when you want your music.
All right. So my name is Ariana. The song that I'm gonna be performing is called If You Want, featuring Damie, but tonight is just featuring me. All right, so bear with me. All right, I'm ready. If you want, I can give you every part of me. And once you do the same, you'll possibly see that when our worlds intertwine, how everything could be. Life could be so trippy, trippy. Take this journey with me. And I'm not into rushing, although I love how you keep me blushing. There's still a ton of repercussions to be known. And I ain't trying to claim you mistrusted, but if we're gonna build to something, let's start with a solid introduction between our souls. If you want, I can give you every part of me. And once you do the same, you'll possibly see that when our worlds intertwine, how everything could be. Life could be so trippy, trippy. Take this journey with me. A Cupid's arrow, don't start with hello. I learned that lesson growing up in the ghetto. Back when mom and pop will take a little shots, though beat these trunches, elbows stuck with Velcro. But I learned how to get over it. Those are two people who were never destined to have an intersection that ultimately was a result of it. I can never feel the way about us. Ever since the first time I saw you blush, I knew I never wanted to see the smile gone. Unless it's with you, I don't want to wake up. The sound of your name's my favorite song. The sound of your life is the meaning of love. When we take this journey, we gone. I already got our flight up. Oh God. If you want, I can give you every part of me. And one should do the same, you'll possibly see that when our worlds intertwine, how everything could be. Life could be so trippy, trippy. Take this journey with me. Thank you.
Milltown all day. All right, up next we have Luke. Come on up. We're clapping till people get to the front. Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, okay. I'm not quite sure how to work this thing. So my name is Luke Lara, and I was blessed with the opportunity to meet Miss Nikisha a few weeks ago. And now I'm here. So I'm just going to read a few of my favorite poems with you. This next poem is called Shark. I am soft. No bitterness lies within me. But still, I'm a threat. My limbs, they're soft, supple and inviting, a delicacy, made to be devoured. In your eyes, I exist to be used for my power. But in your world, I hold no power at all. I thrash around on your hardwood floors. I am torn to pieces on your marble countertops. I gasp for air. I let out a shriek. Then you say, you have the right to be afraid. And this next poem is called Garbage Pile. And just when I get close enough to it, it's torn away from me on a string, just before I can dig these little fingers deep into its sides. I flash a toothless smile. I have no nails. I lack substance, texture, a certain kind of beauty that you desire. But beauty to me is driving this car as fast as it can go, straight into a brick wall on the interstate. A sailboat made of sand. It won't float on these waters, but it's beautiful to me. The second you set it off from shore, it disintegrates, rearranges, trickles down into who it used to be before all of this. You grasp, reach into my murky terrain, attempting to grab your creation from my depths. But it trickles down through your fingers before you can see what I've made it. Peace is a gun. A quick fix is a trigger. I am a radical thing. She was made to be destroyed, but so were you. And this next poem is called Magdalene. And it's a really sad poem because it's written about the loss of my dog. And in her endless comings and goings, she brought us snow. Black, soft smudge line around my eyes, now storm clouds. Misty in a way that brought a feeling of twisted joy. The realization that I could still feel, that I was still loved, though that love would soon fade away. The words "I loved you" slipped in through her medically induced fog, engraving themselves into the last remnants of her consciousness, till all she was love, turning into a played-out memory, falling golden onto a worn leather couch in a room she'd never known before. I still think of that moment. I think of you. I fight for you. I kiss you goodnight and press your cold metal resting place to my desert and rosebush forehead, wishing that I was the one who got to fly away. My solid rock, crushed into nothing but a pillbox and a memory, leaving behind oil falling golden at the feet of Jesus, adorned with the crimson curtain and watercolor eyes. And my set is coming a little short, so I'm just going to banter for a little bit. I am currently a dual enrollment student at MATC and UWM, and I'm in college a year early, which is really exciting. Oh yeah, this last poem is called Glitter. My emptiness, the vacuum inside of me, all consuming, feasting off of my story, my dreams, everything I'll amount to and everything that I've ever been. My disgust is a butterfly. Each blow dealt to this beating ruby heart of mine signals a flutter in its wings. Flap, flap, flap. Endless noise. Painful words I hope you'll keep on saying. Consume the poison, combust, my fuel. One day, I'll make it out of here. See it, taste it, devour it. Every curse, every hardship, every failure, my sustenance. I swallow to keep on moving, perpetually in motion. And when I'm too far away to hear your screams, these brittle wings will crumble into fairy dust. I'll pirouette vertically onto soft and fruitful shores. I'll close my eyes. I'll fold my hands. I'll thank God for every blessing. One day, I'll make it out of here. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. And if you want to ever see me cry, read poetry. That will get a tear in my eye, that is for sure. All right, up next we have LaDeja.
I'll say before I start, I'm an arts educator thanks to Woodland Pattern. They were the first space to kind of offer me the space to teach, and I will always appreciate that because that's now what I love and I'm going back to school for. So I really appreciate that. And also, no one has heard me speak poetry except my students. So a little nervous, but we're here today. The first poem is called Bay. I burn bay leaves so I don't feel alone. I dream of things to have and to hold. In silence, love blooms like flowers in spring. Love is fear and fear is love, and I want what I fear the most. Trying to find your sunshine in fickle rain you pour into me like a gutter, but I'm already full of mushy leaves. I write names on bay leaves to wish people would stay with me. I miss the sugary sweet days of school when I had an answer sheet and somewhere to be, when my only concern was which classroom would smell the worst and if my homework is done. Now I have to lay in my bed and play the game of life and surrender. Who holds silence when it weeps? And then my next poem, I kind of wrote this week because there was a lot of things going on that were making me feel a lot of things. And I found myself just like napping all day. So I kind of wrote a sentence today to kind of work through everything because just sitting there and pondering does not do any justice. So there's no title for this one, but it's here. I can see the effects of war in the sky tonight. The way the lightning flashes, I can see God taking pictures. God needs evidence of what we have done. I'm trying to ground myself, but even the grass feels sharper, and the earth's pulse is matching my own. I think if trees could cry, they would weep with the ocean. Force-fed strange fruit, the ocean, the biggest witness to our pain, polluted with the things we want to hide deep. I can hear cries when the wind blows through leaves, or when it storms and the ocean meets the earth's touch. Who consoles nature from its own trauma? Every day feels thick. My body has an added weight, and I really hope it goes to my hips. And that was the last poem. That one, yeah, I needed to make a little joke in there to feel a little better. This next one is, I made this when I was really moody and first entering college. I'm from Chicago, so oftentimes, you know, the family gives a little sheltering. So I didn't go out much in Chicago for very valid reasons, considering where I was from. In that city, we had a lot of problems. So this was kind of like a poem about my first year of college, and just, I was doing too much. So this is about that. 21, close to 22, and closer to 23. This is my first real taste of freedom. Through a red-lipped grin, sharing a cigarette with a stranger at the bar. And Lord knows I should never smoke another cigarette. My eyes strained to see your face through 6 shots of tequila, reeled of course, we all broke in college. Is this what 21 feels like? Freedom tastes like chemicals, $12 buys my happiness till 2 a.m. My age is ripe like fruit at the break of spring, my skin black like berries. I thought the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. I must not be ripe because I'm feeling so bitter. My skin is dewy like leaves have touched rain, but it's sweat that might not be mine. I think this is closer to 22. And I think that's all I have tonight.
Thank you, LaDacia. Up next, we have Jordan.
Sorry, I'm tall. That'll do. All right, first of all, I would not be here without Miss Nikisha Washington Roberts here, so give us a round of applause here. I surely would not be here without my lovely wife, Claudia. Another round of applause for that wonderful rock here. So, I am also a teacher here. I am also nervous my first time reading poetry, so here I am, but I'm going to do my best, and thank you for listening. So, my first poem today actually comes from my inspiration of going through Shenandoah with my wife, and it was a hell of a time, and we saw some interesting things, but we saw nature together, and it was a really nice time that kind of peacefully gave me quiet that I desperately needed. So this one's called Passenger Seat. You make me your passenger and move everything for me. The view is less focused on the road ahead, but shows me what I've missed instead. The trees stand resolute in their silence, too firm to grieve their fallen friends. My futile attempt at self-reliance suffer like a garden that no one tends. The summer wind whispers timidly, giving my anxiety a playful eulogy. Let the breeze move me to reprieve and give myself up and to begin to breathe. So, thank you for that. Another one I have here is going to be about trees, because I have been called a tree because I've heard I'm tall, so here we are. All right, so this one's called Oak. I spend a good amount of my life curiously wondering if the oak fears or recognizes its own growth over the years. Am I nearing what I want out of this life, or am I doomed to be fell? Though I pine for purpose, and yes, I made tree puns, I am anything but worthless. A reminder of what once was, a landmark of who once loved, a parable of purgatorial pride. I'll look for growth with all the time to bide. No one thinks to shield me from the rain. Standing with my brothers dulls the pain. Though we know forever isn't real, it was truly never part of the appeal. A fortress for the feeble, a way for the wind to speak, a timeless wonder not so hard to seek. I look for the growth in the farthest parts of me. So this next one's a little down, and I apologize. I did lose one of my best friends, but I heard one of the most powerful phrases uttered was that I was at NCTE, and I had the honor to present, and it was a really tough loss, but a friend of mine that I made at the bar, drinking tequila, of course, and tacos, because that's how you make friends, right? He told me that if you utter someone's name, it's out there, right? It never dies, right? And so my friend Jeremy, this one's for him. This one is called Spoken. I know the words are there, but it's almost like they don't want to be bared. Inanimate speech running scared. The words must be spoken. I have spent decades weathering and calming the storm my father has left for me, something he surely didn't intend to be, but he had no choice. The words must be spoken. They say it's bad to hold in a sneeze, that it causes damage to you somehow, but I imagine the blood-curdling scream that I've caged and suppressed for a year 8 months, 2 weeks, 4 days, and counting, has eviscerated me in ways I didn't think possible. Like a child too afraid the doctor to say what's really wrong, the words must be spoken. I want to scream bloody murder like the friend that was taken from me, his heart giving out while my heart is on the perpetual precipice of stopping, like my world did that day. The scream won't come out, but placating phrases are uttered so no one worries for me. The words must be spoken. I think about how your mother has hoarded the very memory of you, your belongings snatched in an instant, your legacy bottled and kept for convenience, like some keepsake that you never pick up. My brother's memory, a trinket lorded over his loved ones, left out, lorded over, alone. Memories kept in the bottle for her convenience. The words must be spoken. You should have a headstone, even though if you didn't love recognition in your life, you left a legacy for those who knew you, a void for those who loved you. Funny how one storied existence can evoke liminal emotions and sentiments that may never be uttered or heard. The words must be spoken, or were left silently broken. The words must be fucking spoken. So, thank you for listening to this. I hope that if you have grief, I hope that you can talk about it, because again, truly, it's the easiest thing to keep in. But again, we memorialize and we immortalize our friends and our loved ones through speaking through them, okay? Have a wonderful day. Thank you so much. Props to Nikisha, all right?
Thank you, Jordan. All right, we have Radea up next.
To see if y'all was gonna still be clapping. Hey, my name is Radea Ellis. I'm black on both sides. I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I throw up the folk like it's a gang sign. I'm not a part of a gang. What else? I'm an owner and operator of Fort Walkie. I do a whole lot of Ford shit. I was introduced to woodland patterns by some friends. They had some residencies, and y'all just be, I felt like they were just letting people in. And I was like, it's cracking. And not to say that, they just be letting people in, because they had to apply and stuff. But all of that to say they are very open to multiple forms of artistry and ways to express yourself, and I very much so appreciate that. Thank you for Nikisha for having me. I got some shit to talk. Right there. Let me see which one gonna go first. I'm gonna go resilient like trees just cause of my mans. No, it's cool. We in alignment. I'm fucking with that, Jordan. Yeah. So this was February 27th, 2021. Resilient like trees, the embodiment of what don't kill me, make me stronger. I will not be moved. The act of progressing forward regardless of the past. Using nooses on trees once used to hang black bodies as a fucking slingshot to greatness. Sticking my tongue out at the people who said no as I rose on the ashes meant to burn me alive. A silent hope screaming inside. The love still at the bottom of the heart, even if that's the last place you can find it. The audacity to get the fuck back up. And I'm like a tree, killing me would be killing yourself. My hair are my roots and my feet are the leaves. I provide life by speaking it. I have the past and the future within me, and I stand present. The water, sun, and the conducive environment provides me the energy I need to make sugar, which sustains me. What's life without me? Trees. All right, that was that one. I appreciate y'all. It's actually cracking in here. I ain't did this in a while. What's that word? Shout out to the diversity in the room. Talking ass. Can we say that anymore? I don't know. I don't know, but yeah. All right. Yeah, this one is titled, Do we celebrate their birthday or the day they died? All right, so Andre 3000 said another kid being shot by the popo ain't an event no more. We don't view killings as if it's a sin no more. So now what? He ain't your brother no more? You don't know. When one is shot, that's one less to count, one less to count on. It was supposed to be all or nothing, right? No child left behind. I guess we don't believe that no more, though. I mean, I get Dre. If I was around since the 70s, seeing police brutality being annually reported like a fucking holiday, I think it was okay. They got us used to black people dying, desensitized to a life they ain't living. So do we throw a party in remembrance on the day they died or their birthday? People don't even care no more. Don't wish the best for our family or friends no more. We don't support no more. Don't hold the door no more. No wonder I see hopelessness and brokenness. Got off the shoulders of the people who sacrificed their life before us just to say, I did it on my own. Love knocked down the wall in Berlin, and like that wall, our love is on the ground like some trash that has been kicked around. That mean the love gone until now, no more. All right, I'm Rodea. Follow me on Instagram.
Thank you, Ra. Big full shit all day. What's up? All right. Look, I don't have my glasses on there in my hands. I'm making the font larger. All right, Jamai. Am I pronouncing your name right? Tell us what your name is. I said I knew it was wrong.
Hello, everyone. How's it going, y'all? My name is Jamai. Very nice to meet you. I just moved to Milwaukee like 2 years ago. I love it here so much. I'm having a swell time. I love that you guys have stuff like this. I'm gonna read a poem from one of my books, and which will now be sold at Woodland Pattern after this. This poem is about Frank Ocean and how I was super salty that there was such a long time between Channel Orange and Blonde. Yeah. And I wrote this poem. Okay, so the poem is part of my book. My book is called, I definitely thought this was called a chat book, and is basically poems and the stories that inspired them. Okay, it's called chap book, like chap, like a chapstick. I always thought it was called chat, because what is a chap? It's supposed to be like a chapter. I didn't know. I found out as I was making the book, and so that's what the book is called. But it's the stories, and it's poems and the stories that inspire them. So I'm gonna read this story first, and then I'm gonna recite the poem about Frank Ocean. Here we go. I'm not gonna lie to you. When Frank Ocean didn't come out with music for so long, I was hurt. Hurt like you and your best friend had one of those deep-ass car convos the night before. You know, hotboxing in the whip with some Taco Bell kind of deep convos. The seats leaned back, looking at the 2 stars LA allowed to live in the sky through the sunroof type situation. One of them, like, y'all are getting so high off of so deep, how deep y'all got, that you hit them up the next day and you're like, hey, you wanna have lunch? And then they never respond. For like 3 years. That's how I felt. Like, was it something I said? Was the conversation too deep? You were the one that brought up the stuff about crack and wanting to kill yourself. That wasn't even me. I mean, I lived in the suburbs up until this point, and the only trauma I had experienced was the shit I let my anxiety make up. The only female I had ever kissed was Mary Jane. I had a couple of aunts and uncles that was on crack, but my parents were the good children, the responsible ones. So finally, when Blonde was announced, I had no desire to listen to it. Literally, like so turned off at the thought that after all this time, you reached back out to me, new music in hand, expecting me to forgive you. Like, all I had over these last couple of years was to replay the last conversation we had over and over again. I sang along to every song like you were with me in that passenger seat again. I was dead ass hurt over a nigga I did not know. So much so that it ruined a perfectly good moment with a man I did know. I did eventually listen to Blonde. I got invited by this guy who couldn't stay out of my DMs. We parked his car at the top of my school's parking lot and listened to the album blasting through the car speakers as we lay on the hood of the car, watching the 2 stars LA would let occupy the sky. And the whole time, I felt like I deserved a damn apology. Am I crazy? Is it selfish of me to want you to present yourself in a similar way every time as if we, like artists, aren't complex fucking human beings? I already had 17 pieces of you available for consistent replay. Mind you, I'm doing all of this and I can't even give my attention to the guy laying on the car next to me. Luckily for me, though, that didn't end up going anywhere, and the cutest moment we had was on top of that roof that night, and I wasn't even emotionally there. The wall I had created for Frankie stood up in the face of Marshall and Brandon and Samaj and any other guy that tried too hard, kissed too soft, and left so soon. I wanted a love like Frankie and I had. Someone who was willing to give me the real shit, to let me in on his deepest, darkest secrets in the most poetic way possible, so I guess I was destined to be with an artist. Too many times I had snuck away to skinny dip in Frank's ocean than to ever stand around in the shallow end of anyone's heart. So when I found that man that was ready to go deep with me, I fell as hard as I was supposed to. Okay, that was the story. This is the poem. Y'all ready? I still haven't forgiven Frank Ocean. And it pisses me off because Channel Orange changed my life. I mean, I don't even stream it often because Bay and I used to listen to it together all the time. It's the sound of his voice offers my emotions a harbor. And sure, I'm thankful for the pool, but there's this tide, and I'm still tired of these tidal waves. And I'm still out of breath. It felt like a tornado hit after you left. It's hard for me to forgive and even harder for me to admit this weight on my chest, and I'm still lacking the strength to pull it back. I'm grunting, gobbled up your sweet nothings. Now common sense thinks twice before running around every morning. I won't lie to you, I'm stalling. Just trying to catch you on the phone long enough to trace where you're calling. I've been thinking about you. For every moment you made me feel like I was just in it for the ride, I have thoughts about you. For every second you dissected me and left your feelings inside, and I see, after all this time, that I'm still in the same place that you left me in. And here and thinking about you, all it does is remind me how you left again. Thank you.
If anybody out there knows Frank Ocean, there's like, 6 degrees of separation? It's about 5 of us in this room I know for sure have been looking for you. Please, let him know, somebody. Anyway, thank you. Now I'm thinking about Frank too. All right, Dana, who has sponsored at Dana Coletta, good friend of mine. She sponsored at the old level. Is supposed to read next, but Dana could not make it. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge Dana. Dana, you're probably watching. Hey, girl. Hey. Thank you. I hope you feel better soon. All right, up next we have Emmett. We got a dope lineup. I'm sorry, this is just what we do. But Emmett, come on up. Clap till he gets up here. I need to hear everybody clap until he gets up.
Beautiful people, how we doing? We good? I love when we're there in the building. She's just always authentically herself. I appreciate that. My name is Emmett James. I'm a hip-hop jazz artist, spoken word poet. I do a bunch of stuff. Since I'm here, I got to do a shameless plug. That would be the right thing to do. I'm playing the show February 7th, celebrating my birthday, doing live music. You should come check it out. You get your tickets at emmettjames.com, yada, yada, yada. But I'm going to do some poetry. I don't get a chance to do poetry often, so I'm going to do this poem that I actually wrote when I was 19. I'm 31. And it's a conversation that's been ongoing, especially this week. It's interesting to see that this piece and the topic that it's related to still lives and breathes in today. But yeah, y'all ready? Last night I made love to a Mexican. And we made minority the thing to be. That twin bed rocked with the weight of our greatness. We even did this intercourse thing with our tongues, and it felt so refreshing, reminding me of the time I daydreamed about our future. As if Cloud 9 was the same height as that bed we slept in. Being around her reminds me of heaven. And her presence deserves a holiday of its own, one in which we celebrate whenever we feel the urge to. Or whenever I feel like taking off her robe. Did I mention I made love to a queen last night? I made love to a Mexican queen last night, and you think I'd have to be Hispanic in order to reign in her queendom? I wonder if the grooves in her lips are actually paths back to Mexico, or if the thickness of her accent is strong enough to keep a whole language alive. Imagine if the rest of the world called your soulmate an immigrant. Or try to enjoy the luxury of playing cards, except spades don't come in the color green, but green cards get to determine if she gets to stay in your life or not. See, I owe her honesty. But on the other hand, this whole damn country owes her democracy. I just wish they stopped blaming her culture for crashing the job market. It's not her fault. She's so used to working hard. She never needed a handout. And if she ever did, I'm pretty sure they stopped when she got here. I mean, when's the last time you swam across an ocean for your freedom? In case you didn't hear me the first time. Anoche le hice el amor a una mexicana. Translation, I made love to a Mexican last night. And I wondered if it'd be my last, so I stopped taking her lips for granted. We kiss just to remind each other what freedom might taste like. As if I could promise her a piece of that pie, except that dream is only for Americans, and being that we're minorities, it don't make much sense to sleep on it. I mean, why you think we sleep together? See, I made love to a Mexican last night, and it was almost the best thing that ever happened to me, besides meeting her or marrying her. Because one day I plan to buy her a ring that would symbolize love, because she does deserve both, right?
Thank you, because I don't know how to. Thank you so much. All right, do I have glasses? Check. It's my turn to read. Thank you. Because I don't follow rules frequently, I just kind of do my own thing. That's just who I am and what I do. I have poetry that I am working on. I wanted to read something new. It's not finished, so I'm not reading it. Sorry. Next year, Poetry Marathon, I got you. What I'm gonna read is some prose that I wrote for Ruth Arts that I really enjoyed writing. It's called Migrations. A solitude wrapped in shoreline and water as far as your eyesight reaches. I often think of how my family chose to stay and not go any further. My maternal side made their way to Milwaukee during the Great Migration. Some of us stopped in Louisville and in Indianapolis. I wonder what their journeys were like coming from Sea Island in Gainesville, Georgia. What did they think as the landscape changed and became flat? Did they marvel at the mountains as they came and then disappeared from view? What did they think of the sporadic bodies of water, all the things they never saw before? I know of all the reasons for their migration, but I often wonder why. Why, out of all of the places, did we stop here in Milwaukee? My knowledge of the Great Migration came from my obsession with the Harlem Renaissance. My first love, Langston Hughes, Queen of My Heart, Zora Neale Hurston, and all of the greats. I found pride in Black literary creatives during some Black History Month on the north side of Milwaukee at Congress Elementary in the 2nd grade in the class of a teacher who hated my guts. Her name was Ms. Keenahan. Ms. Keenahan kissed my ass. That's another story for another time, but she did. However, also introduced me to poetry. I found joy in the familiarity of the dialects of Hughes and Hurston's works. Even though I could see it for myself, I found proof of my beauty in the lines of their poems. Black people are a storied people wherever we're from. I used to wish I was in Harlem because I saw their creative example in books, and I also wish that I could have seen their greatness unfold. I grew to realize that my family's story and migration is just as great. My grandmother was so talented. Her creativity may not have been documented in books, but it is documented in my deoxyribonucleic acid, in my memory. She could sew, she could knit, crochet. I had custom clothes, dolls, and all of the things to make sure that I too would be an artist, a creative, a writer. My grandfather was the best storyteller. His stories mixed with some truths and a lot of imagination. Fiction, not quite lies. My Milwaukee childhood was a joyful one. I was given space and time to think, to be creative, to play freely. I would pretend to be sick, not quite a lie, from school in 2nd grade, choosing instead to type on my typewriter on a wooden desk that had a flip top next to my bunny bank. I would write stories and make books fully equipped with illustrations. In high school, I wrote poetry secretly, too shy to share. Metaphorical migrations have occurred since then. I worked in banking. I know that'll be funny to a lot of you. Mind-numbing boredom, a photo and a poem of Langston Hughes, side by side with the poem Dream Deferred. Me deciding not to have a dream deferred. I wound up on the shores of genre urban arts with dazzling, sporadically placed opportunities. Our first tagline was a magazine for creatives who don't mind cuss words and dialect, because I like to say the word fuck. I wanted to cue to my city folk who bustled and rumbled in highly concentrated concrete areas that everything doesn't have to be pretty and respectable. I wanted to cue that graffiti is just as valuable as the Mona Lisa, that the creativity that occurred out of struggle and that truly unfolded an aspect of our innate humanity was just as important, if not more so, than the art hanging in the museums created by the privileged folks. I'm skipping, I'm scrolling down. And since then, more migrations have occurred. Like my ancestors who traveled from so many different places all over West Africa, and those who traveled from Georgia, Mississippi, Tennessee, to Milwaukee. I too have traveled time and space and joy, passing through places I've never seen before, marveling at things my own mind couldn't conceive of. I couldn't even story these things up, and ending on shores all over this world. Every time I travel, I carry them with me in my very makeup, not on my face, but like in the makeup of my body. And never too far from my thoughts and gratitude. People often ask me why out of all the places in the world that I could be, why do I stay here in Milwaukee? I explain that I can never be too far from water. I tell them about Milwaukee, my home, a sometimes solitude wrapped in a shoreline that has water further than your eyesight can reach. All right, end scene, that's done. All right, thank you. All right, up next we have Joan. Oh no, it's Joanne. She looked at me like, what? All right, we need this moved out of the way, please. Does it slide nicely? All right.
that she's calling me. Strange island, the mountain, moon in retrograde. Oh, we'll be like Sangoma, we'll be like Sangoma. Somos milagrosas, curándoles el alma. Oh, we'll be like Sangoma, we'll be like Sangoma. Somos milagrosas, curándoles el alma, curándoles el alma. We'll be like Sangoma. We'll be like Sangoma. Expand unknown lands. Maya speaks the truth. You risk cards and the stars, born to radiate. A church in open air in the wild. This is where we collide. You asked, how do we heal? And while you cry, bring your source out of our mouth. Oh, we'll be like Sangoma, we'll be like Sangoma. Somos milagrosas, curándoles el alma. Oh, we'll be like Sangoma, we'll be like Sangoma. Somos milagrosas, curándoles el alma, curándoles el alma. We'll be like Sangoma. We'll be like Sangoma.
Stand over here in the corner since I don't want to ruin anything. But I do want to say that throughout like my journey as an educator and throughout my journey as running genre urban arts, I've got to meet all of these wonderful people, including our co-executive directors, Mike, who I have to tell you, I'm going to take a moment to tell that when I started genre urban arts, a lot of organizations in Milwaukee would not work with me, and they were like very leery of me. And it was Mike who was like, yeah, come by anytime. You want to throw a poetry event? Yeah, come on. We can do whatever you want. I will make space for you. And he made space for me. I don't remember who the people were before. YouTube, wonderful. Oh, it was them, yes, but you were running the events essentially, and Mike made space for me to be able to do all of these wonderful things, and if it wasn't for your kindness and you opening space for me, I may have given up. So I appreciate you so much. I really do. But that concludes Genre Urban Arts Hour. Please give it up for our performers tonight. Thank you guys so much. Oh, and we are gonna take a photo together over here. So please come on up and take a photo. Thank you guys so much for joining our hour as well.
I have to turn it on? Oh, there we go. My name is Melissa MURSCH-RODRIGUEZ. I run Moody, which is a local zine publication and small press. I'm really excited for this hour to feature a lot of our poets from past issues who I haven't seen read live, so it's going to be an extra special treat. We, of course, need to thank our sponsors for the hour, which is Bliffert Lumber and Hardware. And also make sure, you know, this is obviously a big fundraiser, a big thing for Woodland Pattern. They really do support the work of small presses and non-commercial publishers like Moody. In the letter for our newest poetry issue, which is featuring our poets performing tonight, in the foreword, I do mention a lot about how Woodland Pattern was like our first advertiser, our longest advertiser. They were the first store to hold us in the storefront. They were the first place to kind of recognize us as a poetry entity and the first place to start archiving us with their sales to like libraries and special collections. So yeah, without you guys, we would not be where we are. So this is always a really huge honor getting to do this hour with you all and to be in person this year. So with that, we are going to start off with our first poet. Our first poet was supposed to be TJ Blanco, who's really awesome. Unfortunately, isn't feeling well tonight and couldn't make it. But their poetry is in our issue, and check them out if you have a chance. Their film work is also really beautiful. So we're going to kick it off with Nat to start.
Nat. I'm reading off my phone, so give me a sec. Cash rules everything around me. I will its very collapse. A bomb dropped down on a compound in Philly. Betsy clicked her heels, and a compound is burned down in Texas. Terror starts at home. I pray to God for the past to repent for me, and I won't accept your mercy. I stopped expecting you to change. The death chamber awaits, the demon with its 50 names. And what do you know about my death? My mother could not even identify my face. Not even his mother could identify his face. What do you know about ritualistic killing? What do you think you know about the dead? It is always just a story. You never will see me again. You have never seen me. I am not waiting for the world to end. I'm waiting for the dead to come. Just do it. Just do it. Just. These reciprocal means to a favorable end. And just 1 second. Oh my God. All right. I can find this. Sorry, I know I only have 5 minutes and I'm like scrolling. Garlic powder from my hand, bitter in my mouth, burning as it provokes, the entity from out of my conscience, the invention that becomes parallel as the bomb, no matter how symbolic, how irrelevant its target. The intention to form the monster out of the corner of your eye. It was black enough to fear. It was intrusive enough to your comfort. And you love America, but does it love you back? Only if you could see it, then maybe you would believe me. But when it weeps, you hear your mother and its pleas, and you do whatever it takes. Nostalgic for your safety, I watch you change beneath the memory. You make room for only your forgiving. You wish now to prove your nature of loving all of God's creatures that you readily enough embrace, but still have decided deserve grace. And those you have decided are already doomed, are already so far gone to even be descendant, to ever have been a thing to begin with. After having been so far removed, after having been so perversely reconstructed. The war is almost ending, and the devil needs no advocacy. And the crater and the corner pocket, settling with the fainting weight, with the wherewithal to speak in tongues, to say, I told you from the start all of the reasons why I could and I could not on your behalf. I know better now. I could, but I will not let you live. And there is a warm light that I see. There is a light, and look upon my freedom and despair. That's all I have, so thank you.
Next up, we have Zhao.
Hello, everyone. I am proudly trans. I am proudly bisexual. I was raised by a single mother and a black woman who loves her black wife. Despite all these things that the world has told me that I needed to hate, I love humanity and I love you. This is my poem called What I've Interpreted from Misinterpreted Lessons and a Desperate Plea. First will come conquest. His craving for expansion will be mistaken as bountifulness, parading as a noble leader while beneath festers a parasite that seeks to subordinate. True bearer of pestilence, he will waste no time masquerading as Robin Hood. And great will be the horseman's domination, for he is domination. Next will come war. A militant agitator with access to drones, the water supply, and the education system. A heavy-handed savage that wields bullets of strife. An unforgiving sadist with mass appeal achieved with layers of fear and violence. And great will be the horseman's division, for he is division. Then will come famine, decrepit and aching for more than his share of daily bread, ravenous to those he robs to stuff his own gullet. He will ride into the land of plenty, gorging and pilfering until even what could be shared wilts away. And great will be the horseman's consumption, for he is consumption. Finally will come death. The only promised come one, come all. No matter how the story is told, death remains true. But the stallion ridden on has changed. No longer bones and gentle breath, this saddle carries dehumanization and destruction. Stampeding and crushing without discretion, appearing when not needed or wanted, and leaving a trail of tears. Biblical proportions of vanity, manifesting destiny as envy and hate for thy neighbor, fingers pointed and casting out, consumed by an individualistic lust for immortality. Do you feel what I am saying here? Outside of words and screens and pages and leather bindings, they have taken scriptures of warning and turned it into a guidebook riddled with instructions on disdain. And that guidebook comes in many languages. Do you see the evil? Do you hear the evil? They are speaking the evil. They are teaching the evil. Do you feel my cry for help here? What do we gain when we sacrifice one another? We are scorching Mother Earth and all of her children, including ourselves. We must strengthen our fellowships. The great turning will be one of radical love from parent to child and brother and sister to friends and neighbors and strangers and country to nation to nature, for we who are all made of the same flesh. To release the fallacy that there could be salvation without unity, we must insist on life. Please.
Our next performer will be Cindy.
Hi. I have to make this a little hi. Wow, hi. I'm Cindy. Thank you all for being here. It's such a beautiful night. I'm going to read something that I wrote while living with a house full of gross boys. The way a slug leaves a slightly opaque, slick, sticky signature in its path, I leave evidence, sheds. Stray strands of hair split, of course, well-intentioned bulk trays of peeled garlic, a hip and trendy pot with a matching nestled bamboo steamer, my favorite t-shirts that just slip the cracks, somehow. Half full drinks, pearls disintegrating in the sugary, milky pool, macerated and massively disgusting. Kombucha in a spicy cherry flavor no college-aged boys would drink. Tupperwares of delicata squash roasted with brown sugar and kosher salt, a pile of earrings I have not worn for so long. Their specifically pierced housings have broken down, membranes and taken back their mass. It feels guilty. It feels like weight. It feels so heavy. Like I am carrying a stacked and stumbling tray of the drinks, of the threads, of the things I can't stand to be without until, of course, it's my job to tidy up. Make myself scarce. Leave it better than how you found it. I am a park ranger's nightmare. I am everything that fell off the back of the truck. When someone disappears, you seem to wish they'd been sloppier, left a little bit more. Perhaps I should have begged them to leave the trunk open, pull a Wisconsin U-turn in the middle of a busy intersection. It would be beautiful. The way water is flung off the ends of slicked, conditioned, model pretty hair, and then I could find you. Not only in the litter, but the tire treads and the gasoline smell, knocked over light posts and heavily ad-ridden news articles. I wish you had left more. I wish there had been more to begin with. But something else, again. When your words drag themselves out of your mouth, falling off your tongue as if they clawed their way out, dragging like serrated knives, pathetic and exhausted. How could I have asked anything else? Instead, we make do. We never throw away the old records, blazers that don't fit, shoulder or style, the firm and uncomfortable mattress, the voicemails of you asking for clean underwear to bring to the hospital, the spices for food you cooked and none of us will taste again, film cameras, a scroll saw, couches you had slept on one time, an entirely full Absolute vodka bottle sitting pretty next to a photo of the last pope who was alive when you were. We will never throw away. Perhaps we till, only to shield our eyes from the way your birds of paradise became sickly and crisp, not under our negligence, but the warmth you brought before you were swallowed up by the earth. But we allow dust to become a membrane between it, you, and us. As if the layers of microscopic dead skin and dander will cure like resin, and that Charlie Chaplin VCR underneath will perfectly preserve to the point that one day we will be able to revive you. Is this it? The apple did not fall. It slid down the branches and trunk like sap, gripping and fighting, viscous, against the peeling bark and stopped short, the flesh dissolving instantly, so that the seed could bury itself as closely as possible, that it may take over the fading root system. So now I shed, so that in 10 years, you will finally rotate your mattress and out will fall enough genetic material that you could felt it together, give it a kiss, and I'd be there, hugging the blankets, taking the good pillow just like I used to. A vision suspended in time, dust in the light, you and I together again, me and him together again. If I nest and hoard like him, if I take the roots he shaped and grew himself, does the seed get to become the same tree for preservation of its shade? That's my poem.
Indy was in the first issue of Moody, and is one of the only people who's been in multiple, because we try to only do a one and done kind of thing. So next up we have Nick.
Sorry, Cindy, I have to pull it lower now. All right, thank you. Okay, I have 2 poems. They're both about how much I love my wife. I think we begin tender, before the masonry of men and women and of getting older, each day a brick, an exterior built, the walls of do's and do nots, nevers and oftens of binary. Before that, we are ultimate softness, soft in the marshland way, tawny grass reaching skyward and swaying, Kohler Andre State Park and the 2 cranes we spotted there, their steps in silent sync, like they had always been an entity shared, 2, a system, connective tissue. Soft in the lavender way, sunset, drifting to sleep, your face held in my 2 hands, the hills of your cheekbones, cosmos I can swipe my thumbs across, the expanse of all the selves we've been and will be when we find each other again as cranes. I collected shells along the beach, some dull, some pearlescent, most broken, as a hurricane approaches from the south, shooing away the yellow hot sun and humidity and biting flies. A sandpiper darts with the water, up and back, the unending blue folding like sheets upon itself over and over. A gull flashes white, then disappears like a ghost behind the trees. I wish I could bottle this moment, tuck it into my purse like the sandy shells stowed there. God is in the glaciers, the ages that pulled rocks and tiny fossils to my feet. I cannot hate the big gray cyclonic arms coming in for an embrace. I cannot hate the flies that bite or the sun that stings, because if God is in those things, I can only bear witness and collect its shells. Thank you.
Our next 2 poets are joining us from Chicago today, so this is a really great treat. First up, we have Go.
Hi, I'm Go. Thank you, Melissa, for this opportunity. Moody is awesome, and yeah. One of these, the first poem I'm going to read was from a Moody poetry issue. Poem 1, A Pair of Ladders. From noon yesterday to noon today, saying much more than what reads, looking for ladders and gloves, extensions of self, split in 2s and 3s, switching drivers mid-line, terms and turns of ritual, saying you love me to see what I say back, safety of seeing the moon in the middle of the day. You call me to talk about spoons, separating ceiling and sky, escalators and other technical propellers, very handsome. Stretching truth to stretch words, struck by acts of kindness, I'm alive, looking at a great ass, and then up at the birds. Handwritten for lease sign, we are and we aren't. Seeing cranes and thinking of my friend I wish I knew better, always something. Slides at the construction site. Considerations, seeing versus seeing through. We just got off the phone, rearranging plans, and my feelings for you tell me my new haircut is very Elvis. Ah, Graceland. Missed signals, calling names, may I place you on a brief hold? What do you see? Reflection. You said you didn't want to shout. I said you can next time, if you want. I would love to hear you. Volition, permission, volition, permission. Excuse me, I need to make a call. Try not to mistake being punctual with priviness to timeline. No loitering signs. Keeping an eye on the stairs and where they connect. Okay, poem 2, Call Before You Dig. Always Be My Baby comes on when the car starts. I cry for the first time since starting testosterone. I want to save it all. And would you even believe me if I told you I was following the gloves? Play within a play. I touch my lips and your lips touch mine. Climbing up to the top of the truck to see the horses run in. Blue light to read, new life. You're wearing the shirt I made for you. Pawn shop sign, and the on is off. No more water in soda dispensers. Collecting parts for this project. Pilot light needs relighting, supposed to be, supposed to he, and a secret. 4th. If all is right in the kingdom tonight, ladders all lined up, visiting versus spending time, just passing through. I haven't fully decided the third one I'm gonna do. Okay, cool. Poem 3, Feel Real, Real Feel. Looking at me while you part the sea. Of two minds, I can smell the worms, comparing what I see to what I know to be true. Thinking about dicks and God. How you don't have to see something for it to feel real. And am I really asleep if I'm laying in the sun? Grotesque times gaudy, stepping on and skipping stones. Temporal is temporary, thinking more eternity. Compound curves and fuck, you're hot. Loves of my lives, sun from 6 to 9. Okay, yeah.
Our next reader is Olivier.
Hi, I'm not a poet, so I'm actually really sorry. I make words, so I can't actually speak any poetry that I do, and I don't actually do poetry. I don't know why I say that, but I have 10 points to make today. I want to talk about paradoxes. So I'm thinking about nothingness and emptiness. These are two things I'm thinking of, but they're also actually just one thing that I'm trying to think of. In the bigger picture, I'm actually addressing annihilation and enlightenment. I made a Venn diagram recently, and a Venn diagram have things in the middle. The middle things are being, meaning of life, mo, suffering, the self, death, and desire. Number 1, I was and am interested in nothingness for no specific reason, but a genuine feeling of, I think I'm from there, which is nowhere. Number 2, I'm bound to think about emptiness because it is tied to Buddhism. The closest thing, but also oppositional to nothingness, is emptiness. Number 3, in my language, both of these words, nothingness and emptiness, can be considered as mo. Obviously, my language is closer to Buddhism than any Western language, but playing with semantics in a border language is actually something I can do right now other than committing to myself being a monk. So, number 4, that's why you would buy post-it tabs, but not cheap ones, because they stick together. Okay, there's 2 circles. The left side is annihilation. There is philosophical, abyss, pessimistic, isolation, nothingness, detach, depression, void, morality, existential, ending. And on the right side, enlightenment, practice, optimistic, meditation, emptiness, Ong's path, Buddhism, non-possession, non-attachment, beginning, in parentheses, new. Number 5, I'm interested in enlightenment because when I was growing up, I thought reaching enlightenment means I can just die. I can disappear, I cannot exist, I can finish my life, a sort of suicide, self-annihilation. I was and am rather disinterested in living. So as a child, I meditated a lot. Number 6, pessimism is my reason that I'm still alive. It's a paradoxical but logical structure that I rely on. I firmly believe a committed pessimist will never kill themselves, because why would a pessimist take the risk? Risk is a leap of faith. Risks are games for optimists, and they're just chances to perhaps a ticket for something better. And as a stubborn pessimist who like to be correct, I will stick to my stance. Number 7, the point of self-annihilation. It offers me a relationship to nothingness. Number 8, I use they them pronouns because I believe there's no self but only selves. The existence of selves, a tautological existence, fascinates me. To think about replacement, likeness, sameness, redundancy, cancellating each other out. If I could be here, then I don't have to be here because I was already here. As Rimbaud said, I is another. Number 9, I think about 4Ds a lot, a 4-dimensional situation. Drive, desire, death, and dig. 4 things I have a parallel relation to. I have it, I don't have it. I have a language-based relationship to it. Number 10. In lucidity, perhaps desire doesn't exist, because in lucidity has no relation to seeing the self as another self. In lucidity, presence of self, present, the time, nowness, durational. And this is not part of the number 10. N. Carson wrote this, and I borrow it. The self forms at the edge of desire, and the science of self arises in the efforts to leave the self behind. And that's it.
We have 2 more readers left. The next reader is Cholo.
Hello everyone. My name is Sholo and I use they them pronouns. And I'm really bad at making up titles, so I'll just pause in between. I find you sifting between red bodega roses, even though your dried petals still cover my knees, thrust together with lip gloss and sheen. But for you, how cathartic it must be to pluck each one, born from debris, the fall of our matrimony. My haunted house is filled with echoes, bound with cobwebs, and fastened with ghosts, long forgotten, buried and rotten. But in my marrow, in the cavity of my heart, I leave behind the sound of the sea. So please, promise me you'll cherish it and not flee. Scattered bones as your trail to said entry, with ample centuries for company. Some of us can't linger in thoughts of being in love. It costs too much to make the solitude louder. But this bitch keeps me sweet, leaves no room for sours, sinks themselves into my lungs, spilling my guts, eating me up. You know I bruise like a peach, but I delight in the press of your teeth. Savor the trail that you etch as you feed. I've often been told I'm just pretty enough to eat, but the way you crave me makes me shiver to my feet. Who I am isn't who I was, so show me mercy in a way God never could. Talk to me in Morse code, Make me feel each and every syllable. Release the tension I have stuck in my soul. Let your fingers linger on mine, because enough is enough. Who I am isn't who I was, and I want you to mold me into your favorite drug. Los coquis de la isla me llaman por nombre, hablándome con la misma fuerza de mi mamá, con el tumbao y la racata, dándome el mirada, preguntándome por qué tardo tanto. Pero ojalá que un día cerca las olas de mi isla podrán ser fácil de tocar. And this is the English translation. The coquis of my island call me by name, talking to me with the same strength as my mother, with the tumbao and rakata, giving me the look, asking me why I'm taking so long. But hopefully, one day soon, the waves of my island will be easy to touch. Los manos de mi papá retrata los años de su vida, todos sus cuentos, cada golpe y caída. Él es un hombre que ama con todo, sin necesitar de ser perfecto. Sus cuentos grabados en cada lunar y cada callo. Él que cada día sostenía mi mundo en el cielo. My father's hands portray the years of his life, all his stories, every blow and free fall. He is a man who loves wholeheartedly, without the need to be perfect. His stories etched in every beauty mark and callus, the one who every day held my world up in the sky. Thank you.
And lastly, we have Ed.
I feel like I'm a writer. The title's suiting me. Delusional, insufferable, mind winding to retreat. The lesser suiting no one, my loneliness my own. Creeping up like ivy, the root of it unknown. It saddens me to see myself pained in darkened windows, objecting to reflect on splintered, shattered stones. Feet that sink into thin air, like muddy water, silt. Trudge through the sludge for days, brown greenery takes wilt. Sometimes the quiet scares me, but then I come to find it's my heartbeat cutting through stale air that makes it so unkind. Axles broken, wheels still turn, the lust that never ends. Cutting cables when she says we're better off as friends. Blood obstructs the characters as my fingers file down. It's better off to read in red than aging into brown. Gold explosions level towns, planting seeds of steel, turning into something, the turning of the wheel. That's called Wheel. Thanks again, Melissa, for having me, and to all these poets before. You guys are my peers, even if we've never met. Everyone here is, I don't know, family. This is called Violet V. This is dedicated to Violet. It's her birthday tomorrow. Violet Venezia took a spill into the Grand Canal. She couldn't swim, and onlookers were afraid to jump in after her because they couldn't pay the fine to pull her out again. She was wearing her favorite color, the one that she was named after, and the shade that she turned when she went under and drowned. As it got later, Violet swallowed more water, the tide got higher, and a dime rose into the sky, guiding the boatsmen to where she was buried, and the keel of a gondola bumped her swollen body and broke all of her bones. She shouldn't be buried here, so the night guard pulled her out and drug her across the tiles as her brain spilled out and smudged her feet across the floor, built all those years ago. Violet Venezia was liberated, and so was her nose, cheekbones, forehead, lips. Clip, clop, clacked the guard's boots. His black leather gloves gripped her ankles, and her skull, split open like a leaf-chewed laundry leaky laundry bag. Is this Violet's next of kin? I'll tell you where your daughter's been. She went for a midnight swim and now she's dead, the night guard said with a crooked grin. Her mother and her father's eyes were full of sorrow. Do you want her tonight or should I come back tomorrow? Her father was a mess, so her mother reached into the pocket of her dress and handed the stranger a slip of paper. Take her here to this address. They buried her in an above-ground crypt in the square of San Pietro. Where exactly she's buried? Only the mother and the nightman know. So heed my warning. Don't go drinking by the water so late, lest you fall in and become the same fate. Thank you.
So as I said, all of these poets have been in past issues of Moody, so if you want to see more work by them, you can check out those issues, and of course their social media. I highly recommend it. They're all interdisciplinary and do a bunch of other really great stuff. Since we are running a little ahead of time, I'm going to share a poem as well. I also write poetry, and this poem was I actually finished with the motivation of Poetry in the Park that I read, I think 2 years ago now. I don't know when that was even. But this is a poem about my grandmother. When it was written, she wasn't doing well. She's unfortunately passed, but it's still very near and dear to me. It's called About Grandma. When I was a kid, I'd ask my grandma, what's wrong? Or maybe just, what's up? And she'd say, nothing, just feeling melancholy. Or maybe she called it collie for short. I can't remember. I don't know when I first understood what she meant. In high school, when I'd check in with her, always over a phone call, she never had a cell phone, she'd ask when I'd be home for the night. I'll leave the porch light on for you. Her home, mine for a time, so much of our families over the years, a place to return. An opulent cave, kitschy and cluttered and covered, knickknacks and trinkets, greeting cards and photos, blankets and books, invite you to explore, tempt you to touch, fuel you to imagine, sacred and holy and divine, inseparable from the matriarch residing there, her birthplace, her castle, her sanctuary. She carries it with her, is never without it, and so do I. So do we all, because we carry her heart in ours. Thank you. So again, thank you so much to all of our readers. It was really a delight to see you guys perform live all together. We are going to do a group photo, so if all of our hour can come up here, that would be amazing. And yeah, thank you to Woodland Pattern and all of you for being here as well.
Hello? Okay, everyone can hear me. It's good. So we're starting a little bit early, but I figured we might as well just get into it. Welcome to the weird segment of Woodland Pattern's 31st Annual Poetry Marathon. Before we begin, I would like to thank Riverwest Realty for sponsoring this hour of the marathon. My name is Casey Harrison, and I'm the creator and curator of the quarterly publication Weird, a magazine dedicated to the magic of word and image. Weird began as an intentional effort to curate a space for endeavors in meaning-making, to highlight the invisible worlds of our experience and promote the creation of new mythologies for our modern era. Weird recently celebrated its 2nd anniversary in September and is currently on its 9th issue. Thank you. In these 2 years, I've experienced the power of cultivating community through creation. This project has connected me with the works of many artists and writers across numerous disciplines and facilitated connections both between its pages and within larger communities, such as Woodland Pattern. To be connected and to have connected so many lives through this project has been incredibly fulfilling and would not have been possible without any of the contributors, of which 4 have so graciously joined me tonight. Before I introduce my guests, I would like to talk a little bit about the meaning of the word weird. Yes, it's pronounced weird. Though if you pronounced it as word, I celebrate that also. The word weird originates from an old Germanic concept that has no direct translation in modern English. The best approximation is fate or destiny. The difference lies in action, whereas we think of fate as something as a fixed, permanent, pre-written passive thing. Weird implies a sense of agency, even responsibility. Our actions contribute to not only our own destiny, but the destiny of our collective futures. I find it charming, then, that it's evolved to the modern English word weird, something with an entirely different meaning, something that is strange or unknowable. If any one of you has ever taken a leap of faith or acted from intuition in times of uncertainty, you'll understand the relation. Now, back to the speakers for tonight. First up is Ian Izard, a painter, poet, and storyteller whose words contrast the ubiquitous and dehumanizing forces of modernity with the spiritual, fluid nature of human emotion. Next is Lillian Solheim, an artist and poet who cloaks the heart on her sleeve with metaphors of illustrative abstraction. Afterwards, we'll have Jenna Koch, a poet with a refined palette and deep love of the mysteries of the lake and its children. Finally, we'll have Sarah Muehlbauer, an artist and performer of the psychic, spiritual, kinetic nature, tethered to our world through the experience of owning a body. I would like to thank these incredible individuals for being here and sharing their art today. As a final note, I would like to remind anyone that has contributed to Woodland Pattern on behalf of Weird or any of its guests that we would like to thank you with the risograph printed journal, created exclusively for this event. I forgot to bring one up here. If you've donated and are here tonight, please see me after this segment. Consider it a small token of appreciation, as well as an invitation to record your own thoughts and creations. To conclude this introduction, I would like to read the original Weird Manifesto, the thing that started it all. Weird is an homage to the invisible world. Weird begins in our minds and ends at our fingertips. Weird celebrates the pursuit of wisdom through our intellect. Weird recognizes the symbolic power of creation and strives to use this power for the development of our collective psyche. Weird rejects the modern dogmas of dualism, binarism, and materialism. It embraces fluidity and the doctrine of correspondence. Weird recognizes that the mythology of our culture is vain and moribund, and only through spirited creation may we envision our future. Weird is an exercise in fate, a belief that our intentions and our practice forge our future. And with that, Ian.
Starlight, star bright, love is in the air tonight. I dream in mind, I dream in sight, so dream the dream I dreamt last night. So today I'm just going to read 2 poems. That was the first one. Together they're part of a larger collection that's called Love Stories, Feast and Famine. It's a series of letters to the spirit called Desire. And so it's kind of a story for the lonely knots in your throat and for unresolved endings, as well as kind of the world receding as we move further into winter and then the return of the sun come springtime. So that first one was just an invocation to set the scene. The next one is for the night owls with short attention spans and the ones who process their feelings under the waning light of the moon. And it's called, I Used to Look Up More. There's a shadow on your ceiling that looks like a star. Was that always there? You swept me away in a blur, and I dropped everything for you. We sailed across a breeze and planned our summer escape. It wasn't until September that my heart hit the ground. You're asleep, and you've got cold feet. Some nights I find myself drawn to the window, staring out at the sodium gilding illuminating the sorry side streets that we call home. Tonight I found myself standing at the window again, watching the world through cold glass. Nothing grows here except weeds, and a knot in my stomach telling me to leave. It was here I found myself in the company of a bee, curled up against the glass, sleeping alone on this cold autumn's night. Fly away, maybe, or choke on the caustic nectar of this poison pitcher. Leave this city, fuzzy traveler, before the early birds rise to poke your guts and hungrily pluck the jeweled orbs you call eyes. This place is so cramped. I used to spend afternoons with my back against the grass, spotting the inky wisps zooming past my eyes on their way to the blue horizon. I used to watch birds sail the skies in multicolor coats and ponder the down in the creek. Now I ponder dust bunnies, creased rugs, and spots on the ceiling. I sat still and let my wings be clipped because I trusted you. You led me into this prison where Eden's barren soil chokes down salt and runoff chemicals, where the only flying I do is by wire. It's hard to breathe on nights like these, when the moon barely peeks behind blankets of thickly churning ice. Where's my phone? Across silk-spun valleys and peaks, and beside stars winking atop still water, there lies another glass portal, sending saccharine tweets and songs to call me home and lull me to sleep again. Another hand touches the beacon, and crystal light from across the globe streams into my darkened eyes. I bring my face to the screen and reach out. Suddenly the stars are right there, beacons through the blankets of smog that shade the sky with muddy earth tones. Tick-tock, time is short and life is passing me by. Tick-tock, so I lay my head down and wish upon these short stars. Street interviews and relationship drama, birds dancing and new trending songs, talk shows and dating advice. Time slows to a crawl as I step through the glass and live in new realities 3 minutes at a time. Therapy, thirst traps, and bears. Oh my. Kids see magic for the first time. Animals walk on 2 legs. A refugee walks on 1. And clouds blot out the night sky. Forget this. There's a spot on your ceiling, and I wonder if I can reach it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ian. That was amazing. I think better than anyone, Ian is able to capture that human spirit in his poems in such a beautifully mystical way. So up next, we have Lillian Solheim. And this is the journal that I mentioned earlier. So all donors tonight will get this beautiful TAKAHIRO journal.
Hi, my name is Lily. I want to thank Casey and Weird for inviting me tonight. The first poem I'll be reading for you was published by Weird in spring 2024, first time publishing anything, and this is my first time reading aloud, so. So this first poem is called Heaven is Right Here. Scouring the pantry for the final ingredient to my fruit fly cocktail, I find a half-empty, half-full bottle of wine that I first drank by myself as we sat together on the hill overlooking the city. I'm told I met you before, but I don't recall. All I have is a memory of you and us sitting on the grass and drawing as we listened in on what I think was a breakup conversation happening 20 feet below. There was something happening in a building through a window in the distance. I'm sure there were many things happening in many buildings and many windows, but you couldn't see it. She said, start down here and go up and go right and follow this way and right there, there it is. Do you see it? Yes, I see it now. I have this half-full, half-empty bottle of wine I share with the fruit flies. It's not that I didn't want to share any at the hill. It's just that everyone else was dry, either on a break or an attempt at a permanent break. You made a permanent break 2 weeks later. While we celebrated in the street, down the street, you were making moves on the bridge. I have this wine and I have this drawing that wasn't collected. I took it home to finish. I worked on it some. I'll finish the wine tonight, shared and divided amongst sweet teeth, but I won't finish the drawing. Some things just don't get the chance. Heaven is right here is scratched permanently at the bottom of the page. I could never mean that as an insult. It was just a reminder to myself. The rain held out that day, and we all wish you did too. And now the sky cries above us, and for us, and for you. The second poem I'll be reading for you, thank you. The second poem I have is from a collection I'm working on based around the theme of girlhood and reflecting on what it's like to have girlfriends in high school. This one is called Daisy. She used to write me letters and sign it with a lipstick kiss imprint. I'm your only friend, but truth, trust, I couldn't save her then. The bow was only decoration. Do you know who you left behind? Do you know what heaven is now? Think of me, think of me. Year of the rabbit, she missed her year. The first words she spoke to me were lies. Identity is everything, and it was all wrong. When your truth hurts, put on a costume and find safety in a facade. We were the same in that way. Self-recognition through the other. I tied this knot for you, just for you. And I will hold it together even if it's silk because I would never want to forget. Looped loops tied tight. The bow is just decoration, but I'm saving it for you. Thank you.
Wow, could you believe it was Lily's first poetry reading? That was lovely. I think what I loved the most about Lily's poetry when she shared it with me was that sort of bittersweet sentiment. I think anyone with a forlorn lover can understand. And it actually reminds me a lot of a novel I read recently called The Changeling by Joy Williams. Yeah, I see a few nods in the crowd. So if you liked Lily's poems, I would recommend checking that book out. It's at the public library. Up next, we will have Jenna Koch. And I'm taking German lessons, so I pronounce it like Koch, but some people call it cook. And I'm looking around and yes, okay, here we are. Jenna, everyone. Sorry, I didn't see you earlier.
Huh?
Oh, sorry, I didn't catch
you're
you
good.
earlier. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Casey, for your introduction and the German pronunciation. I'm going to leave it a mystery as to how I actually pronounce it. I originally had planned to read some stuff from my, the collection I've been working on most recently, and I'll read something from that at the end, but I've been dealing with some personal issues called my grandfather is in the hospital and dying, and I wanted to share some poems from a really long time ago that might not be quite as sophisticated, but that make me think of him. So, number 2. Once a boat lived on a big lake in a tiny town in Michigan. Each year, the boat carried a girl with blonde pigtails and a hunchback grandfather across the bay. The little girl cried the whole time, and the mother was quiet while the spray made her new shoes all wet and fishy. Then the dad said, "It's time for lunch," and he pulled out Club Minis and white cheddar cheese from the snack bag. The little girl climbed down the 3 big steps without tripping this time and watched him cut the thinnest apple slices in the world, his thumb gliding the knife through the mealy skin. She'd eat and eat until she spoiled her dinner, until she forgot they'd been underwater the whole time. Later, the little girl got bigger, not much, but bigger still, and instead of crying when the grandpa sailed, she'd just stay quiet until she couldn't anymore. That's when the father would bring her to the shore. There was no fishy spray or silence, just the gulls that fought over her grapes and a salami sandwich wrapped up in thick brown paper. Her dad would ask, "Are we having fun yet?" And the little girl just kept eating her grapes and her lunch meat. Then she'd scoop out tidal pools to sit in and pretend they were hot tubs, like the ones at Grandma's apartment, because the lake was too cold and deep. Then they'd hike up the sand dunes when it got too windy to swim. With each step, the sand would swallow more and more of them and work their legs raw, but they'd just keep going up and up. And when the little girl got the biggest she'd ever get, the boat moved to the mouth of Chicago, and she stopped going quite as much because Chicago had other things like ice skating and seafood joints and indie shows. Not that she'd forgotten about the lake, not at all, it's just that Grandpa can't sail like he used to and her mother is less silent. But she thinks maybe someday she'll leap over the gap between the dock and the deck, right over her silent mother, and hungry father, right past her grandfather at the helm, and jump. Thank you. And then this was published in Word, which I now think I'm pronouncing wrong, so we're all just going to pronounce everything a little bit weird tonight. This one is called Epilogue. In the foothills of this lovesick land, in the crests of our tug-of-war, lies a song, a splinter stuck in the folds of my brain, in the soles of my feet, in the way my muscles roll slow in this cavernous wound. I swear you were my birthplace. I know, though, your love is my birthright. Prod my scar, name what comes pouring out. An algae-infested shoreline, the worms in their 5 hearts, every egg in its potential, all the words that I cannot find. And this is from my most recent project called Butter Penthouse. And yeah. Palindrome on Earth. She says sorry while she waters, my hands on her back in the garden bed. I never saw this brood before I met her. There are 1,000,000 eyes on us in the yard, the rabbits under the squash vines. I don't want her unless her nails are dirty. I tongue her chest in the seeded grass. Cicadas inch up her calves while I bite her ankle bone, and I feel the storm roll over my back. That's everything, thank you.
Yay, thank you, Jenna. That was beautiful. What I really enjoyed about Jenna's poems were I'm also someone who's very close with my grandparents, and I think any of us who are lucky enough to have known and loved their grandparents can relate to that feeling. So I appreciated that sentiment. And as someone who is also very deeply in love with our Mother Earth, I think that beautiful sentimentality, especially being here in such a beautiful land, so close to a beautiful lake, there's really nothing like it. I grew up in Cincinnati, so all I had was a dirty river. And our very last reader with the weird segment is Sarah Muehlbauer. I will let her introduce herself.
All right, so this is also my first poetry reading officially, I think. Thank you for the lovely introduction. My original instinct for tonight was to be doing flips with the poetry, but instead you're going to simply get some spells. I want to refer to spells as witchcraft activist and writer Adrienne Marie Brown does when she says, "Witching is a practice of engaging the essential natural world with magic and supernatural intentions. Intention is a tool that's available to everyone, regardless of background. It's how, for centuries, witches have created power out of dirt and twigs and essentially nothing. But not just nothing, nothing material beyond the self is needed. So what I'm going to read tonight are a couple of short spells for healing from a set of 11, I think I wrote, for the main systems of the body, overlaid with the chakra system and aiming to address energy, emotion, and physicality to cast a spell for healing. So if you want to, totally optional, but you can close your eyes as you might in a meditation or kind of soften your gaze. Again, that's totally up to you. And here we go. Picture the outlines of your body. Notice the sensation of air on your skin. Imagine how it filters inside and out, shielding, protecting, holding your boundaries. Picture yourself hollow, wind sweeping through an eggshell, whipping away all thoughts, filling your cells with fresh, clean air. Dark smoke leaves the body through pores and out the mouth with every exhale. Within you, it's deep and endless as space, yet as rich as the dark earth. Nebulas are dying and birthing within you. You expand and contract infinitely. Imagine stars like nodes of electricity, connecting sensations within you and outside your body with a slight buzz, the mystery of life. That was called Inner Outer Space, and that one's for the nervous system. Thank you. The second one I'm going to read is called, I call Sentient Bones, for skeletal and muscular systems. So now imagine you are a house. The house is an image of your mind, your psychic structure, but it is also physical. Your bones are now the bones of the house. It's more like Baba Yaga's house, animate and unpredictable, able to move on its own, between creature and human, dead and alive, wilderness and culture. In the house, hanging neatly in the closet, is your actual skeleton. The bones are loose but anchored together, dancing freely in space, drawn into alignment by gravity. Feel how they play like instruments, like children, as they blow in the breeze. Focus your attention on the joints, the muscles and ligaments that support and move your bones. Feel their sense of anticipation and tension. Imagine warm honey pouring over your body, through the crown, dripping in through the third eye, oozing toward the feet. Let it fill the space and settle. All right, that was all I was going to read.
And that was Sarah. I like that switch of format, don't you? The sort of guided meditation. That was beautiful. Yeah. I remember when I first had a guided meditation type experience, and I was in middle school. We had kind of a hippie teacher. She was younger. And it was this strange class, I think called like World Studies. It was very unusual. But one day she had us all lie on the floor, and she put us through a very similar experience of a guided meditation. I think it was really the first time I thought about actually inhabiting a body, and I was totally in. I was totally in. And I remember leaving the classroom that day, and my whole spine tingled for the rest of class. And I think what Sarah's going for is an experience very similar to that, bringing us back to the idea that we all have a body, and it's ours, and we own it, and we're able to do many different things with it. Powerful. And with that concludes the weird segment. I would like to ask all of the weird readers to stay until the end of this hour, because we're going to take a group photo. But I will make space for We Are Better Together.
All right, can I get 2 claps? Clap twice if you can hear me. 3 times if you're having a good time. Awesome. So first, I'd like to thank our sponsor, Riverwest Realty, committed to promoting the most unique and comprehensive service for individuals interested in buying or selling a home in MKE. Woo! Let's clap for that, everybody. And then, of course, I want to give a huge thanks to Woodland Patterns for all they do for the community, and just, they're the greatest place, right? Let's clap. So, hi, my name is Catherine Yatz, and I am the co-founder and facilitator of a workshop called Better Together. It's a free community workshop every Sunday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Kumba off of Keith Avenue. It's a collaboration between Food for Thought and Lakeside poets and writers. And a variety of poets come, all ages. I actually just had a poet in his 60s come the other day named Bernard, and he had never done poetry before, and it was a fantastic experience. But yeah, a lot of different poets come. And I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I've been here both days, all day, right? I'm a little bit tired. So I am going to call up my partner in poetics, but he won't come up unless you guys start clapping a lot for him. So let's go ahead and clap. I'd like to call up D'Angelo Coleman, trunk buster, to help host this hour.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I think it's very ironic that we go on after the weird group, because I thought we were the weird group. And I say that just to say we're all different, and we come from different cultures. We're not all taking the same road or don't have the same views in life, but we all share poetry. and we're a poetry family. That was cute. I'm not a very good reader. Well, as far as, I just like to speak from the heart. So I'm going to introduce each of us one by one, just speaking from the heart. Is that okay? I am founder, curator, and host of Food for Thought Poetry. It's an open mic that we have every single Tuesday. We've been going for about 3 years. And this is like our core group. There's a lot of us, but this is like our core group, and we're a family. So I want to introduce the first poet. If this is okay, this is like the last segment of the whole marathon. I want to transform this room into our poetry night and show you how we do it. Don't show them everything. So if you're ready for some poetry, give me an ayo. Are you in the back? If you're ready for some poetry, give me some ayos. Okay, I believe you. Please put your left hand with your right hand and give it up for our first poet. She's been growing for 3 years. She's been with us for 3 years. Come on. She went from a small voice to a very strong voice. She goes by the name of Hosanna.
First, I have an intro, and I'm going to walk around for this one. You ready? Let's go. Will I ever be wrong? Will I? Because my intuition is whispering in my ear and telling me that this ain't it and it ain't ever wrong. Will I ever be wrong? Will you ever prove me wrong? Will you ever do right by me because I'm tired of writing these things to get your motherfucking attention? Do I have your attention? Yeah. No, that's a question. Do I have your guys' attention? Yeah. Oh, that's nice. So when I was writing a whole bunch of stuff, I had something prepared, but you two lovely ladies came up earlier and you said something along the lines of this reminds me of how people still give people flowers in the cold, something like that. Paraphrase it. So I wrote a poem about that, and I'm gonna dedicate it to you guys. When did you write it? I wrote it like 5 minutes ago, but it's okay. Okay, you ready? She is still reminded of how people still give flowers in the wintertime. I'll never quite understand how soft petals still stand witness to hard, cold truths in every room that they are in. They just do, and are still so pretty. It's gotten a lot colder. There's a draft between us. Maybe it's from how fast we fled from the Garden of Eden or how long it's taken for us to return, but people still give flowers in the winter. They still build boats and let them drift on the ocean, dropping anchors and landmarking where they were last loved. He is still searching for his smile. He is still searching for pieces of himself in his smile, buried like treasure. But this time in quicksand, quickly you must find everything that made you you, even though you can't keep them. Speak them so they never die. Whisper them in the wind so they do not wither, but still dig quickly. Like somehow it'll all be convenient, like buying flowers in the cold. Convenient, right? Maybe to have something to hold. Maybe to fill an empty room. Maybe to remind you that love still smells like lilies and sometimes stings like thorns. But still, keep digging, keep sailing, keep bending over backwards, picking wildflowers like they're still in season, like they will last the season. They would still be beautiful if only for today. Be here today, for a minute, for a second, for a bouquet of flowers someone bought on a cold day, maybe today. Maybe for today, they carefully arranged them and put them in an ugly-ass vase after being pricked by their thorns.
And even after that, remember, even with a sunken sailboat, rusty anchor, and everything lost in quicksand, someone woke up today and picked the fucking flowers and decided to give them to you. And that's it.
That is Hosanna. I said that we're a family. I like to imagine the movies where, let's say the Mighty Ducks. Some of you are too young to know about the Mighty Ducks. But let me explain it. There's this team that has all the best players, and they're big, and they're popular, and they're funny. They're the jocks. And then there's these kids. One of them is very smart, but he's a dork. One of them is tall and strong, but nobody likes him. He's like the outside jock or something. There's one of them that picks their boogers and eats them. We're those kids. We're those kids, but we're winners, like the Mighty Ducks. And Hosanna is like the cool kid on the team. So please give it up for Hosanna one more time. The next person I'd like to call is the kid that eats his boogers. He is always kidding, but he's a great writer. He's a great writer, and he writes something new every single week. We've been doing this for 3 years, and he comes and writes something new every single week and amazes us every single week. So prepare to be amazed with your left hand and your right hand. Put them together, please, and give it up for Skeeter.
I don't eat it all the time, but what's up? So they say a woman speaks 20,000 more words than a man a day. And we can go with the average saying that a woman is more talkative, but do we ever think about a man's silence? When he speaks his feelings, he's too soft. When his voice is too stern, he's too angry. When his voice is too high, he's too feminine. But there's one thing I learned about silence. You only know about that from when you try to speak first. And it all starts young. So if you don't teach that boy to speak, that man will never be heard. And let me repeat that again just in case y'all didn't hear me the first time. If you don't teach that boy to speak, that man will never be heard. And ladies, I'm not only talking to you, I'm talking to the men too, because they hold just as much accountability. You see, we live in a social construct of what a man is supposed to be. He's supposed to be strong and take lead, but everybody forgets that he's human and he looks weak if he bleeds. He's supposed to look out for everybody, but forgets to be seen, then hold the weight of the world on his shoulders, but nobody helps him when it brings him down to his knees. See, a man's ideology in his brain is the amount of love that he's worth depends on what he can provide. So we get that little boy's lack of affection that turns into microaggression, that turns into a man that's afraid of rejection and all that built up tension. Then he learns to hit women first before he learns about a therapy session. And I'm not saying all men. That's not my intention. I'm just saying right now our society needs a little correction. Because maybe if we normalize men speaking more of expressions, only then we can raise the numbers for men's suicidal prevention. See? Because tell me, why do we feel like asking for help is so wrong? Therapy does not make you weak. It just helps you get strong. And as a man, you still deserve to feel loved. And I'd rather have you cry in front of a therapist rather than in front of a judge. See, all these double standards that we have for men are just plain stupid. Like when a teenage boy fucks his female teacher, that shit is still called grooming. When a woman hits a man, that shit is still called abusive. And putting another man's masculinity down, that just makes you obtrusive. And then sitting down in front of a mic spitting misogynistic shit, that doesn't make you exclusive. See, you were already born a man. You don't have to go and prove it. So parents, speak life into your sons because you never know the day you might lose him. And always remember that the muscles in your body, it doesn't prove how strong you are no matter how hard that you try. Because the weights that you lift at the gym will never be as heavy as the one on your mind. So it's okay to show you're in pain. Don't give in to the toxic masculinity that this world is designed. Because remember, pride don't discriminate against anybody. 5 seconds of anger can turn into a life sentence in the blink of an eye. So take care of yourself. Because nobody's life is just average. And always reach out to your brothers, because it'll always be better to help carry his pain rather than to help carry his casket. And that's that piece. Thank you, guys.
If you enjoyed Skeeter, give me an Ayo. Again, we do poetry every Tuesday at Mikasasu Cafe on 3rd Street, right off of Vine. They have great food, and the tequila is great also. That's Skeeter. They're not gonna let that go. The next poet I like to call is the one that we all love. She's like the, I guess you could say that, Skeeter. She's like the bully, but she's small and you don't expect it from her. Sassy, that's another good word. But you can come up with your own word right after she's done. So please welcome her up. Left hand, right hand. Give it up for Rainy Day.
Hey, y'all. I just have 2 pieces tonight. The first one is called, it was actually my second poem I ever wrote. It's called At My Knees. I don't want to break this mic. Thanks. You looked me dead in my eyes and asked me why it was over. I knew ever since you gave me that very first cold shoulder. You told me you have loved me ever since the very start. Then when and why did you decide to play drunken darts with my heart? You said that I was meant for you, and you told me to never stop believing it, but I was just the useless ointment in your emergency med kit. You only used me for emergencies. You had me begging and pleading at my knees. I wanted you to try harder to keep me, but instead, you had a party and invited all the other girls over for tea. See, I was so silly, you see. You even got an apartment with her, and you guys had matching keys. You guys built this beautiful life together and laughed in the sunshiny weather. You said that I meant the world to you, but it was her that you wanted to pursue. I guess that's my cue, because you even decided to start a family with her too. You told me that you loved me because I was pretty and that my name was Rain. And the whole meanwhile, I pretended to smile as if I wasn't in pain. I remember back to when you and I would stand out and dance in the rain. You were the only one who kept me sane. But you quickly changed and became empty, and that's when you decided you wanted cocaine. My mind and my thoughts about you simply began to drive me insane. It was like I was trying out for a cast in the play, and just like Juliet, I was a ghost begging you to stay. But I didn't want to push you away, but now here I lay, and I left you in awe with not a single thing left to say, and that's that piece. All right, this one is on a better note. This is a more recent one. It's called Our Home. In the back of my mind, you were worthy of being loved, but I didn't want it to be by me, because what if, just maybe, I'm the wrong person for you? And I can't help to feel this way because you're not used to someone like me in the first place. But on the other hand, like you said, babe, I want to build with you, but our home isn't even grounded yet. We have just a blueprint, and where we lay down this fresh, newly planted soil is going to determine it all. It's going to distinguish our life together, the location of where the window should go, and how many stories we should make. God, we already have so many beautiful stories. We will build it from the floor up until we get to the hard parts, like the tiny stuff like nails and screws and our arguments. But boy, do I want to do this with you. Our home is going to be our home, but it still needs work done, like a wooden built frame and cemented surrounding walls. And later on, of course, it will need renovations, just like our love will. Things aren't going to be easy, especially starting all over again with someone new, but from the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew that I would grow to love you. Not because you were incapable of being loved, but because you actually deserved it. Deep down to the center of my core, that's what I believe. So as we keep flourishing the foundation to our home, just know that we are going to have our problems, but as long as those problems are light patchwork, we will get through them together. Being better together is one of my biggest life mottos now, and I can't build this house without us being better together. So I need your help to make it strong and dependable, protection from the weather, and a staircase leading up to our memories of where we've been and where we will soon go. Just know, don't let go, because I want my home to be our home. And that's that piece. Thank you so much.
That is Rainy Day. Skeeter, please. They're never going to come to our open mic if you keep doing it. Before I call up the next poet, I just want to say one more time, Sarah, that was amazing what you did, and we would love to have that at Food for Thought Poetry. Sarah, right? You're not Sarah? Sarah, yeah. I had my eyes closed when you were doing your shit, so. Yeah, it was amazing, and we would love to have that at Food for Thought. Bring the weird group. You see, we were weird too. Dope. And your voice is so soothing. I would love to go to sleep to that voice. I'm taken, not like that, but. Anyways, the next poet is like our little sisters. Our little sister, everyone's little sister, and we all want to protect her. She has that soft voice, but she's such a lovable person, and I can't wait to introduce you to her. Please put your left hand with your right hand. Give up some love. You can start right now. It's okay. Give it up for Breezy Bree 2 times.
Everybody say 2 times. What's up, y'all? I'm Breezy Bree 2 times. I just started writing poetry about almost a year ago now in April. So I just did my first ever feature at our Food for Thought at home. We call it home. So this is one of my pieces called Ocean Floor that I feel is one of my signatures. Which also plug to California, or Catherine, for her her poet name is California Cat, but I wrote this actually at her workshop, and I would love to see all of you guys pop out every Sunday at Kumba. Here we go. The depths of her soul go beyond the ocean floor, a depth not many have gotten to explore. She won't just let anyone dive in, see, because she is a divine whirlwind of energies and empathy, a reflection of a higher power. She can't afford for someone sour to suck up her hours and kill the beautiful garden of flowers her soul harvested. She has been easily targeted in her past with red laser beams pointed at her back to try and dull her light that never lacks. The feminine energy she embodies heals and nurtures. It will set up the generations beyond her with great fortune because she will intuitively set the scene so those that come from her and her creations believe in the gifts she birthed them with. Her soul must stay clean so her seeds can receive the gems that stem from a soul that has remained whole. She's built the foundation brick by brick and still is growing so she can heal the sick. She may not be able to clear the disease out of the body, but her ability to transfer her positive energy could easily be the remedy to help the body to create the antibody that heals somebody. The depths of her soul go beyond the ocean floor. She requires a love that can meet that depth. She spent countless days and nights wiping her own tears and forcing herself to switch gears to get through the pain. Pain caused by wasted time in situationships and relationships that went in vain, and she wasn't looking for something to gain out of anyone because she led with her heart from the start. She just needs someone who can meet her soul beyond the ocean floor. Someone that can be the other half to her whole, take off some of the load and be there to hold her at her lows. But she know how the game usually go. So instead, she will focus on her continuous self-growth while she sits on the sidelines waiting for her lifeline, and their two souls will take on this lifetime, one step at a time. All because they swore they would meet beyond the ocean floor. Thank you, that's that piece.
That is Breezy Bree 2 times, our little sisters. I keep putting the S on there. Our little sister, she is your little sister now too. I want to do a piece. I want to do, I actually have two pieces. I have one to make you cry and one to make you laugh. We are ahead of time, so I hate intros, but I have one. I lost my mother in 2018, and she was a traveling entertainer, a traveling singer. And everybody, when they lose somebody, everybody says she was a great person, and she was actually a great person. Her job, after she passed, named the building after her. You can go past the Walton Center on Capitol, 76 in Capitol, and that's my mother. This stone right here is actually also my mother. I found it in her things last year, and I got it wrapped, and I wear it everywhere I go. Leave me alone. Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. I just want to be alone. I don't want to answer calls. Why the fuck are you blowing up my phone? I keep repeating mistakes that I made. I don't believe and I can't. I don't believe and I won't. I put that shit in my wheel. I sit and stare into space. I can't explain how I feel. I leave my past in the past, but it's chasing me though. Everybody has advice for me, but I feel like they can't relate to me though. The last thing I told my mama is that I'm losing my faith. And now that she's gone, it seems like I turned all of my love into hate. Trying to see through the fake, I keep repeating mistakes. These bitches are evil as Satan. They smile and lie in your face. Have you ever looked somebody in the eyes while they died? All I want to do is cry, but it's too much up on my mind. That shit keeps playing back in my head like a rerun. They say it's angels everywhere. Well, shit, I'd like to meet one because I got some questions that a human can't answer. If God really cared, he would have took away the cancer. I just want my mama back. Because ain't nothing working and everything's hurting. I'm crying on the inside, but nothing's normal. I just want my mama back. Because nothing is working and everything is hurting. I'm crying on the inside, but normal on the surface. I'm nervous. Everything I love is a burden. It seems like nothing is for certain. I'm trying to find my purpose. I'm losing myself. I got so used to grieving that I don't know what to do with myself. I don't even need a reason just to be with myself. Leave me alone. I just want to be alone. Don't call me. Stop blowing up my Hell yeah. This next piece is the first piece I ever wrote. Ironically, it's called Hell Yeah, I Be Doing Poetry and Shit. It goes like this. Hell yeah. I be doing poetry and shit. Because every time I grab the mic and we all get together, our minds are right, everything clicks. And I always seem to leave poetry night with some mild advice. My problem is that I can never find the time to write. And even when the time is right to write, that little me is sometimes in the dark and it's hard to find the light. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I be doing poetry and shit. But to tell you the truth, my shit don't be sounding like they shit, because they shit be lit. They be like, my feelings are my thoughts, and my thoughts are my feelings. I don't know how to make my voice sound like that, but I be very much into that shit, so hell yeah. Hell yeah. I be doing poetry and shit. Yeah. Because bitches like niggas that write poems. Yeah. My best friend does poetry. My best friend writes poems, and I'm already knowing how much pussy bitches throw him. I'm like, damn, all the bitches know him. Yeah, so hell yeah. Hell yeah. I be doing poetry and shit. Because ever since I lost my mother, poetry is just one of those things that I obtained. They say the more you lose, the more you gain. So as soon as I take a loss, I automatically look for my win so my loss doesn't go in vain. I hate when people greet me like, hey, how you doing? Or hey, what's up? Because 9 times out of 10, they don't give a fuck what the answer is. And 9 times out of 10, there's nothing they can do if they did. But poetry always greets me with open arms. Poetry gives me the ability to talk to open hearts with a broken heart through spoken art. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I be doing poetry and shit. That's that piece. I want to call up Kat. She's going to take us home. Y'all give it up for Catherine.
Once upon a time, in a land far, far away, when Food for Thought was at the queue, Trunk called up a California cat. And I'm looking around like, who's that? And he's looking at me, he's like, come up. I'm like, I go up to him, I'm like, I'm not from California. And he's like, just go with it. And it became a thing. So that is a thing. There's a minute, there's time, right? We sold the stars, every last one, in order to pay for our place in the universe. Between cheers and beers and wine and dine, we take each other for granted. We take and take and take and fill ourselves with lattes and tequila to fill the voids within, when really, honey, we need poetry. We need an explosion of fuchsia, apricot, crimson, and cobalt to ignite fireworks under our feet. We need the maple and oak trees, the pains, the passions, to be smacked by a muse so hard we cannot stop, seeing all the beauty within, and words pour from our mouths. We have found the fountain of youth within our voices. Let your body move and jive and jiggle to the joys of the beats of your tongue. The syllables white gold in your mouth. Let it out. Ow! Like a wolf, and laugh. And let loose the sounds been buried within yourselves. Discard your jewels, because honeys, your words are the real sapphires and rubies that start fires when jabbled together and jiggle with a tongue, signal to let our sighs and our screams out. So powerful it can make buildings in this city crumble and damn or salvage souls. We are powerful beings. We are powerful, therefore spread your words. His words, her words, their words are gold, so hold them close. Grasp tight, don't let go, because there's only so much time. This I am so sure of. In fact, I will repeat it, there's only so much time. Apocalyptic apathy geared towards destruction, but you are powerful with purpose, passions no one can measure, like teaspoons from the ocean. With each motion, you set fires in this place. Creation of time and space within your stanzas. No propaganda, only facts spit into explosive truths that ignite the people to move into movement to make change sing. Let it ring from the roof of your mouth. East, west, north, south, stand up, speak up, rise up to the occasion and calling to embrace our existence together. Our persistence to be better, our choice to be better together. We are better together. Thank you. And that's all she wrote.
Many thanks to the Mighty Ducks. Great job. I knew you could do it in the end. I love that we ended with this hour where we had like two groups so like thoroughly transform this place and make it their own. And that was really beautiful. I love that. And I don't know, maybe that's like the marathon. That is, yeah, right. Maybe the marathon in particular, for sure. Like, right, for 5 minutes at a time, everybody can sort of take it and make it their own. But anyway, so okay, I'm up here. So thank you, everyone who read this hour, everyone who read all of the hours, all of the past 24 hours over these past 2 days. And I'm a little delirious. But yeah, thank you, of course, so much to all the sponsors for this event. Presenting sponsors, Wisconsin's own library and DeWitt LLP with Matthew Hills and Angela Vorishills. Sonnet level sponsors, the Asphodel News and Eastern Bohemian Brewery. Ode level sponsors, Milwaukee Magazine, Juneau Park Friends, and Dana Alexander Coletta. All of our hourly sponsors, everyone who curated intermission segments, volunteered, worked, just like everybody who made this happen. It was a lot of humans, and we don't have time for me to name them all, so we need to go to sleep. But thank you. And this concludes Woodland Patterns 31st Annual Poetry Marathon and Benefit. Thank you so much. Good night. Oh wait, everybody who read in this last hour also come up for a group photo, please. Yeah.